Coco. What's up? What's up? What's up? It's Friday. Woohoo! How's it going, everybody? Hey, maybe. Sounds good. Friday. Ow! Didn't even make it 30 seconds before the cat bit me. It's Lacey. This is Criminally Confident. And we are on day 2 of going through the Casey Anthony trial. That doesn't mean we are watching day 2 of the trial, but yeah, I have picked the most need to know parts of this trial for us to understand the charges and be able to decide on our own whether or not we believe she is guilty or innocent. Please make sure, if you haven't done so already, to hit that like button and the subscribe button. Huge day yesterday. We got 1,000 subscribers. That is major. We hit a major milestone, and might seem like small potatoes for some people, but still relatively new. And this seemed to have happened in the last week. It's wild. Just about as wild as this room is right now and the amount of animals I have surrounding me. So with that being said, let's go ahead and head on in to the courtroom and get this dang thing started. Got maybe over here helping me out like a true baller. Definitely doing my hair and makeup today, by the way. Using my beach waiver and then all my makeup, which I will show along the way. Okay. Start. Actually, this is not what I wanted. Sorry about that, guys. No. Okay, we're going with this.
George A. Anthony, George, middle initial A, last name Anthony, A-N-T-H.
He gets called back to the stand. So that's where we're at, rather.
O-N-Y.
Good morning, Mr. Anthony.
Morning.
I want to speak to you today about the date of June 24th of 2008. On that particular date, were you home in the morning of that day?
Yes.
Now, was your schedule on that date different than on a normal workday?
Yes, I had made some plans to do a couple things.
Not offensive at all.
Meet my wife.
Yesterday was a rough
to
day.
deposit a check and go to a job interview later that afternoon.
So you weren't working your normal 3 to 11 shift on that day?
No, I had called the company I was presently working for and told them I needed the time off to take care of a personal matter.
Was that a day that you normally would have been working?
Yes.
So on the 24th, did you have occasion to attempt to do some yard maintenance work?
Yes, shortly after 10 o'clock in the morning, yes.
When you got up to prepare for that, what did you do?
Well, like any other time, I go to my side shed, which is on the south side of my home. And as I walk down towards the shed to open up the door, I found that the lock had been broken.
Please display for the witness. This will be State's Exhibit LJ for identification. I'll show it to counsel.
Thanks, that guy. Definitely a believer. We're good on that.
No, I don't. Do you recognize this, Mr. Anthony?
Yes.
Do you recognize this to be a diagram of your home and the surrounding property, particularly the backyard?
Yes.
And do you recognize it to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of your house and your yard?
Yes.
would it be helpful to you in describing to the jury sort of what happened, to use this diagram to kind of explain where the shed was and various things?
Well, where I kept my lawn equipment.
Let me just stop you for a second. Would it be helpful to use this to kind of point out to the jury?
Yes.
Okay. This time you want to move to the state's exhibit, LJ.
What says the defense? Basis of objection?
Prior disclosure, I don't have any. It's the first time I've seen this, Judge.
Could we approach that?
Yes. You may proceed. Okay. There being no objections, it will be received in evidence as states numbered.
And I'd like to publish it to the jury and allow the witness to use it to explain.
You may publish it to the jury.
All right, sir. As you're going through and telling us stuff, I want you to just kind of be able to refer to the diagram, okay?
Yes.
So you said you went out to the shed, which contains your lawn equipment.
Lawn equipment, yes.
Could you just, and I think you should be able to touch the screen and make a little circle, just circle which shed that is. Okay, so that's the one at the bottom right corner of the diagram.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's just orient a couple of the things here since we've got the diagram up. There's an item up on the top right that says Playhouse. What is that?
That's Kaylee's playhouse. That's that we got for her just prior to her second birthday.
All right. And obviously there's a circular item that says pool. Is that an above ground pool?
Yes.
And the two items that are shed on the left, those are sheds holding different purposes?
Oh, the one shed we have our bicycles inside, rafts for the beach. The other one just has some other miscellaneous plant things, things for our pool. Just
all right. And the patio that's depicted here, is that a enclosed screen patio?
It's an enclosed screen patio.
All right. So you go out to the shed to start your lawn work. What do you find?
I find that the lock had been broken off of the shed. The right side door was partially open about 2 or 3 inches.
And what type of shed is it? A wood shed, metal shed, plastic shed?
It's plastic fiberglass. Rubbermaid is the brand of it.
Okay. One of those you can like buy at Home Depot or Lowe's and
yes,
put together. All right. So what kind of lock was on it?
Just a small, like a master key type lock, nothing extravagant at all. I just took one key to open it up.
And was the lock still on it? But was the lock itself broken, or the sort of the shed latch was broken? What was?
Well, the shed had like a 2 eyelet plastic connection that went to it, and I just slid the lock itself between it just to lock it.
Okay, so a hole in each door, you stick the lock
right
in the middle.
Yes, sir.
And was the shed part broken, or the lock itself broken?
Just the shed part, just the plastic eyelet pieces were broken.
All right. So did you open the shed to see if anything? Pardon me. If anything was missing?
Well, first I opened up the shed and I looked to the right. I automatically seen the lock itself. The lock was inside of the shed, which I thought was somewhat unusual. And I just did a quick scan and seen the lawnmower was there, other tools and stuff that I'd be using, the blower, the edger, also a generator I have in there. And I looked over to my left where I kept the gas cans up above the ground, and both gas cans were gone.
Now, were any of the actual power tools missing? The lawnmowers, edgers, any of that?
No, they were not, which I found somewhat unusual.
So just the gas cans?
Just the gas cans.
Okay. So what did you do in response to that?
Well, first took a step back and just shook my head and wondered, okay, why just take the gas cans?
Okay.
When there's other things more valuable to me, inside there.
Sure.
I immediately just went and I said, well, I need to make a report on this because, again, this could be conceived as hearsay, but neighbors do talk, and we know that there's been minor thefts, gas taken from vehicles,
just
so
so
on and so
y'all
forth in the area.
know.
All right, so I just thought, well, I'll at least call and make a report. If the gas cans are ever found, and make a description of them, I'll get them back.
All right. And did you? What agency did you call?
I called the Orange County Sheriff's Department because we're in their jurisdiction.
And approximately what time of the day would this have been?
I'm going to say it's probably close to maybe 10:30 in the morning, and I know within about 10 minutes after making the initial report, I had a deputy show up to my house.
Okay. It's just more than one deputy, or just
one deputy came to our front curb area. Very nice gentleman. I explained to him what happened, and he explained that there have been thefts in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Things like that.
Did you make a report, fill out the paperwork to make a report of the theft?
I finished. I filled out a report, signed it, gave a brief description of what the gas cans looked like. He said, is there a value on them? And I said, probably in the same neighborhood, maybe between gas and gas cans replacing maybe $50. I said, could be more, could be a little bit less. But
ASL.
And did he, make an extensive investigation just for fingerprints, take DNA samples, anything like that?
No, he just said he would make the report. He would go ahead and have it available for me if I want to stop by.
To say.
All right. So how long was the deputy there?
5-10 minutes. It wasn't a real long report.
And did he leave you some paperwork to document that you had made the report?
Yes.
All right. So what did you do about your plan to do yard work?
Well, I sort of had to put that on hold because I ended up going and purchase new gas cans to get the job done.
Did you actually go out and buy new gas cans at that point?
Yes, I went out and bought 2 more plastic gas cans, but I also went and alerted my next door neighbor, the Bruner residents, who just had moved in just about 3 years prior to that.
That would be Mr. Berner?
Yes, right here yesterday.
All right. So did you get your lawn mowed? Did you get your lawn mowed that day?
As a matter of fact, I did not get my lawn mowed that day.
Okay. Did there come a point in time up until this point from June 16th that we talked about previously to this date, June 24th, had you seen your daughter, Casey?
I can't remember seeing Casey come back, to our house at all. I don't remember seeing her from the last time I saw her on the 16th till the immediate report.
So on the 24th, did you see your daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Approximately what time was that?
Shortly after 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
Now, is that a time where on your normal schedule, you would have been already on your way to work?
Within that 2 to 2:15 p.m., I would have been leaving for work, yes.
But you were there because of the interview.
Yes, because my interview wasn't until 6 p.m. that evening.
So tell us what led up to your seeing Casey.
I was just inside my living room area. I just had come home after depositing a check with my wife at our local bank, and was just sort of easing into my thought process of what I was going to be doing this interview. It was a great opportunity for me, and just trying to feel at ease for the next couple hours or so.
What interview?
So you were in your living room.
Yes.
Okay. Just sort of put a little spot on your living room. I guess it's pretty obvious, but right there. Okay. So you're in your living room. Tell us about what happened next. You're seeing Casey.
Well, after being home just a few moments, I heard the garage door come up, and next thing I know, here's Casey coming in the house.
Now, was your car in the garage?
Yes.
All right. So you hear the door come up, and obviously your car is in there. So are you concerned at all about who's coming in the middle of the afternoon?
I was concerned because I knew it couldn't have been my wife because she'd still been working because I just saw her previously. And
okay. So when you first see Casey, let me just clear this
Saw her
diagram
recently.
here. When you first saw Casey, where was she? Just put a little circle on the diagram.
I first saw Casey just right near the front door area.
And she was coming in from the garage through this. What is that room between the garage and the living room?
Wherever the AC unit is at, from my point right there, we have a little hallway that comes in from the garage.
And is that where she came through?
Yes.
Okay. Were you surprised to see her?
Yes, happy. I mean, I was glad to see my daughter. I haven't seen her for some time, and just
What was her reaction to seeing you?
somewhat of surprise on her part.
Now, pardon me. Tell me about, did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did. I asked her how she was doing, what she's doing there. I asked, where's Kaylee? And she said, Dad, I only got 10 minutes. I got to get my clothes. I got to take off and go to work. I said, oh, okay. I mean, then I did ask some a little bit more about her and, schedule. I asked some a little more about Kaylee, where's she at? How I haven't talked to her. We haven't seen her. Has Mom been talking to you? And she was a little evasive with me, but again, she said she had 10 minutes. I said, okay.
Did you just assume she was rushing somewhere?
She was rushing to get some clothes to go to work. And I said, okay.
Now, upon seeing Casey and upon what you told us about early in the morning, did you become to suspect that she might know something about these missing gas cans?
I have felt on different occasions that the gas cans or gas has been used without my knowledge from different times. And I was always just wondering, it just doesn't evaporate that quickly, especially when it's a concealed area that I have it in and locked and things like that.
I don't know.
I did
Alligators were
ask Casey about it.
Okay.
And she said, Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. I said, well, it's really wild. As I said, I go to mow the grass this morning and I said, I don't have any gas for the lawnmower and for the edger and stuff. She says, oh, Dad, she says, I don't know what to tell you. I said, okay. And I sort of just let it go for a moment. But then again, I've seen some indication on her car where there were like spill marks and stuff like that whenever.
You're talking about in the past?
In the past, yes. And I've seen spill marks on the particular sunflower she has.
I don't want to go too deep into why you were suspicious. The question, I guess the point was that you thought maybe she had taken the gas.
Yes.
All right. So what did you do in an effort to investigate that?
Well, I just wanted to, I guess, maybe conduct my own little, I'm going to say the word investigation. I just wanted to question her a little bit more about
investigation.
Something. So I decided, well, I was planning on that weekend changing the oil in my wife's car, rotating the tires. I do that stuff at our home. And inside of Casey's car and my wife's vehicle, I have these little metal triangular triangular things that you support with your tires with when you jack your car, but the car doesn't move. Well, Casey had one, and I put it back there, so I knew it should be there.
Like something to keep the car from sliding back while you're working on it. Okay.
So I inquired about going out and get her. I said, Casey, I need to get something out of your car.
Casey Anthony.
Her conversation to me was, what do you want to get out of the car? I said, that little metal type block, that little triangular block. I said, I need that again, like I said, to work on our mother's car for the weekend. Dad, I'll get it for you. I said, no, Casey, I know where it's at. I got an extra key. I'll just go out and get it.
So you had a key to her car.
Right. We've always kept at least 2 or 3 extra keys for each one of our vehicles in case we get locked out.
So you could have gone out and opened the trunk while she was getting ready or whatever. Okay.
So after just maybe a little bit of back and forth, talk here and there. I mean, it was very cordial, very nice. As I'm starting to walk down our little hallway to go out through the garage because the garage door is open, Casey just brushes past me very quickly, says, Dad, I'll get it. I'll get it out of the car. Says, Casey, I'm capable of going out and get it. So as she almost nearly runs to the back of her car, and I'm walking, just thinking, okay, here we go. A little funny time here between her and I. As I get towards the end of the car, right at the passenger rear, just where the taillight and stuff is at, Casey opens up the trunk, throws the trunk open, reaches in and grabs the gas cans. She said, here, I hate to say this, here's your fucking gas cans, and places them down on the ground and slams her trunk. I didn't know what to say at first. And I said, why? She says, I needed them. I've had Dad, I needed them. I've been having problems with the car, so on and so forth. I said, this makes no sense to me. She says, well, I've been taking a trip. She said, I've been needing for, I run low on fuel. I don't have money or this. And I said, whatever the reason is, I said, I don't want to get upset any more than I already am. I said, you don't need to get upset. You're probably going to work. I said, we'll talk later. So I picked up the gas cans and I went in to where my garage door was and I just set them on our little freezer that we had and just told Kay, I said, listen, we'll talk later. Cause I was just, I don't know, I guess the word mortified, I guess could be. It's like, I know in the past they had been missing or used. And now finally when I caught her with them.
Well, let me start because I don't want to go too far into the past. Suffice it to say, you were a little annoyed.
Yes.
About this. Okay. As you,
Everyone's annoying.
her car, was it in your garage or was it on the driveway?
It's in a driveway parked about right in the middle of the drive itself.
Now, when she opened the trunk, did you look in the trunk?
Never had a chance to.
Okay. Now, when you were standing there at the trunk, did you smell anything unusual?
The only smell that I had was the smell of gas from his gas can. That's the only thing I had at the time.
Pure rage.
All right. All right. So you got your gas cans back. What did Casey do then?
She abruptly got into her car, backed out of the driveway, and I didn't see her again.
Now, during any of these conversations with Casey, did you mention to her that you had called the police?
I had told her about that. I had made a report. And she said, well, yeah, she says, I talked to mom. Mom knows about it. Just, okay, mom knows about it. I just,
Had you told your wife during the interim hours about the gas cans and the police report and all that?
right after I made the report with the sheriff's department, I called Cindy briefly and I just it sort of made her chuckle for a second and made me sort of chuckle. I said, guess what? I said, someone broke into our shed and took our gas cans.
Okay. You said somebody broke in, you told her about the break-in.
Yes, I told Cindy about that. Yes.
So
All right.
you were filing
Now,
a false police report because you knew it was Casey?
Okay. Could I have State's Exhibit 8J, please?
I mean, right?
Now, sir, would you look at State's Exhibit AJ? Make it rid of the annotation here. Is that one of the gas cans that we've been talking about here?
Yes.
And it's an older metal gas can?
Yes.
How long have you had it?
Wow. 25 years at least that I've had it for quite some time.
Now, in this photograph, it has a piece of duct tape over over a portion of it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
was it your habit to place a piece of duct tape on this can for some reason?
The only reason that piece of duct tape was on there is because the plastic cap, it's a vent cap that is generally on any type of a gas can or something like that to vent when you're pouring it out, was gone. When Casey brought those back to me, brought this one and the other smaller one back to me, it was gone.
That's
So I did place that
heavy.
particular one back on there because I didn't want a gas smell out in the shed or inside the house.
All right. May I have State's AK? And you see the State's Exhibit AK, which is being shown to you. It's a photograph taken at a later time, obviously, but is that the other gas can we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
All right. Could I have a State's Exhibit? Yeah, State's Exhibit D, please. Looking at State's Exhibit D, do you recognize this as a photograph? Do you recognize what this is a photograph of?
That is our Pontiac Sunfire.
Now, when you say ours, clarify its legal ownership for us for a moment.
The Pontiac Sunfire is in my name and my wife's name. We have title to the vehicle.
And at the particular time that we're speaking of, which is June 24th, whose car was this as far as use and possession?
It was Casey's car.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Judge, we would request the morning recess at this time. That's possible.
Okay. We will take a 15-minute recess at this time to 10 minutes past the hour.
Nathan, relax, please. I'm trying not to talk over the proceedings. It's not, they're not doing a new trial.
You testified under direct examination that you knew Casey would take gas from the
I
gas
was
cans.
typing.
I had suspected that in the past, yes.
Hey,
And you had actually caught her and confronted her about it previously.
We had a discussion about it, yes.
And in fact, you told her, if you need gas, here, I'll give you $10 for it. Don't take gas from my gas cans.
Yes.
And it would upset you that Casey would take gas from the gas cans prior to this ever happening.
Yes.
Now, on June 24th, you haven't seen your granddaughter for 9 days.
Yes.
And you lived with her all your life, all her life, rather.
Yes.
Never went 24 hours without seeing her.
That, yes.
And on June 24th,
Okay, let's go off the record for a second and see what's going on.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Anthony, you stated the last time you saw your granddaughter was on June 16th, correct?
Correct.
And on June 24th, you called the police.
Yes.
And you called the police to report gas cans missing,
Yes.
not your granddaughter missing.
Oh, shit.
Correct.
Is that a yes, sir?
My granddaughter was not missing at that time.
My question to you is, not your granddaughter missing. Is that correct?
Overruled.
My granddaughter was not missing at that time.
I didn't ask you that, sir. I asked you whether you didn't call the police to report your granddaughter was missing on June 24th. Did you, sir?
I didn't call about my granddaughter being missing on the 24th of June.
So
I
the
called
answer
a reference to a gas cans being taken from my shed.
So the answer is yes.
Yes.
Now, when you had the police officer there and you were talking about these gas cans, did you tell this police officer, my granddaughter's missing?
No.
Did you tell him, my daughter has been basically not telling me the truth as to where she is?
Objection. Argumentative. Assumes facts that are not in evidence.
Overruled at this point, Mr. Ashton.
Did you tell that to the deputy when he arrived?
No.
Did you tell the deputy, even though I'm reporting these gas cans missing, my daughter has been taking gas in the past?
No.
Did you tell the police officer, I even confronted my daughter about taking gas in the past?
No.
Did you call your daughter and ask her, hey, did you take gas?
No.
You didn't do any of those things.
Did not.
Neutrophils.
Instead, you picked up the phone and called the police.
Yes.
Now, this alleged argument that you had with her, you stated that she basically came in, was in a hurry,
Yes.
and she told you she had to go to work.
Yes.
And you told her you needed to get something out of her trunk.
Yes.
And she didn't want you near her trunk.
Yes.
And she opened the trunk,
Yes.
and you didn't smell anything.
Yes. Didn't smell anything.
And you said, I hate to say this. Here's your fucking gas cans. You said that, right?
That's what she said to me.
But that's what you testified to.
Yes.
Now, when she gave you these gas cans, they did not have any duct tape on it, did they?
Had no duct tape whatsoever.
And before that, actually, you could see in her trunk, could you not?
I could not.
I agree. This is dumb.
I'd like to refer counsel to page 79.
Could I have the date of the statement?
July 30th.
Sorry. Remind you one more time. When you speak, speak into a microphone. Walking around and talking, the court reporter cannot hear you.
Damn.
So if you're not at the podium, you're not with a microphone on, do not speak. You may continue.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony, do you recall giving a statement to the FBI on July 30th of 2008?
I don't remember the exact date, but I talked to the FBI and
You talked
numerous
to
times.
an agent, Scott Boland. Do you remember speaking to Agent
I remember who Scott Boland is, yes.
And do you recall that they videotaped you?
I'm sure we were videotaped numerous times, yes.
And
Hi, Nicole.
page 44, line 21 and 22.
Find it.
Yes, sir.
May proceed.
When do you recall Agent Scott Bowling saying, okay, when she popped the trunk, were you back at the back of the car? And you answered, yeah, there was definitely, I could see clothes back there. Do you recall making that statement, sir?
I don't recall making that statement, but presumably, I guess I did if it's written down there in written word.
So your testimony under direct examination that you couldn't see what was in the trunk of the car was not true, sir.
Objection.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I don't recall exactly if I saw clothes in their car or not. I was at the passenger rear corner of the car when Casey pulled the gas cans out.
You know that the trunk of this car is an issue in this case, do you not, sir?
Absolutely, I know that.
And you know, by coming and testifying for the prosecution that you couldn't see in the trunk of the car would give the impression that you weren't close enough to smell it.
Objection.
Don't you, sir?
Argumentative.
Sustain as to that question.
If you testified, sir, under direct that, strike that. Mr. Anthony, you actually were close enough to smell the trunk of that car, were you not?
The only smell that I had was I smelled gas cans and they're placed on the ground.
Of rage.
And you did not
Over
smell any
gas.
smell of human decomposition on June 24th of 2008 in the trunk of your daughter's car.
Did not.
Now, you just testified that when Casey gave you the gas cans, it did not have duct tape on it, correct?
If you're which one are you talking about, sir? There's two of them.
When she said, here's your fucking gas cans, it did not have duct tape on it.
Which one are you referring to?
Neither. Neither one of the gas cans had duct tape on.
Again, you're not being specific with me. I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir. You're not being specific with me.
Where's the disconnect?
Can you see on your screen
Yes.
that gas can?
Yes, sir. And if you would describe that as being one was a cylinder shape,
Right.
I would agree with you. We wouldn't have had this.
Okay. Is that clear enough for you?
Yes, sir.
That did not have duct tape on it, did it not?
When my daughter gave it back to me that day on the 24th outside in our garage, our driveway area, it did not have a piece of duct tape on it.
I came up
And
with a
we're
new
clear about
idea.
Yes.
Crystal clear.
Objection. Argumentative asking.
Sustain.
Now, Mr. Anthony, this photograph was taken by law enforcement, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. Now, she gave this gas can back to you on the 24th.
No.
Yes.
Now, the reason you called the police is because you had to mow your lawn
Yes.
and there was no gas.
Yes.
And between the 24th of June and August 1st, you had to cut your grass.
Probably did.
In fact, you're pretty religious about it. You cut your grass every week.
Not every week, every other week, every 10 days. It just depends.
Referring to deposition, Mr. Anthony's deposition.
Oh, mama, you said it. You said you are religious.
So August
Cutting
5th,
your
2009, counsel.
grass. You in trouble.
Page 199, lines 14 through 17. Mr. Anthony, do you recall making this?
You want to
Yes.
a moment to look at it?
Sure.
Just a second.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Hello for those new
Page
here.
199.
What page?
Page 199,
I am busy creating a masterpiece
Line what?
lines 12 through 17.
inspired by this testimony. This is what I do to feel my feelings.
Mr. Anthony,
What's the objection?
It does not qualify as an inconsistent statement.
12 through 17?
yes, sir.
Okay, let's approach the bench. You may proceed.
Mr. Anthony, you try to mow your lawn every week or at least every 10 days, do you not?
Yes.
And in fact, during that time period from June 24th to August 1st, you did mow your lawn.
I'll have to maybe agree or not agree with that. I'm not really sure. I don't write that stuff down on the calendar.
How many days is from now on June 24th, your lawn needed mowing, did it not?
Yes.
And that's why you were out looking for the gas cans. That's something funny, sir.
Your question is sort of funny to me. I mean, to have my mower run has to run on gas. So I'm just sort of just chuckling a moment about that. But yes, I'll agree. Yes, I mowed the grass. I wanted to mow the grass that day. I didn't have fuel for the.
Is there
lawnmower
something funny about testifying in murder trial?
So you mowed your lawn. Obviously, the grass was high on June 24th, enough to need mowing.
This is dumb.
Yes.
And between June 24th and August 1st, that's 6-7 weeks, right?
No, sir. It's only a few days.
You forget the month of July?
No, sir. You get from month to July. You said weeks, sir. And first you brought it up to August 1st. It's a month, maybe 5 weeks. I'm sure I cut the yard sometime in July, end of June.
Pregnant pauses. Okay.
Ask the witness to stand up, Your Honor.
You
Witness
can
may stand
see
down.
the beginning
Okay,
of the masterpiece.
make sure there's a break between the question and the answer. Make sure that the answer, the court reporter can hear it. Please face the court reporter when talking.
Your Honor, could I ask the device to stand aside so that I can see?
So you can see.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can you please put down the date that you last saw Katie? Can you please mark the day you needed to cut your grass? And then can you please put police report on the 24th, the same day?
I will
Can you
be
please mark
live.
the date you informed law enforcement of this gas can incident with your daughter?
Your Honor, counsel has placed the July or the June, so we can't mark the June date because the July is up.
No, it's already been marked. But when you-
I apologize, maybe I'm missing the question. So the question was the date informed law enforcement, which was, he just testified to June.
After your
Usually,
daughter, can you put down the date your daughter,
Okay, I'm
I'm
just
sorry,
writing
your
it down.
granddaughter was reported missing?
I can't
Can you
talk.
put down the date you told law enforcement about this argument you had with Casey over the truck and gas cans?
I don't know when I got given that information.
Did they confiscate the gas cans immediately after you told them?
You have to come up with the date, sir. I have no idea.
Bye. Thanks for stopping by.
On August 1st, 2008, did law enforcement collect gas cans from your home?
If I might look at that photo, I can probably give you a better idea.
Yes, sir. If that refreshes your recollection, go ahead.
Make sure to hit the
That
like
cylinder gas
button.
can on August 1st.
And on August, did you go with law enforcement to your home to collect the gas cans?
A second time I did on another particular date.
When you told law enforcement of this argument, when was that?
I have no idea. I have no idea when we first discussed that. I don't have it. I'm not a human calendar. I don't have anything in front of me to show me. You might have that information or the state might. I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir, but you're throwing stuff all over the place.
On August 1st, July 30th, did you tell the FBI when you met with them about this incident with your daughter?
That's a possibility. I don't have the records in front of me. I don't have any indication of what I said at those times.
Take that for you. If you have a seat, I'll get you that. It is. I'm not judge.
Okay.
Hi, Sue. Well, then you are in the right place. Feel free to share this with anyone, social media. That would be lovely. Trying to figure out which makeup I need. All of it.
You may.
Showing you, Mr. Anthony, your statement given to the FBI on July 31st. Can you turn to page 43? Sorry. I would direct you to lines 21 through 25.
Look how it is.
Having read that, does that refresh your recollection?
Objection, Your Honor, as to what?
As to you telling law enforcement about this incident?
You're
I
on
don't believe there's
time.
any data failure of
today.
recollection. I'm sorry, statement objection. I have an objection. I would need to explain to the bench.
Let me try and
Rephrase the question.
to move this along. Mr. Anthony, do you recall telling anyone about this gas can incident before July 31st, 2008?
Yes, because I made a report on the 24th of June.
Rephrase that. Since Kaylee was reported missing, did you make any statements to law enforcement prior to July 31st, 2008?
You're trying to confuse me here. Yes, you are, sir.
No, sir, I'm not.
We're talking about a gas can, you're talking about my granddaughter. So be specific with one or the other, sir, and then I'll be more than glad to get through this with you.
I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Microphone if you're going to ask them questions.
From July 15th, 2008, that was the day you reported your granddaughter missing, right? She was reported missing on that day.
Yes.
And this statement
Rude.
was on July 31st, 2008. Do you recall making any statements about the argument with Casey prior to that?
No.
If you're talking about what's in the next word about the gas cans,
That's what I'm referring to. Yes, sir. This alleged argument that you just was testifying about for almost an hour. Did you tell anybody about that before July 31st?
I'm not sure when this was exactly done, sir. I'm not sure when this deposition was taken through. You have to be specific with me. So give me a date, and I'll answer.
I'm giving you a date, but my
No, sir, you are
Listen.
badgering me. You're trying to get me upset, sir.
Listen to
Mr.
my,
No, wait. Mr. Anthony, did you finish answering the question, sir?
Yes, Judge, I did.
Okay, question.
did you give law enforcement or tell anyone in law enforcement about this alleged argument before July 31st, 2008? Do you recall?
If I may answer your question as politely as I possibly can, according to what I can see here, I did give information about the gas can, about having an argument with my daughter on the 31st of July. It's right here in printed words, sir. It's right here.
Can you come please and write down the day you explained the argument?
Remain seated, sir. Now, do you have something to ask, Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir. May the witness stand up.
Witness may stand up.
The judge had to put him in his place.
Can you please mark on July 31st? Argument. Or date of recording argument, please. Can you please put a 1 next to the 31st so we know that that's August 1st, right? Little box.
Someone remind me to blow out the candles before the stream ends tonight, please. Well, Sue, hello. Thank you for being here. Sometimes I have to remind Peggy in comments that she wrote on different lives that I've done to show up.
From June 24th to August 1st, when the gas cans were collected, did you mow your lawn?
Yes, I purchased some other gas cans along the way.
Did you use those gas cans? What gas cans?
No, I did not.
Are you certain?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give myself probably a 9.9.
9.9.
And since you didn't use them, you probably didn't put any duct tape on that gas can since you mowed your lawn from the 24th to August 1st, right?
I just answered your question. I purchased other gas cans. I don't believe I used them after that.
He's a bit sassy. I wonder where his daughter got it from.
So you wouldn't have probably put a piece of duct tape on that gas can.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Ask the question, sir.
If I can reiterate here, this piece of tape is
We want to hear about psychic dogs and snake autopsies, sir. Can we please get to that? Thank you.
on this can right now. I'm probably the one to put that on there prior to it being taken, because the simple fact is, I'm going to get very technical here for you. Whenever you have gas inside of a can and it gets a very fumey type thing, it could explode. So I probably put that in there when I set it aside. I'm just speculating probably what I did. You're going in an area, sir, that my life and my wife's life.
Judge, I'm going to object to this narration and ask that it be stricken.
Overruled.
Mr. Anthony,
You want me to witness?
Finish answering the question, sir.
My life and my wife's life, when this started for us, we were running on fumes, going day by day, just trying to find my granddaughter. And some of these things that you're asking me to be specific on, I'm trying to do the best I can. Is there some
Fair.
things that I might not remember exactly? I think that happens to anyone. But when you get into this thing with you and I, sir, you're going off in a way to get me more upset, and I don't think that's fair. I'm just asking you, treat me with a little bit of respect and you get respect back. That's all I'm asking.
Mr. Anthony, would you like to answer my question now?
Objection to counsel's commentary.
Sustained.
Would you
Next question.
Do you remember my question, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
Can Your Honor, may I ask the court reporter read back the question to the witness?
Court reporter may read the question back.
Gotta love having a court reporter.
Question, so you wouldn't have probably put a piece of duct tape on that gas can?
And your answer to that question, sir?
To store that gas can in my shed, after receiving it back, I would put a small piece of duct tape on it to cover that vent hole so it wouldn't have a fumy smell inside of my shed.
And you just testified a moment ago that you put that piece of duct tape on that can, did you not?
I'm presumed that I'm the one to put that on there.
I have never cared less about gas cans in my life.
Deposition page 160, line 11 and 12.
Surprise. You're probably right, Bad Kitty,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Second, sure.
but it's important because this is prime mating season.
Do you
for
recall
the
giving a
crazy
deposition on
women.
this case, sir?
So we
I've
gotta
given numerous
highlight
depositions
it.
on this case.
On August 5th, 2009,
Can you give me a location where this was held?
at the state attorney's office.
Yes, I remember that.
I was present.
Yes,
Mr. Ashton was present.
yes,
Your attorney, Brad Conway, was present.
yes,
You took an oath
yes,
to tell the truth,
yes.
the whole
Ooh.
truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ooh.
I'm going to take an editorial commentary.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You took an oath to tell the truth, sir.
Yes.
And do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Ashton? Now, the gas can appears to have a piece of duct tape on it. Do you recognize that? And do you recall giving the following answer? I didn't put the duct tape on there.
Okay, we can clarify this right now. This gas
My
can,
question, sir, is, do you recall making that statement?
Interrupted.
Sustained. Let him answer the question. Mr. Anthony, you may answer the question, sir.
I'm trying to clarify, this gas can was taken from my residence on 2 occasions. The second occasion that you're referring to, that it was taken, when I had seen the photograph of it, there was a larger piece of duct tape on there. I did not put that on there. If that's what you're talking about, sir.
I'm referring to this piece of duct tape in the image standing that is right before you, sir.
But sir, this is not the one that I was shown on August 5th of 2009. This is not the photograph that I was shown.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
Ay, caramba. I mean, I feel like you probably could have cut the
Page 163, lines 8
sassiness
through 20.
with a butter
Sir, do you
knife
recall?
in that home.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, Bad Kitty.
Not an inconsistent statement.
Just a second.
Yes, yes. Hey
Mr.
guys,
Bias.
make sure to like and subscribe.
It's giving the date there, Your Honor. May we approach?
No.
Just a quiet moment.
Well, you can ask them a question about the date, but you don't need to read the deposition.
Do you recall?
Remember, this image that y'all keep referring to is not in evidence.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of hard to question somebody about something that's not in evidence at this time.
That's not-
Same, Peggy.
Proceed.
Well,
Mr. Anthony,
Daniel
were you not
knows.
advised that this photograph that's in front of you was identified with the date during your deposition?
Let me put what Daniel
Again, sir,
said.
this particular image of this particular photo was not shown to me in your presence and the state attorney's presence on the August 5th of 2009. This was not shown to me. There was another photograph of a gas can that could have been this one that was more filthy dirty because of because of powder from like fingerprints, stuff like that, and a larger piece of duct tape in on it. This is not the one that I was shown in August 5th, 2009. This is not it.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may proceed.
Let him cook.
Do you recall being asked a question by Mr. Ashton? This photograph was taken on August 1st.
Same objection.
May I finish the question?
Approach, folks.
Has everyone taken their Zoloft today?
You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Anthony will return to this photograph at a later time.
Objection to counsel's editorial commentary.
Overrule. Let's proceed, gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Anthony, was it your testimony? Well, let me ask you this. When you gave the gas cans to the police on August 1st, did the gas cans have duct tape on?
Again, you're asking for cans. Be specific and say a can or give me a description. So I'll help you any way I can.
The cylinder gas can that you've had for 20 years, that is almost a part of you. When you gave them that gas can, did it have duct tape on it?
Well, this photograph shows it for August 1st of 2008. Yes, it shows that it's on there.
Ay,
So is that your
caramba.
testimony today, sir?
Yes.
I refer counsel to page 210. Lines 1 through 11. Now, Mr. Anthony, the can that you are looking at right now, that's the one that's 20 years old and is sort of a part of you.
Did y'all hear anything that I said at sidebar?
Yes, sir. I'll rephrase the question.
Okay. Let's take the jury out.
Oh, they're gonna get a spanking.
Maybe seated.
Please don't go over this. I want to see it.
The cane, which you keep referring to as West Exhibit Number, Madam Clerk, for identification. Do not interrupt me, sir.
It is AJ.
AJ?
AJ.
Okay. State's Exhibit AJ is not in evidence, as I said at the sidebar conference. Until it's in evidence, you can't question somebody about a photograph that is not in evidence. The only questions that you could talk about are foundational questions. I don't know how many times I have to
Okay,
tell.
why isn't it in evidence?
No, all I'm saying is move on to another area. It is not in evidence. When it goes in evidence, then you're free to question him, but
free
the
to
item has
say
not
that
been
stuff.
introduced. How are you going to question somebody about something that's not in evidence? You're questioning about a photograph that's not in evidence.
I would like to proffer to the court at sidebar or outside of the witness's presence how I intend on referring to this. And
Sir,
how I intend to proceed.
I am not coming to sidebar on this item now.
Sir, we are not playing this
The
game.
one thing we can do is
I will take this car.
let you proffer
park
Mr.
it,
Lozario's testimony since I've taken the
whoop
jury
your
out
butt.
at this time. As to that, Mr. Anthony, you can step down for the moment, sir. Return, Mr. Lozario.
Okay, so
No,
I
no.
believe that Mr. Lazzaro is currently here. He knows to come back. He
who told him to leave? I asked that he remain outside.
Oh, someone is
Your
in
Honor, it was-
trouble.
It was requested of me if they could get an early lunch. I anticipated not meeting him before the lunch hour actually started, and I
Okay,
apologize.
let me make myself abundantly clear, folks. I asked him to remain outside. The defense had requested to proffer his testimony. So don't do it again. Yeah, Mr. George is just informing me that he left. Mr. State intends to introduce this photograph. You didn't at the time.
Eventually, yes, sir. When it's properly authenticated, we have a full explanation of how it came to be. My understanding as by way of proffer is that Mr. Anthony wasn't present when this photograph was taken. So
Mr. Bias, you can question about cans all day long, but you cannot question him about that particular photograph, which is not in evidence. Okay, if anybody needs to take a break, you got 5 minutes to take a break. After that, we're going to charge on through until noon. We'll be in a 5-minute recess. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Bias.
Yes, sir.
That was
Mr.
5
Anthony.
minutes.
I want to ask you a question. I want to be clear about it. So
Spell it.
it's going to be a little bit of a long question. So this jury can be absolutely certain. The round cylinder gas can that you have had for over 20 years, when you gave it to law enforcement on August 1st, did it have a piece of duct tape on it?
Yes,
And you're 100% certain of that?
yes.
Okay. Now on,
Whoops.
do you recall after your granddaughter was reported missing on the 15th? And your daughter was arrested on the 16th, correct?
Correct.
And on the 17th, a detective came back by the name of Appy Wells came to your home. Do you recall that?
checking and see it's still correct.
Relates to the gas can search.
I'm sorry.
Sustained, that wasn't a question about a gas can,
I'm getting there.
but it wasn't a question about a gas can. Sustained.
On July 17th, 2008, did Detective Appy Wells search your shed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Detective Appy Wells coming to your home the day after your daughter was arrested?
No, I do not.
Do you remember Detective Wells, you giving Detective Wells a tour of your backyard?
At some time, I'm sure I did. If you're asking for a specific date, I don't remember. Again, this is when everything is happening. It's when people around us.
Do you remember if you opened the shed where these gas cans were held at any time for Detective Wells?
Not presumably him, but I know I opened the shed up within probably one of those first few days because we had the cadaver dogs at our house. We had law enforcement, media, everywhere.
That shed where these gas cans are stored, how many shovels are in there?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
The shed has been brought up, Your Honor, and discussed during direct examination.
Overruled.
Wow.
How many
double
shovels are in that shed?
3 or 4.
So you have 3 or 4 shovels in that specific shed.
Yes.
And with that's these gas cans are stored in.
Talk soon.
Yes.
You also have expensive lawn
Enjoy
equipment,
dinner.
Yes.
right? Mowers, weed eaters.
1 mower, 1. Yes, I'll agree.
When you showed the shed to the detective or whomever you showed it to, did you inform them of the argument that you had with your daughter on the 24th?
I probably did share that with him. I don't know. I don't remember.
Oops.
You don't recall, or you probably did. Can you give us a
I
clear
just
answer?
told you, sir. I don't remember if I did or not. There was just a lot of things that were talked about and shown.
The first night that your granddaughter was reported missing, you spoke with detectives, did you not?
Not on the 15th. I did not. No.
You didn't speak to Detective Melich that evening or the early morning hours of the 16th?
On the 16th, I did.
And you told him about the smell of the car that evening, did you not?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of direct.
Sustained.
Did you tell Detective Melich about the gas cans and the argument you had where your daughter wouldn't let you near the trunk of the car when you spoke with Detective Melich that evening?
Objection. Proper impeachment. I'd like to strike more bench.
Overruled.
It does.
I don't
sound
remember saying that to him. No.
What about the 16th? Did you talk to detectives? I'm sorry, the 17th. Did you talk to detectives on that day?
I've talked to Orange County Sheriff's detectives numerous times that first week or two.
And in all of those dates, who did you tell about this argument before the 31st?
Proper impeachment. I would like to strike the bench.
Sustained.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement prior to July 31st about the gas can fight with your daughter?
Objection. Improper impeachment.
I impeach.
I would like to.
Overruled. You can ask the question.
Oops.
I probably did in some course of one of those days. Possibly I did. I don't know. I don't remember a very bit of conversation I had with law enforcement, FBI. I don't remember all those things.
So you can't recall.
I answered at least 3 times. He does not remember. He can't recall. Move to another area.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Anthony, you've had the opportunity to sit in the courtroom throughout all the testimony, have you not?
Yes.
In fact, you asked your lawyer to.
Mr. Byers, do not go there. Next question.
Wow, you guys are
You were
all a bunch
specifically
of
excluded from the rule of
shots.
sequestration.
Byers, approach the sidebar. You may proceed.
Judge, I have no further questions of this witness at this time.
Okay, witness may stand there. You have any redirect? Okay, you may proceed.
Just so you guys know, in the video description on YouTube, I have my Discord information in there. If you want to join the Discord, maybe gave me the idea the other day to share my mayo chicken recipes. So if you are interested in sharing your recipes, please do. I think that would be a great thing for us to do. All right, thanks.
Mr. Anthony, the gas can that Mr. Byers spent a good deal of time talking to you about, which you gave to law enforcement on August 1st, did they give that back to you the very next day?
It could have been the next day or the day after. I'm not really sure, but it came back fairly quickly.
At the time in July and August of 2008, did you have any idea that that gas can had anything to do with the death of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
In December of 2008, did its importance become clear?
Objection, Judge, this goes beyond the scope of cross-examination. We didn't discuss anything, sir.
Overruled.
I would tread lightly,
Could you
sir.
ask
Sure.
that again, please?
In December,
Just saying.
December 11th and thereafter, did the significance of that gas can become clear?
Yes.
Did you keep possession of that gas can from when they gave it back to you in August until they took it? I'm sorry, let me ask this question. Did they take it from you a second time in December?
Yes.
And did you keep that gas can in your shed along with all your other garden tools from August to December?
Yes.
On August 31st, when you mentioned to the FBI about this incident with the gas can, was that in the context of a several-hour interview about?
Overruled at this point. Let him finish answering the question. Mr. Anthony, do not answer the question until I instruct you to answer. You may continue.
Was the subject matter that the FBI talked to you about a very broad range of subject matters?
Is
That
there
was
an objection
weird.
to the question that's formed? Now,
Yes, Judge.
what is the objection?
Leading.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
Whatever. Wait. Oh,
Yes.
Did they ask you about everything that happened between June 16th and July 15th.
Yes.
And it's in the context of that that you mentioned the incident of the 24th.
Yes.
June 24th, on June 24th of 2008, did you believe that your granddaughter was alive and well and being cared for by your daughter?
Yes.
Did you have any reason on June 24th to suspect that your granddaughter was either dead or missing?
No.
When did you first learn that what you thought on June 24th was wrong? That in fact, she wasn't in the care of your daughter?
On June 24th, I didn't see Kaylee with Casey.
But when did you first learn that there was a possibility that on June 24th, your granddaughter was at the very least not in the care and custody of your daughter?
Through a conversation I had with my daughter that someone else was watching Kaylee.
That was then.
Yes, sir.
But you still thought that your daughter was aware of where she was?
Yes.
Did you learn on July 15th that what you had thought on June 22nd, 24th was in fact not the case?
That was not the case because Kaylee wasn't with us. Kaylee wasn't home.
I may have to smoke.
Okay, recross us to those issues and those issues alone.
You knew on June 24th that these gas cans would become an issue in this case, didn't you, sir?
Sustained.
Not on June 24th.
Objection was sustained.
Why though?
Rephrase your question.
You know that these gas cans are a significant issue in this case, do you not, sir?
I do now.
And it was you who reported these gas cans missing on June 24th, knowing that your daughter had taken gas many times before,
Yes.
and knowing that you never even called your daughter to see if she had the gas cans.
Exceeds the scope of redirect and ask and answer.
Sustained is asked and answered.
But yet you sit here today, sir, and claim that when you reported these gas cans missing on June 24th, you had absolutely no idea that you would be reporting to the police about a piece of significant evidence in this case.
Argumentative ask and answer.
Overruling and answered for the last time.
On the 24th of June, 2008, I did not know that a few weeks later that my granddaughter would be reported missing. If that's answering your question, sir, that's the best I got at the moment.
Despite that you haven't seen your granddaughter in 9 days and she lived with you every day, right, sir?
Argumentative ask.
Sustained.
Withdraw.
Okay. Ms. May, stand down. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Yes. State may call their next witness.
Okay, so I want to go back to Anthony. Huge shout out to Vile Hammer
and
Media.
LAZZARO.
All right. Mr. Lazaro, kind of take your time and speak directly into that mic. And when you go back and forth, it causes a few problems, but just take your time, speak distinctly. Mr. George, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
You are Anthony Lazaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go by Tony?
Anthony, Tony, don't matter to me.
Mr. Lazaro, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you currently living in the state of Florida?
No,
Where do you live?
I live on Long Island.
In New York?
Yes,
All right. How long have you lived there?
all my life.
Was there a time that you lived here in Orlando?
Yes, when I went to Full Sail University
And when did you attend Full Sail University?
from 2007, August of 2007 to August of 2009.
We've heard a little bit about Full Sail. Did you graduate from Full Sail?
Yes, sir.
And what did you get your degree in?
Music business, bachelor's in music business.
Is that a BA?
That's a BSc.
Yes. Are you currently working?
Yes, sir. What do you do? I work at Best Buy, and I'm interning at a record label.
When you were attending Full Sail here in Orlando, where were you living?
I lived at 2 different places.
So let's
First,
talk about where you were living in May, June, and July of 2008.
sure, Sutton Place.
Do you recall the address there?
Not the exact numbers, but it was off of University Boulevard.
It was off of what?
University Boulevard.
Do you recall when you moved into Sutton Place?
I believe it would be either the end of August 2007 or the beginning of September 2007.
When you moved into Sutton Place, with whom did you live?
What? Excuse me?
Who did you live with?
Cameron Cabana.
And was it just the two of you there for a while?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time while you were living at the Sutton Place apartments that you had other people living with you?
Yes. 2 of my friends have lived off the off my couch, slept off my couch.
Who's that?
One was Clint or Roy House and Nathan Lesmich.
When they stayed with you, did they pay any rent or utilities?
No, it was just a friendly gesture because one, I believe, I can't recall why Clint stayed over. I think it was just some dispute with his other apartment. And I was just being a good friend, allowing him to stay on the couch, didn't know where to go. And Nate, we were planning on moving into a new apartment together. So it was basically like, I was waiting for my lease to end.
And were you actively looking for places to live during this time period?
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Full Sail. Does Full Sail run their classes, I guess, like any other college where the semester starts in September and go to?
No, they.
How does it work?
It's not like a semester at all. Literally, your semester is almost every month. You start new classes every month, and your schedule can either be consistent for a whole week or a completely different change. And the school is open 24/7.
That's why so many people fail out.
Usually, you're in class or lab at 4 hours of increments.
So back in May, June, and going into July of 2008, what was your schedule at Full Sail?
I believe that it was not consistent. I would say that I would have a morning class from 9 to 1, and then maybe sometimes an evening lab or an evening class.
Okay, what would happen at an evening lab?
What would happen in an evening lab?
Yeah,
Make
what do
a beat.
We would do anything that would be pertaining to that month. I can't recall what that month was, but I could be in a music studio working on learning music equipment, recording equipment, or just learning the technology
Nailed
for
it.
being a musical engineer.
As part of your tuition, did you receive a computer?
Yes, I did.
What type of computer did you receive?
MacBook Pro.
Why do we keep hearing this?
As part of your education at Full Sail, did you take it upon yourself, or were you required to put on either shows or do some sort of events?
They wanted you to get involved with the other kids because potentially these would be other people that you could be doing work with in the music industry. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, oh, you have to do this, but it was a good thing to do, and it was an experience. So
During the months of May, June, and July of 2008, did you take it upon yourself to try to set up either a small business or something along those lines?
yes.
What did you do?
What did I do? I've had experience doing DJing, and me and Clint, I should say Roy House, decided we wanted to maybe start our own company, have a DJ company, do a little promotion for nightlife.
Did that have a name?
I can't remember that name.
What's
I think we came
the
to
name
a bunch
from
of different
Step
names for the
Brothers?
company. But eventually what we did was DVC.
Something
Entertainment,
worldwide.
what became of that.
Did DBC stand for anything?
It was, if you want to get more into that, the people that we brought on as promoters that supposedly they were from Deerfield Beach County. And that's basically what I believe, from what I can remember, that was what it's for.
Now, when did you start actively working in this capacity as a DJ with Roy? With DBC?
Well, with DBC or before, because we were actually,
All right, I'm sorry. Let's start with before.
we actually did start before. We went to Fusion, and
I'm laughing because I can hear it without even hearing it. Get the hell out of my court! Yeah, but I would be wearing a suit. Like, that, you gotta be presentable.
we were there for something else. I don't remember. But we met with the owner, and we approached him and said, "Hey,
Worldwide.
we're DJs. We have experience. We have some contacts with other promotion companies. Maybe if you're interested, we could come in and maybe do a party on a Friday night." And he was all for it. So that's basically how that started.
When did that start? Where you were putting on those shows at Fusion?
I want to say that started. I think we were in talks in the end of May and started in June.
All right. And at the same time, you were taking classes.
Yes, sir.
During this time period,
I
did
love
you
that
own a car?
movie.
Yes, sir.
What type of car did you own?
I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee,
What
Oh.
year?
97.
All right. Again, directing your attention to May of 2008, did there come a time when you first became in contact with a person by the name of Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury how that started? How you
Okay.
met her?
Yeah, I met her on Facebook, simple friend request, and we became friends.
How did you find her on Facebook?
I found her through a Facebook at the time would show you how people in your area or people that go to school in your area, and would literally pop up, and I was like, oh, well, she seems like she's cool, friend request.
She seems hot.
Did she immediately respond to you, or did it take some time?
I don't recall.
So talk about, if you would, your first contacts with her. Was it all through email?
Probably through Facebook, solely, if I can remember. I don't think anything more than that.
Peggy.
And did that continue for a period of time?
I would say so.
How long?
I can't recall.
A month? 2 weeks? Anything help you out there?
Probably nothing that long.
Did there come a time when you decided to meet?
Yeah, okay. So first time we ever met in person was at my friend's birthday. His name is Dan Howard. This is right around the same time that I was starting up the DJ company.
Was this in May?
This is the end of May.
End of May.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And we were throwing a party for him at one of our friends' houses. And I was inviting a ton of people on and made a, what you would call a Facebook event. If you guys are familiar with Facebook.
Oh,
and literally just would
big.
send invites to everyone. And that's basically the whole point of that, to get a bunch of people to go. And I got that's when she got back to me to go to the party.
So you were expecting her to be at that party?
No, not until I got a response.
Okay, well, I'm saying once she responded, you were expecting her to be at the party.
Yes.
All right. While you were talking and discussing,
No wonder
did you
the
learn
business
via
didn't work
Facebook?
out.
Did you learn that she had a child?
I believe so.
Did you know the child's name at that time?
I can't recall.
Do you recall how old she was?
I just knew she was a toddler.
So you finally met Casey Anthony,
Yes, sir.
and this is at
Dum,
Daniel Howard's
dum,
party.
dum.
Yes, sir.
All right. What was your first impressions of her?
Pretty girl. I mean, I was kind of going back and forth, and I think she showed up with two of her friends, and we hit it off.
Do you recall anything? Did you recall anything that you spoke about in that first meeting?
On that first night, I don't recall what we talked about. Probably just, hey, how you doing?
This is her
Nice to meet you.
ex-boyfriend.
It's fair to say that night went well.
Yes,
Did you make plans to see her again?
I believe so. Not that night, but again, yes, we did make plans shortly after.
So shortly after meeting Ms. Anthony, did you start to see her on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
How would you see her?
Um,
Well, put it this way. Did you go to her house and pick her up to take her out on a date?
no, she would come over and show up to
I
my
don't-
apartment.
Oh,
Now, when this first started, how often would she come over to your house?
A couple times,
A couple of times a week? A couple of times? What does that mean?
more or less a couple times a week.
The first time she came over to your apartment, did she bring her daughter?
Yes.
was she like a crazy Jody?
Did
Did she come in through a
did the two
dog
of you
door?
stay at the apartment or did you go out?
This is the time that she went to the pool. She brought her daughter over and
Yeah.
we went down by the pool.
Overall,
Okay, we went down to the pool.
And this is at your apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
I would say June 2nd.
Do you know what the Arden Villas is? Arden Villas?
Maybe he's
that's
in
not
charge. I have
ringing
to
a bell
run
too
to the
much.
restroom. BRB.
Did you, after meeting her at Daniel Howard's party, do you recall inviting her to any other party?
I remember inviting her to a pool party shortly after that.
All right. Did she attend that?
Right.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes, sir.
Did she bring anyone with her to that party?
No, sir.
During this time period, the end of May, beginning of June, did there come a time when Ms. Anthony stayed over at your apartment?
No.
During this time period of the end of May, beginning of June, were you aware of what type of car Ms. Anthony drove?
Yes.
What was she driving?
A white Pontiac.
Directing your attention to June 4th of 2008, did you attend a birthday party for a person by the name of Troy Brown?
Yes.
Who went to that party?
Me, Clint, and Maria.
That'd be Maria Kish.
Maria, sorry, yes.
When you went to that party for Troy Brown, do you remember where that party was held?
Club Voyage.
Where's Club Voyage?
It's downtown, I believe, on Church Street.
When you went to Troy Brown's party on the 4th of June, 2008, who drove?
Casey did.
What car did you take?
Her car.
Was it during this time period that you first met Kaylee?
Yes.
Where do you recall? First meeting Kaylee was at your apartment.
Right.
I think you told us a little bit about going to a pool.
Yes.
What else did you do? Did you see her in any other
A
context?
bikini.
Yes, sir. I believe another time she came over, and then also when we went to the mall.
What mall did you go to? Do
Went to the Mall Millennium.
you remember the date?
It was a Friday afternoon. I want to say 13th. I can't hold me to that. I'm pretty sure it was the 13th because it was definitely before something because I was promoting for something I had going on for
All right,
that.
well, let's get you in order. When you went to the Millennium Mall, what was the purpose of going to the mall?
I wanted to promote for what was going on that night.
All right, and so you would have promoted the
Handing out
event
flyers.
before the event, correct?
Yes.
You would have promoted the event before actually having the event.
Yes, sir.
So when you went to the Millennium Mall, I believe you just testified that was for the purposes of promoting the event. How did you do that?
Handing out flyers.
Just walking around the mall, handing them out?
Yes.
And when you did that, was the defendant with you?
No.
Did she go to the mall with you?
Yes. We split up. She and Kaylee walked around
And you handed out the flyers?
while I went around handing out flyers.
After handing out your flyers, did you meet up again with the defendant and her daughter?
Yes.
What'd you do?
We went to Cheesecake Factory and had a late lunch.
Oh.
Did you recall how you got to the mall?
I believe it was in her car.
After having a late lunch at the Cheesecake Factory, did you return back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant stay with you that night?
No, sir.
Did she and Kaylee leave?
Yes, sir.
Did Kaylee ever spend the night at your apartment?
No, sir.
After the defendant dropped you off at your apartment, was that the last time you saw Kaylee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned before a hip hop showcase.
Mhm.
Okay. What day of the week are those usually held?
Well, it would be Friday, every Friday, because those were the nights that I was able to do.
Are you
Fusion.
testify? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Those were the nights that we had Fusion. It was Friday nights, Friday evenings.
So you were promoting this showcase
Yes,
for
sir.
the following Friday or the next Friday?
Right.
All right. And did you go to Fusion on June 13th of 2008?
If that's what falls on a Friday, then yes.
And that was for your showcase?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant attend that showcase?
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit about how once you get to the venue, once you get to Fusion, we heard some testimony about some shot girls.
Yes,
Who
sir.
hires the shot girls?
Who hired the shot girls?
Yeah.
It was between a choice between myself, Clint, and the other two promoters that were working at the time.
And who would instruct the shot girls as to what their role was and what they should be
Maybe
doing?
I'll answer.
It was basically almost everyone told them what to do. Ultimately, it came down to the owner really just giving them, because they would have obviously a bottle, if you're familiar with how shot girls work. So they would have to buy whatever the alcohol is, and then they'd have to hand it out themselves. It would be their own, what's a better word? Responsible for what they had in their hands. I do recall a time when I said that to help, I guess Casey wanted to help out, and I allowed her to, not allow her, but she just wanted to help. So I was like, oh, well, you could tell the shot girls, help keep them in line or whatnot. What have you.
Did she ever express to you that they had any ideas on what the girls should be wearing?
I don't
Very.
recall.
All right. Now, in the very beginning of this relationship with Ms. Anthony, were you told by her whether or not she had a job?
Yes,
And what did she tell you?
that she had a daughter.
I'm sorry?
She had a daughter. I don't really remember the,
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe we're getting lost here in the echo. Did she tell you whether or not she had a job?
oh, she had a job. Yes, she had a job at Universal Studios.
Did she tell you what she did for Universal Studios?
Some with event planning, I believe.
Something with events?
Yes.
Did she ever, in the beginning part of this relationship, ever tell you any details about her job?
Throughout the relationship, she would always talk about specific things, that she had a job, specific people.
What kind of people would she mention?
I recall Jeff. I recall a couple other girls' names, but I can't remember their names.
Did she ever complain about her job?
I can't remember specifics. Pretty sure everyone comes home complaining about jobs. So she might have.
Did you ever see her with any identification from Universal Studios?
Yeah, she'd walk in the apartment with a Universal badge.
Did it have her picture on it?
Yes.
When you first met the defendant and you met Kaylee, were you ever told by the defendant who was taking care of her child while she went to work?
Her babysitter and her mother, either or.
Either or? Did she ever talk to you with any specificity about what the babysitter's name was?
At that point, it was Zanny.
And this is in the beginning of the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you anything about Zanny? Did she tell you, I'm sorry, let me break it up. Did she tell you where Zanny lived?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny had any relatives?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny cared for any other children?
Not that I can remember.
Did she ever discuss with you when you first met her what she paid Zanny?
Don't remember.
Did she ever tell you when the nanny would take care of her and when her mother would take care of her?
I don't. It would be either or. She would give specific times of when that she said she was with the nanny. I don't recall what your question. Your question is: did she specifically specify when this person would watch the baby and then this person would watch the baby this day? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't recall about that.
Your Honor, may counsel approach for a minute? You ready?
It's true. They are in peak mating season.
Mr. Lazar, we were talking about June 13th, 2008. You were telling us about a hip hop showcase that you were doing at Fusion.
Yes, sir.
To your recollection, was that the first time that the defendant went to Fusion with you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit, I believe it's BK. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right, what is that picture of?
There's a picture of myself and Casey.
I noticed in this picture, well, are you guys standing or sitting?
We are sitting.
And was that picture taken in June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a way for you, looking at that picture, able to tell us whether this picture was taken on June 13th, 2008, June 20th of 2008, or June 27th of 2008?
It would have to be the early June, because when I first started promoting, I would always wear a tie. As the month went by, I just aced the tie. So it had to be June 13th.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you and the defendant looked like on June 13th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification BK into evidence states number 5, I believe. Or 6.
To these photos, because I believe the last one was only addressed to the other photos.
You can approach the sidebar.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, objection will be noted. Objection will be overruled. You may proceed.
Her
Mr.
hair
George,
was
you will open that
awful.
into evidence.
Yes, and just so the record is clear, I believe I misspoke and asked that it be entered into states number 5. I believe that number should be.
Don't worry about what number it is. The clerk will tell us what number it is. Offer it in evidence with your identification of it.
Very good. At this time, Judge, may I publish?
Okay, it will be received in evidence over objections. Madam Clerk, would you announce the exhibit number, please? You may proceed, Mr. George. You may publish it.
Thanks.
Why so many people's birthdays are in July and September?
All right. Was this showcase a success for you?
From what I remember, yeah.
Well, you had a few more coming up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, after this showcase, did the defendant return to your apartment with you?
Yes.
Did she stay over with you that night?
Yes.
Was this the first time that she stayed over with you?
I believe so, yes. Yes,
Sorry?
definitely, yes.
Okay. Now, did there come a time after June 13th that the defendant began spending more time with you?
Yes, mid to late June, definitely, as she would say over.
Was there a time during this time period after your Fusion Hip Hop Showcase where the defendant basically lived with you?
You could say that.
I can say that. Would you say that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did she come to spend every night?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 16th of 2008, did you see the defendant that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time do you recall seeing her that day?
In the evening.
Was it early evening, late evening?
Late evening.
Somewhere around there?
Was that?
Somewhere around, I'm sorry.
I would say anywhere after 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall going to a Blockbuster video?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to that Blockbuster with the defendant?
There were still
sir.
Blockbuster videos.
Your Honor, may I approach with a stipulation?
Damn.
You may.
I need a new bathing suit.
Mr. Bias?
Yes, and we stipulated.
Yeah, y'all want me to read it into the record? You want me to read it into the record, Mr.?
Would you please, sir?
Stipulation between the state of Florida and the defense, Casey Marie Anthony. The copy of the video surveillance and still photographs taken from the video recorded at Blockbuster Video on June 16, 2008 at 19:54.26 hours are true and accurate representation of the business records of Blockbuster Video. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. Stipulation will be filed here in open court with the clerk. You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, at this time, and unless this was already done, we would move the DVD of the video into evidence.
Shabbat
What's the identification
shalom.
number, Mr. George?
Happy holidays.
LE.
Hope to see you back.
Based upon stipulation,
Well, have
is there
fun.
any objections, any additional objections? Noting that and noting the stipulation as is what it purports, but noting the other grounds, it will be received in evidence as what, Madam Clerk? You may proceed. Mr. George, you wish to publish it?
Yes, I do, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh. Hot mic.
Can you stop it there? Mr. Lazar, do you see what's on the screen there?
Yes.
It's timestamped well, not timestamped, but the marker on it is 20.0.
Okay.
Do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yeah, that's the Marbury jersey.
I'm sorry?
That's my Stephon Marbury jersey.
And
Stephon Marbury jersey. So he was a player for the Knicks. Sorry. Yeah, that's big.
so you recognize yourself.
Yes, sir.
You have your arms around somebody. Who do you have your arms around?
Casey.
Casey Anthony.
Yes, sir.
And this is on June 16th of 2008.
Yes, sir.
When you went to Blockbuster with her that night, how would you describe her demeanor?
The way she was every day.
Which was?
Happy to see me, having a grand old time.
On this date, at any time that you saw her that night, did she ever cry?
No.
Did she ever act scared?
Nope.
Did she ever act nervous?
No.
Did she tell you that her daughter had gone missing?
No.
Did she tell you anything about that there was something wrong with her
No.
or that something had happened to her?
No.
Was there any difference in this woman's attitude this night than it was for any other previous time that you had seen her?
No.
Did she stay over that night?
Yes, sir.
And from there on, did she stay with you?
Yes.
When she came over during this time period, June 16th, did she bring a suitcase?
I do not recall at that time.
Do you recall any of Kaylee's clothes being there?
No.
Any of Kaylee's toys?
No.
Stuffed animals?
Nope.
Books?
Maybe a book.
Any toiletries for Kaylee?
No.
On this night, do you recall her speaking with Kaylee on the phone?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall her speaking with her parents on the phone?
Like I said in previous statements, every time she ever would talk on the phone, she'd go outside. That's about it.
Well, this is while she was staying with you, correct?
Correct.
And we'll get to that. But on this particular night, do you recall her calling anybody
No, I do not recall.
while she was with you?
Yes, sir.
Be a fair statement that on this particular, by this date, by June 16th, this was still a rather new relationship.
Yes, sir.
Did you care for her? For
Yeah.
Casey?
Yeah.
All right. And as far as the relationship was going right then and there, was it going well?
Yes, sir.
Had you had any fights,
No.
disagreements?
No.
I'm sorry, she stayed the night that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
The following day, did you spend with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you go to classes?
No, I played hooky.
You played hooky?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you play hooky?
Didn't feel like leaving bed.
Didn't feel like what?
Didn't feel like leaving my bed.
You'd rather spend your day with Casey?
Yes.
During this time period, did you, what was your phone number?
I've changed it so many times. I can't recall that one. It was an AT&T number.
Do you recall whether or not, just to go back for a second, back to the 16th, before you saw her at the Blockbuster, did you talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
Approximately, any idea how many times?
I can't recall how many times.
Do you know when you spoke with her in relation to when you saw her? Did you talk to her right before?
I would say right before.
During this day, before you went to Blockbuster, do you recall texting her?
Not that I remember.
All right, so June 17th, you play hooky. Do
Yes, sir.
you recall what you guys did?
Stayed in my bedroom.
And
During that day, was there any change in the defendant's demeanor?
No.
Did she appear to be happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she so relate that she was happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she give you any indication that there was anything wrong?
Nope.
Did she say anything about her daughter?
Not that I can remember.
Do you recall while you spent the entire day with her on June 17th that she attempted to call her daughter?
No.
Do you recall while you were with her on June 17th whether or not she ever called anybody in your presence?
Yeah, not my
you're
presence.
late.
You spend the entire day and night with her on the 17th?
Yes, sir.
How about June 18th? Did you spend the day with her then?
I probably went to class.
Okay. When you went to class, what was your understanding about what the defendant was doing?
She would either go to school, go see Kaylee, or whatever she would do. She's a free woman.
Did she say, I'm sorry, did you say she went to
It's a
school?
free, what she would go to work. She would wherever she would have to go.
Did she tell you where she had to go?
Not that I can remember. It was just a known fact of where she would go. It was an assumption.
Again, you were understanding she had a job.
I understand she had a job, yes.
You had indicated earlier from your testimony that your lease was going to run out at the end of August.
Yes, sir.
Was that correct?
Yes,
Were you looking for another place to live?
yes,
Directing your attention to June 19th, did you go looking for an apartment on that date?
yes, sir.
Did you go with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what apartment you went to look at?
Overruled at this point.
The place that I originally, where I potentially moved into, Crane's Landing.
Where is that in relation to where you were living at the time? Is it close?
Yes,
How close?
around the block, basically.
Timmy says
And
this
when
guy's
you went to check out this apartment. Who were you planning on living with?
Nathan Lesnovich and my friend Brian.
When you went to check out this apartment, did you bring the defendant with you?
Yes.
Did you both look at the apartment?
No, I did.
How come she didn't?
I believe she didn't have identification on her.
During this time period,
to look at
where
an
was your
apartment.
understanding about the defendant's living arrangements? Where did she live?
She was living at home.
Did she at this time give you any indication that she was not going to be living at home?
Yes, she was always talking about her and Amy was going to get the Anthony's home because they were going to move out, or they were going to go get themselves their own apartment.
Did she tell you during this time period when the Anthonys were supposedly moving out of their home?
I can't recall the exact time, but it was all relevant to that at that point.
What was what?
It was all relevant to that time frame.
You mentioned the word Amy. Who's this Amy that you're talking about?
Amy Huzenga, I believe, was one of her friends.
When you first heard this name, had you met this woman?
No.
So
No, I'm sorry. No, I met her. She came the night I met Casey.
So the defendant was going to live with Amy,
Yes,
either in a home or in another apartment.
correct.
Again, during this time period, did she tell you about her home life? Did she say anything about her dad?
Not at that time.
All right. Did she say anything about her relationship with her mother?
Not that I can recall at that point in time.
Okay. Right now, everything's just pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Let's put it this way. By the 18th of June, were you and the defendant sharing secrets? Well, I mean, were you sharing any of your secrets?
Not that I can remember.
All right. This was a new relationship.
Yes, sir.
All right. So June 19th, you look for an apartment. June 20th, this is, did you go to Fusion again that night?
Yes, sir.
Was this another hip hop showcase?
Yes.
And again, this is something that you promoted.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
During this hip hop showcase, did anything different happen than happened the last time?
Yes. 20th, there was a hot body contest that happened.
Was the hot body contest
So
something that had
much
been
about the
promoted
hot
beforehand?
body contest.
I can't recall if it was promoted beforehand, but it definitely was, I want to say maybe a last minute decision.
All right. And when you got there, were there enough people to have a hot body contest?
More or less.
At some point, was the defendant asked to participate in that contest?
Yes.
Who asked her to participate?
Actually, I wasn't present for it. I was actually notified by her and said she was going to do it. And I was like, oh, I guess, okay, if you want to do it, you want to do it.
Did you have any objections to that?
Portion be stricken.
As to hearsay, it'll be overruled.
Just testified as to information he was given.
Sir, who gave you that information?
Casey did.
Okay. Objection overruled.
She told you she was going to participate in this contest.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any objection to her doing so?
I can't recall. I maybe hesitated for a second, but I said, hey, if you want to do it, you want to do it. So,
Now, you were actually present for the contest, were you not?
yes, sir.
And I don't know if we talked about this before, but since this is your showcase, what is your role?
My whole role that I took was basically make sure that nothing got out of hand. That was basically it. I made sure that, no one was harassing the bartenders. Basically like head security, if you want to say, more or less, for the night.
Did you entertain?
No, I did not.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification. Actually, I'm not showing you.
Program. I don't think Sugar and I do well together.
You have a picture on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification, BR. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that photograph of?
That is a photograph of the hot body contest going on.
I'm sorry?
The hot body contest going on.
Okay. Do you recognize Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
What's she wearing?
A blue dress.
Is that
I'll
the same
push up
dress
bra.
that she came to the showcase in?
Yes,
I know the picture's kind of cut off, but can you tell who's singing there?
that is Clint.
Clint House?
Roy House, yes.
And you were present while this was going on.
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the defendant participating in the contest on June 20th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move this exhibit BR into evidence as the state's next in line.
Yes, sir, we object. We renew our previous motions and objections of 403, 404.5, and 803.
Noting previous objections, will be overruled and received into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, at this time, may I publish State's Exhibit number 8?
You may publish it to the jury.
Thank you, sir. On this night, sir, did you notice any difference in Casey Anthony's demeanor as you had any other previous time that you'd spent with her?
No, sir.
At any time during this night, did she ever tell you that her child was missing,
No, sir.
had been kidnapped,
No, sir.
was actively looking for her,
No, sir.
asked you for help?
No.
Did she ever tell you during this night that she needed help,
No.
that something had happened to her?
No.
Thank you.
Sir, when you say no or yes. When you use the word no.
Oh, I mean, no.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No problem.
Let me backtrack a little bit. You had said that you had a lot of different phone numbers.
Yes, sir.
During this time frame, did you have a phone number with a 631 in it?
Yes. I only had different phone numbers because of her media harassment.
Because of what?
Media harassment.
All right. But up until that time, you used
Yeah, that was saying I had one phone number at that time. Yes.
And was that a 631 number?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So was that hip hop showcase a success?
Yes.
And the defendant came home with you?
Yes, sir.
Was there, directing your attention to June 23rd, was there a time during that particular date that the defendant notified you that she had run out of gas?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time, if you recall, did she let you know this?
Mid-afternoon, late afternoon.
Were you in class or were you at home?
I was at home.
I'm sorry?
Home. I was at the apartment.
Had you been to class that morning?
Yes.
What do you recall her telling you when she called you?
That she ran out of gas and she needed to get picked up.
When she told you she ran out of gas, did she sound frantic?
No.
Scared?
No.
Worried?
No.
Angry?
No.
Okay. She just asked you for some help?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any problem giving her that help?
No.
What did you do?
I went to where she told me she was and I picked her up.
All right. Where did she tell you she was?
That she was walking on, I can't remember the name of the road. It's the main road that is going south towards her house.
How long did it take you to get there?
I can't recall how long. Whatever it would take me from going from the apartment to that area.
Did you talk to her on the phone while you were going to meet her?
I believe so. Yes.
When you picked her up, did she have, was she on the street?
Yes.
Did she have anything with her?
A backpack.
Was that a backpack that you had seen before?
I can't remember.
After picking her up, where did you go?
She said she had gas at her house. So
Her
we
house?
went to her house to get gas.
Had you ever been to her house before?
I don't think so. No.
Did she direct you on how to get there?
Yes.
When you got there, where did you park?
In the driveway.
You were driving your Jeep?
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were there any other cars in the driveway?
No.
Upon getting out of the car, where did you go?
To her backyard.
Did you ever go into the garage?
Yes.
Did you go to the garage before you went to the side of the house?
Yes.
How did you get into the garage?
She opened it.
How did she open it?
I believe she had a keypad or a garage opener. I can't remember.
When the garage door opened, were there any other cars in the garage?
No.
Did you go into the Anthony home?
If I went through the garage, if there was, I can't remember if there was a door to the backyard or if you had to go through the house to get to the backyard. Either way, we went to the backyard.
I understand you went to the backyard. I'm asking you if you recall ever walking or being inside of the Anthony home.
No, I don't recall.
You went to the side of the house.
Yes.
Where did you go?
To a shed.
And when you got to the shed, what did you do?
We had to open up the shed because the shed, that's where the gas cans were. So, and there was a lock.
Did you use a key?
No, she said she didn't have a key, so we had to break the lock
How did you break the lock?
with a tire iron from my truck.
Were you concerned about doing this at all?
Yes, I was.
What did you say?
I was like, "You sure you want me to break the lock?" And she was like, "Yeah, it's okay. It's my shed." So
Did you suggest to the defendant that maybe she could call her mom or dad?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Sure. Did you suggest any other alternatives other than breaking the lock on the shed?
No, I believed her word.
So you got a tire iron out of your car.
Yes, sir.
Were you the one that actually broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
How many gas cans did you take out of the shed?
2.
The gas cans that you took, did they have gas in them?
Yes.
And what did you do with those gas cans after taking them from the shed?
Grabbed the gas cans, put it in my truck, and then she directed me to where her car was.
When you got to where her car was, did you give her the gas cans?
We took them out, yes.
Who put the gas into the car?
Casey did.
After she put the gas in the car, what did she do with the gas cans?
She put them in the trunk.
And again, what kind of car did she have at this time?
Pontiac.
White?
White.
All right. You saw her put the gas cans in the trunk.
Yes.
When she opened the trunk, did you see inside of it?
No.
From there, where did you all go?
Back to my apartment.
Did the defendant express any concern with breaking into the shed?
No.
When you got back to the apartment, did her mood change at all?
No.
Was she okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You say yes or no?
Yes.
Did you spend the rest of the evening with her?
Yes.
You had mentioned a few moments ago that about telephone calls.
Yes.
Do you recall having or witnessing or being present when the defendant took or answered a telephone call?
No.
What happened when she took a phone call?
She'd go outside.
Could you see her outside?
Sometimes she'd be walking around. You could see from my apartment, there was like a balcony, and you could see there was a retention pond back there, and then there was like a grassy area. And you could see sometimes her walking around out there.
Did you find it odd that she would leave the apartment every time she took a phone call?
Yes and no, but I didn't question it because I figured it was a private matter, maybe with her mom.
Why do you think it might have been a private matter with her mom?
Sometimes she would say sometimes she'd have to go talk to her mother.
When she came back from these conversations, was there ever a difference in or a change of mood?
No.
Did she ever give you any details about what they spoke about?
No, never got details.
In your presence, did the defendant ever say to you that I'm going to call the babysitter?
Yes.
And did she call the babysitter or did she dial a phone?
She would grab the phone, go outside. That's how she would go to dial phone numbers. So but was she actually was on the phone or just speak? I don't know.
That was my next
From my
question.
recollection, that she would go outside and use the phone. So
Did she ever tell you about any arguments that she had with her mom?
I don't remember anything specific.
Do you ever remember her mood drastically changing after she purportedly spoke with her mom?
No, not drastically. Would be you would normally if you had any kind of altercation with your parents, but not a severe one.
Did she ever give you any details about what they were talking about?
Nor did I want to inquire. It wasn't my business.
Do you ever recall her, did she give you any indication about what her home life was like?
It wasn't until later, right before
Okay.
New York. I went back to New York for vacation.
Right.
She one time mentioned
Okay. When did you go to New York?
June 30th to the 5th of July.
The conversations or the talks that you had, was that after you came back?
Yes.
Thank you, maybe. I was trying to type and listen.
Directing your attention to June 26th of 2008, did the defendant spend the day with you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything that you might have done that day?
Not anything specific.
Just hanging out at the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. Sorry. Yes.
All right.
Bad habit.
Directing your attention to June 27th of 2008. Was there another occasion in which the defendant called you to notify you that she had run out of gas?
Yes.
Approximately what time did that happen?
Midday, right before midday.
Did she tell you where she was?
Yes, she said that she was at Amscott
Did she tell you where?
at the end of Goldenrod Road.
Were you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Did you know where to go?
Yes.
And did you go and pick up the defendant?
Yes, sir.
When you pulled into the Amscott parking lot,
Yes, sir.
did you ever get out of the car?
No,
When you pulled into the Amscott parking lot, was the defendant in the car or outside of the car?
outside of the car.
When she was outside of the car, did she have anything in her hand?
Bags, groceries.
Was that already in her hand or did she go into the car and collect it?
No, it was already outside the
Seeking
car.
my shadows.
I'm sorry, how many what did
That's
she
for
have?
you to decide.
Groceries.
Just groceries.
Yeah,
Itemizing for you. All right. When she got into the car, did she express any anger for having run out of gas again?
So the car broke down and I said, do you want me to look at it? And she said that, no, don't worry, my father will take care of it.
So she didn't tell you the car ran out of gas. She told you it broke down.
Yes.
All right. Are you mechanically inclined?
Well, no.
So you know engines?
No, I do know some oil. I change oil and I check gaskets and see if something's wrong, something's overheating.
And that's what you offered to do.
Yes.
And what did the defendant say when you offered to help look at the car?
That her father would take care of it.
After you picked her up, did you go back to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did you drop off the groceries?
Yes, sir.
Later on, that day on the 27th, did you go to the Fashion Square Mall with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with another stipulation?
Yes, you may. All right, so you had a chance to examine the stipulation, bears your signature. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will read you the stipulation between the state and the defense. The copy of the video surveillance recorded at JCPenney's on June 27th, 2008 is a true and accurate representation of the business records of JCPenney. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Your Honor.
File the stipulation here in open court.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification LF, which is a CD or DVD of the JCPenney video, into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense? As to the issue of relevancy, objection will be denied. It will be received in evidence. Mr. Bias, you got to turn the microphone on if you
Sorry
want to.
about
I know.
that. It was muffled down on the bottom of my papers. We also object to under 403, 404.5, and 803.
No to those objections, they will be overruled. It will be admitted in evidence. It states numbered.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to publish state's number 9.
You may publish states number 9.
I didn't realize that the jury was sequestered until I started listening to audio in preparation for this. I was shocked. So where was she getting all this money from? Oops. Sequestered means that the jurors all stay in a hotel and
Can I stop
they...
there for a second? If I may. Sir, do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
I am the one. Sorry. What? I can illustrate.
I'm sorry, yes, you can take your fingers kind of like a telestrator.
Oh, cool. All right. There we go. Draw a little circle there. That's where I am.
And how about Casey Anthony? She in this?
Right there.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, maybe. I remember thinking when the verdict came back that the state had charged her with the wrong things. And I wasn't as surprised as everyone else. But now that I'm older and wiser, I'm looking forward to actually watching the trial. Because I was just going off of what everyone else was saying. And I remember reading the charging documents and being like, I don't think that they charged this, or they proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what it is for me. It's always beyond a reasonable doubt.
I take it you drove to the mall?
Yes, sir.
From this time that you picked up Casey Anthony from the Amscot, did you ever see that car again?
No.
Did you buy anything at the mall?
But
Did I personally?
Yeah.
no doubt she's crazy.
No, sir.
I'm sorry.
Oops,
Okay,
sorry.
this is June 27th. This is, did you go to Fusion again that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you have another showcase?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
And there we go. No more questions?
All right. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification BI. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
Myself and Casey Anthony.
Looking at that photograph, can you tell the jury when that photograph or when you believe
Oh.
that photograph was taken?
July 27th.
Why do you believe
Excellent.
that photograph was taken on June 27th?
From
Excellent.
previously what I
point.
said with the tie. I used to wear a tie. I first started doing those nights, and then I kind of just stopped wearing them.
Was this just a friend that was taking a picture, or is this somebody hired to take pictures?
Well, he wasn't getting paid. It is a friend, but he does do professional photography.
Are these pictures that are taken, or was this picture taken, or if you can tell us, at the beginning of the night or the end of the night?
I can't recall that.
Well,
Is this
judging
a
by
very
his
accurate
face,
representation of what
the end
you
of the night.
and Casey Anthony looked like on June 27th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification BI into evidence as the state's next in line.
I
What
missed
says the
this.
defense?
Got the mic on. Same objection, Judge. Relevance, 404.5, 403, 803.
Okay, noting objections will be overruled. It will be received in evidence as states numbered. Want to publish?
I would, sir.
You may publish.
Thank you.
I do want to say something right here. I loved, okay, once again, point and case and point, whatever. I think it was the end of the night, judging by their faces. With the exception of what we heard with the testimony with George, the attorneys arguing nonstop, I noticed a lot of respect for one another throughout the rest of, well, not the rest, the first like 10 days of testimony that I've been watching. So I would look at that, notice their behaviors, their subtle nods and agreements, more so than their disagreements.
On this night at Fusion, sir, was there any noticeable change in Casey Anthony's demeanor?
No, sir.
Was she upset,
No, sir.
angry,
No, sir.
sad?
No, sir.
Did she tell you at this time on this date that her daughter was missing
No, sir.
or kidnapped
No, sir.
or that she was looking for her,
No, sir.
or that she needed help because something had happened to her?
No, sir.
You had mentioned to us a few minutes ago that you took a trip.
Yes, sir.
Where were you going, or where did you go?
I went back home, had a short little vacation. You know, they used to give them sometimes at Full Sail. I took a short vacation to go home in New York,
What date did you leave?
the 30th of June.
How'd you get to the airport?
She drove,
When you say she, who?
I'm sorry, Casey Anthony drove myself and Cameron to the airport.
Where was Cameron going?
What's that?
Where was Cameron going?
Going back home as well in Ohio
How did you get to the airport?
in my Jeep.
Did you drive to the airport?
Yes.
When you got to the airport, what was the plan for your car?
She was supposed to drop she being Casey, was supposed to drop my car off back at some place.
Was there any agreement or discussion about whether or not Casey Anthony would have access to your car while you were gone?
No.
Did you agree to let her use your car?
No, I did not.
Did you expect her to be using your car?
No.
Do you recall having any conversations with her from June 27th up until the time that you were taken to the airport about the status of her car?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
That her dad would take care. Her dad was supposed to take care of it, or he took it to some place. I can't remember if it was a mechanic or the car dealership, whatever it was. She said that her father was taking care of it.
But in any event, you did not expect her to be using your car.
Yes, sir.
We've been talking a lot about Casey Anthony. Just for record purposes, is Casey Anthony in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out, describe something that she's wearing, please?
I love how
She
he
is
says
wearing-
Casey Anthony instead of just Casey. He's
State
like,
accept the
"Yeah,
stipulation?
Casey Anthony, that.
No.
Go ahead.
She's sitting over there, just wearing a blue blouse.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Casey Anthony, the defendant.
The record will so indicate.
Super
Thank you very much,
magnetic
sir. Thank you very
man.
much, Your Honor. I have no further
Maybe
questions.
ask
This
you a
witness is subject to
question.
recall.
Cross-examination.
Sir, I do declare.
Mr. George?
Why are you
Good afternoon,
yelling?
Mr. George.
Afternoon.
I want to ask you about these photographs.
Sure.
You realize you're here to testify in a first-degree murder case, do you not?
Yes, sir.
You realize that Casey Anthony is standing trial in a death penalty case.
Yes, sir.
Now,
Me? My
Now,
nails
when
have
the first photograph that was introduced, did Casey Anthony talk about murdering anyone?
No.
Did she talk about any murders she had just committed?
No.
Did she talk about murders she was planning on committing in the future?
No.
Did she borrow duct tape from anyone there at the party?
No.
Did she get any weapons, knives,
No.
guns?
No.
You see a gun in her dress, or did you have the opportunity to see her with any weapons on her?
No.
Okay. What about the second photograph? Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she talk about somebody she was going to murder in the future?
No.
Did she talk about murdering Kaylee?
No.
Third photograph. Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she wear a gun, or were you in the opportunity to see if she had any weapons on her?
No.
Did she borrow any duct tape from anyone?
No.
Did she borrow any knives from anyone?
No,
Guns?
no,
Did she borrow anything that you think she could use to commit a murder on on any of those 3 occasions from anyone
No.
that you could see?
no,
What about when she went to JCPenney with you? Did she buy any duct tape there at JCPenney?
no,
Did she buy any plastic bags?
no,
Did she buy any chloroform there at the JCPenney?
no,
Did she buy any weapons, knives?
no,
Did she go to the sporting goods department and look at the guns?
no.
Now, you had, I want to talk to you now a little bit about, I'm sorry, I forgot the Blockbuster. Did she buy any weapons there at the Blockbuster? Did she maybe snag a box cutter or something that you could see?
No,
Did she talk about murdering anybody?
no,
Did she talk about any murders she had previously committed?
no,
Okay. No. Well, she didn't buy any duct tape?
No.
Was there any duct tape laying around that maybe they were unpacking videos from?
no.
Now I'd like to talk to you
Covered his bases
about-
pretty well.
about Kaylee.
Okay.
How many
Oh,
times did you see
yeah.
Casey with Kaylee?
2, 3 times?
And before you even met Casey, you knew Casey had a daughter,
Yes.
and that was okay with you.
Yeah.
You didn't have any issues with dating a girl who had a child.
No.
And you liked Kaylee.
Yes, I did.
And the times that you saw Casey interacting with her daughter, was it in a loving manner?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey be attentive to Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey ever neglect Kaylee in any way?
No,
Did Kaylee ever go without any food?
No.
Did you see Kaylee wearing dirty clothing?
no,
In fact, most of the interaction that you observed with Casey and Kaylee was that she was a good mother, right?
yes, sir.
Sustain, sustain.
Yes, sir. Now, there was an incident where, actually on June 2nd of 2008, you went with Casey and Kaylee to the pool.
Yes, sir.
You spent some time together.
Yes.
And was there an incident where you saw Casey have to discipline Kaylee?
Not that I can recall.
Rawr. She's just a baby.
Apologize. Hang on a moment.
Could you be more specific on what you mean by discipline too?
Sure. If you can give me just a moment, I'll find it. Okay. And when I say discipline, I'm referring to maybe raise her voice at Kaylee.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you recall a situation by the pool where she had to raise her voice at Kaylee?
Not by the pool, no.
Do you recall that at all?
No.
If I showed you your statement that you gave to law enforcement on, it was September 15th of 2008, would that reflect your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. I'm referring to base stamp 1653. Counsel.
You may.
Sure. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Does that reflect your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
Before I just wrote my statement, she was going near the pool and she didn't want her to go near the pool, obviously. Tyler likes to mosey on off sometimes, and she got probably too close to the pool. Too close to the pool.
And what did Casey do once she got too close to the pool?
What any other mother would do, try to stop her from getting to the pool. Stop, hey, stop, you know?
Was it your impression that Kaylee really enjoyed the pool?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to see that?
Yes.
Now,
My faces.
when Mr. George asked you if you had an opportunity to share secrets with Casey, there was a secret that she shared with you, did you not?
Yes.
And it was in reference to her father abusing her, did you not?
Predicate been made. It's outside the scope of the direct examination. And seriously.
Sustain on hearsay.
Wait,
Judge, may I have a moment?
she told him that before the baby went missing? And I agree, George looks like the greatest grandpa ever. Like, he seems like a prick of a dad. But then again, I'm sure Casey was no delight to live with. I'm just, you know me. I'm just going to say how I think and feel. No bumper guards.
Judge, we would have argued the last objection would be an admission as opposed to hearsay. It's a statement of the defendant.
It's also self-serving. Objection sustained. Let's move on.
Yes, sir.
Yes, don't forget to sub to Lefty, please. He was critical in helping me with my subs, and now we need
Mr.
to
Lazaro,
help
you were
him.
very cooperative with law enforcement, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was from the very beginning.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the only people you would talk to was law enforcement, was it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you wouldn't even speak to the defense, would you?
I didn't know I had to.
Unless it was at deposition.
Right.
Okay. And you cooperated with their every request.
Yes.
You allowed them to tap your phone.
Yes.
You wore a wire for them for Lee Anthony, with Lee Anthony.
Yes.
And you gave numerous sworn statements, did you not?
Yes, sir.
5 to be exact.
I can't remember.
And you never made any statements to the media,
No.
despite being harassed left and right by them.
I did not talk to the media.
And you never sold any of photographs or made any money off of this case.
No, sir. No, sir.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the first time Casey ran out of gas.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when you went to get the gas cans and you broke in the shit, you had to do that, right?
Yes.
And that's because she couldn't do it.
Well, she could.
She could.
Yeah.
She could break a lock on her own.
Well, she was a girl. Probably better off if I was doing it.
I didn't understand your answer. Are you saying she could or she could not?
She could have.
She could have.
Right.
Okay. Well, did you get the impression that, I mean, how much do you think she weighs? 105 pounds wet?
Yeah.
Overall.
Give or take.
Okay. And do you think, well, I'll refer, I'll move on. Let me ask you this. So you got the gas cans. There were 2 gas cans.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, you drove to her car.
Yes.
Did she at any time tell you, stay away from my car? Did she say, or did she kind of lean in front of you so you wouldn't get near her car?
No.
Was she blocking you in any way?
No.
Did she tell you at any time to stay away or you couldn't get anywhere near her truck?
No.
Now,
I'm sorry, guys. I wouldn't feel right if I didn't say this as well. Please, if you have the kindness in your hearts this holiday season, make sure to sub to the expert as well. He's commenting down below, and he has a show on Friday nights. I'm sometimes a guest on it, and it starts around 9 to 9:30, and it's a hoot and a holler. So if you enjoyed this chat, I would definitely sub to him. Thanks, guys.
when you poured the first can into the,
Well, she actually poured the gas can.
okay, when she poured that gas can
Right.
into the tank, you were standing next to her.
Correct.
And how far away would you say from the trunk is the gas gauge?
Here's the car. There's the gas tank. I was standing here. She was standing here.
Okay, so maybe 2 feet away from the trunk?
Yeah, more than 2 feet.
Judge counsel testifying to measurements. That there's,
It's cross-examination. He's leading.
I think a predicate still needs to be established.
Overruled.
So about 2 feet.
I would say more than that, probably.
Okay. Now, after she poured the first gas can in, she opened the trunk.
No.
Okay. Was it after the second gas can was put in that she,
I only recall her. I remember her putting the gas in the car, and then she put them away in the trunk. So she had to open the trunk after.
okay.
It
And
looks like
when
I'm being asked to be
she-
on the show tonight.
And at any time, either before, after, or during, did you smell any stench in that car?
No, sir.
Now,
But I wasn't in the car.
I realize you weren't in the car, I understand. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, she had keys to her car, did she not?
What's that?
She had keys to her
Yes,
car,
sir.
right? Because she eventually drove it away.
Yes.
And
I do not have anything holiday-like in here.
so there was nothing to preclude her from putting the gas cans and making the front seat of her car.
Right.
Or the back seat of her car.
Right.
But instead, she put it in the trunk of her car.
Right.
And I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you if I apologize to the
Ooh,
court and the jury. Just trying to find something.
polls at 50-50? What the heck? Come on. Don't break my heart.
I know under direct examination, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall if you saw the corner lining of her trunk when she opened the car trunk?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you your sworn statement to law enforcement given on
Best friend.
October of 2008?
Sure.
3875 base number, reporting counsel, line 12.
I can't do orange hearts on StreamYard.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by lining.
No problem. Okay, so when she opened the trunk, you were close enough to see the liner.
You would see where the rubber meets, I guess, and the very edge of the corner. Yes.
Okay.
Have you joined my Discord yet? That's what I want.
Now, the second time that she ran out of gas, she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she not?
Yes.
Because there was a bit, I thought I heard you testify that she said the car broke down, but she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she
Right.
not?
I'm sorry. I must have misspoken, but yeah, I mean, I was meaning broke down, meaning she ran out of gas.
Okay, so just so the jury's clear, on the 27th of June, you came because she ran out of gas, not because her car broke down.
Yes.
And you weren't going to take a look at it because the car broke down. You were just offering.
I was just offering help in general.
Okay. Now, you came down from New York to testify here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't live
Why?
here anymore.
No, sir.
You don't have any family here
Actually, I do. Fort Lauderdale.
in Fort Lauderdale, but not here in Orlando. Okay. And would it be a hardship for you to come back and testify again?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to introduce a photograph rather than have to have this witness come back. If
Yeah, you may. Okay, objection sustained. Your next question.
Yes, Judge. In order to lay the predicate, rather than get a little tricky with the electronics, I'd like to show him the black and
What
white.
we have is that you're not going
Correct.
to need to lay a predicate based upon what was said, but you can't introduce those now, subject to what I said over here at the bench. So the next area. So you're not going to have.
So I don't have to even lay the predicate. It's
No, just read the identification numbers into the record so we'll know what you're talking about for purposes of the record, just in case.
yes, sir. Defense Exhibit Q and Defense Exhibit P.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I created a recipes area in my Discord.
When you went to pick up Casey at the Amscot,
Yes.
her car was parked into a parking spot, was it not?
More or less, it was kind of, if I remember, cockeyed.
Okay. And it was at the Amscot off of, was it Colonial Road? Colonial Drive?
Goldenrod meets Colonial, from my recollection of the area. So yes.
And within 20, I guess that's next door to a gas station, is it not?
I don't remember.
Is there a Sam's Club right next door?
No.
Okay. Judge, may I show the witness the photograph?
Yeah, you can show them the photograph. I don't know where you're going right now, but you can show them the photograph.
If I show you a photograph of the Amscot, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether there's a gas station?
No. Unless it's on there, I mean,
May I approach the witness?
You can approach the witness, but make sure that's not exposed to the jury.
okay.
After looking at the photograph, did that help refresh your recollection as to whether there was a gas station next to the Amscot?
Does it refresh my recollection? No, but do I see a gas station? Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a time where you saw Casey looking at a video on her computer, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was while she was living with you.
What is this
I think
about?
counsel's gotten into the entire time that the
Overruled.
16th through.
Overruled.
I wanted to talk about the statement that you gave. Actually, let me restate that. You gave a statement in October of 2008 where they asked you, and that wasn't your first statement, is that correct? In October?
No.
In fact, you had been questioned numerous times.
Yes.
And that was the time when you were actually questioned about the first time Casey ran out of gas, right?
I do not recall if that was the first time.
Do you remember the first time you advised anyone of the time that Casey had run out of gas for the first time?
I'm not
Don't remember
watching
which
right now.
statement it was.
Mayo.
There's a lot of things going on at the time.
Maybe.
I can have just a moment to double check.
How do you spell mayonnaise?
I do have some matters that
I
we'd
figured
like to
it
go
out.
into, but I'd like to recall the witness. Save it for tomorrow, if that's all right.
Okay, how long is the rest of your cross-examination?
20 more minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, we'll come back tomorrow.
I'm sorry?
We will come back tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. I apologize.
You're welcome.
The acoustics here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. I'm going to ask you to remember all of my previous instructions, not to read, watch, nor listen to any news accounts.
I want to watch
We
the
will
ordeal.
also take in consideration your request to work on Memorial Day. These are the factors that will be involved. 1, witness availability. 2, this building is scheduled to be closed Memorial Day, which means that it is a county-ran facility. So I would have to check with Orange County because to open the facility up involves budget dollars. And as you all know, they're hard to come by. And some other factors, including there are at least 3 other budgets that are affected. That's not solely my budget that I would have to look into. So have your requests, and I will let you know at least by Friday. But if we don't, I don't think you'll get bored Monday. Planning some activities for those who would want to participate. So you just won't be,
Oh,
unless you choose to.
because they are sequestered. I was like, why in the hell would they want to work over Memorial Day? That makes sense. I really hope that they appease the jurors in this. Like, if you are going to sequester them, you better be willing to work. This is when the government just pisses me off and why I will never work for the government again, ever. The red tape.
Confined to whatever hotel you'll be staying in. Okay? All right. With that, have a good evening. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay, state recognized presence of jury. Defense. Okay, Mr. Baez, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Lazaro.
Morning.
I want to start off and I want to talk about Kaylee. Now, we talked yesterday about the interaction that you saw between Kaylee and Casey.
Yes.
What I didn't ask you is, did you ever have the opportunity to see Kaylee laughing with Casey?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kaylee hugging Casey?
Yes.
Did you ever see Kaylee run to Casey?
Yes.
Did that affection appear genuine to you?
Yes.
Was she faking that?
No.
Sustain.
Did it appear to you to be a lot of love between Kaylee and Casey?
Objections, speculation.
I think,
Overall,
Yes.
and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed as to their interactions.
From what I can remember, it was completely, she'd have a book, she'd have her teddy bear. We would go down to the pool, teaching her how to swim. Talk about Kaylee. Kaylee liked to Dora the Explorer and could count to 40 in Spanish, which was pretty incredible for her age. And she was a great little girl.
And who taught her how to count to
The
40?
Dora Explorer. From my knowledge, was her favorite show.
Okay. And how often during that time did you see Casey and Kaylee hugging and showing affection with one another?
Pretty much the whole time.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the gas can that you picked up the first time from the shed.
Okay.
Okay. Did it have any duct tape on it?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, as to some of these photos, do you normally, when you promote a club, have photographers there to promote so that way people could see?
Like I said, those are friends of mine. And basically they were going to school for photography. So it looks good for them to have snapshots. It helps them better their work. So when they get out of school, they could, have experience.
And when you promote your club, a lot of that is done online, is it not?
Yes.
And some of these photographs are put online, are they not?
Yeah.
And the photographs are put online so people who aren't familiar with your night at that club can see pretty much what the atmosphere is like.
Sure.
And part of that atmosphere is pretty girls.
And yeah, sure.
And young men such as yourself would prefer to go to a club that has pretty girls dancing.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's kind of the idea of promotion, is to get people through to the door.
Yes.
Right. Now, and you said this, that the person who took these photographs was a friend of yours.
Yes.
And part of that, again, is showing everybody's having a good time.
Yes.
Now, yesterday we talked about when Mr. George questioned you about you and Casey sharing secrets. Now, I don't want you to tell us what the secret is, but I do want to ask you, was that secret told before Casey got arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And so if an accusation were made that it was made up after she got arrested, that would not be true.
As to relevance, on the road, sustain this hearsay.
Don't tell us what the secret is, but it was certainly, definitely 100% made before Casey ever got arrested.
May. Okay, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lazaro, your relationship with Casey got pretty intense at towards the June and July time period, did it not? You're spending more.
Intense how?
You're spending more time together.
Yes.
You began to care for one another.
Yes.
And
The
in
L
fact-
word?
well, let me ask you: did Casey ever tell you she loved you?
Yes.
Did you ever tell Casey you loved her?
Yes.
Now, you would talk all the time on the phone,
Yes.
even when you weren't together.
Well, if we weren't together, that's when we were talking.
I know. I mean, even when you weren't in the same. You were in New York. That's what I meant.
Yes.
And when she would go home, even after seeing her all day, you talk, text, and so on.
I believe so.
In fact, in one of your statements to law enforcement, you talked about how you would talk till you fall asleep, right?
Sure. Yes.
And you used the word that you would talk until you just passed out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, it wasn't because you were drunk or anything like that,
No,
or under any drugs, was it?
No. No.
Okay, that's just a phrase that you use, passed out.
We will, because sometimes later, I usually am one of those people that will pass out on the phone. Not because it's boring or anything, but just talking on the phone is usually not my kind of thing.
Okay. But the two of you would talk at all hours of the night and text each other and everything like that.
Yes.
Now, when this all occurred on July 15th, when the news broke and everything like that, you were shocked.
Well, the news didn't break on neutral.
I'm sorry, July 15th or 16th. 16th, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And even today, you remain completely shocked over this situation.
Sustain.
The questioning that Mr. George had asked you when comparing Casey's behavior before June 16th and post June 16th,
Okay, I'm back.
that is something difficult for you to deal with, is it not?
Yes.
Because something's just not right about
Yes.
it. It's bizarre.
Overrule us to that question.
It's bizarre, right?
Yes.
And you felt that if she would have confided in anyone, it would have been you.
Yes. Or her parents.
And she did not.
To my knowledge of her parents, no. And to me, definitely no.
I can have just one moment. Now, you talked about during direct examination that any time Casey talked to her parents,
This
she went outside.
person's
To my
handle.
knowledge, yes.
She kept that world separate from your world.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Exactly this.
So Lazaro, good morning.
Morning.
Just want to follow up on a couple of topics that Mr. Baez had brought up to you. We'll start with some of the things he brought up this morning. In reference to the gas cans, as you sit here today, can you describe the gas cans for us?
Red.
Anything else?
They're just the small hand gas cans.
Were they, when you were asked whether or not those gas cans had duct tape, do you know?
I can't remember.
Okay. So they may have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Mr. Baez also talked to you about communicating with the defendant, and I believe you stated that you would talk all the time on the phone.
Yes.
Either talking or texting or something along those lines.
Yeah.
after she moved in with you on the 16th, you didn't have to talk all the time, did you?
Right.
Because she was always there.
Correct.
Yesterday, Mr. Baez was asking you about the circumstances after you obtained the gas cans and went back to the defendant's car.
Correct.
Do you remember that testimony? Do you remember Mr. Baez asking you those questions?
Yes.
All right. And when he did that, he referenced an interview.
Overrule at this point. Let him finish answering the question. Mr. Lazario, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer the question. You may continue.
Do you remember yesterday, Mr. Baez asking you questions about an interview you gave to law enforcement on October 16th of 2008?
Okay, Mr. Baez, got objection?
No, no objection at this time.
Okay, you may answer the question, sir.
Yes.
And do you remember him referencing a certain page to you and approached you and showed that to you?
Yes. He showed me a page for the AMSCA one that went to AMSCA.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that. When you obtained the gas cans, you went back to the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
When you got out of the car, what did you immediately do? Do you remember what you told Detective Edwards?
We grabbed the gas cans out of my tailgate and walked over to the car.
Howdy.
When you walked over to the car, what did you do with the gas can?
Handed it to Casey.
And what did Casey do with them at that point?
Put it into the car.
At that point, was her trunk open or closed?
Closed.
And where were you standing when she was pouring the gas into the tank?
Behind her, closer to the front of the car.
Could you smell the gasoline?
Yes.
How would you describe the scent of the gasoline? Was it very strong? Was it
Gassy?
mild?
The same scent that you'd have if you were just finishing up pouring some gas at a gas station.
And I believe you testified there were 2 gas cans, correct?
Correct.
The defendant poured the first gas can into the car?
Yes.
When that was emptied into the car, what did you do with the second gas can?
The second gas can, handed to her.
Are you still in the same position?
No.
Okay, where are you?
Handing it to her, and then I'm actually going to close my tailgate.
All right, so you're walking away from the car.
Correct.
At this point, is the trunk still closed?
I believe so.
Did the defendant then finish putting the gas into the second gas can, the gas that's in the second gas can, into the car?
Yes, sir.
When she is done doing that, what are you doing?
I saw her walk back to her car. I was right near her car because my car was parked here. She was parked right there.
Okay, she's behind your car.
Behind me. I was in front of her.
Okay.
And I saw her open up the trunk.
Now, from that vantage point, the trunk is open. You're looking at the top of the trunk, correct?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Sure. You're at the back of your car, but at the front of Ms. Anthony's car. Is that what you're
Correct. I started to walk back to see what was going on, see if she was done with everything.
Okay.
And that's when I saw when I say that the edge of the corner in my statement, you know how cars, when the trunk goes up, you can see underneath the trunk a little bit, you can see the rubber lining of the trunk. That's what I saw.
When you say the rubber lining of the trunk, are you referring to
Where the trunk actually comes down and meets and seals.
Okay. So could you see into the trunk?
No, I could not see the trunk.
Good night. Thanks for stopping by.
I have 1 second, Sharon. Again, Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness at this time, subject to recall.
Any recall?
Okay. We already watched George there. Let's go to the recall.
The first issue we have filed earlier this week, a new Brady motion. I have spoken though briefly with Ms. Drain Burdick about that, so she's going to find out if they have any response to it. As far as I know, let me know. We can do that. I do want to renew the motion that we previously filed and you denied, requesting a copy of the grand jury testimony of George Anthony. As I recall, you did not deny it with prejudice. You denied it, waiting to see if there'd be a sufficient prejudice. Well, Mr. Anthony has testified, and he's testified twice so far in 3 days of trial. And I believe that based on the impeachments that have occurred, or that I view as impeachments, I'd ask the court to reconsider that, making available to both sides.
Is that like the district
The grand jury
attorney?
testimony. Of course, it comes as no surprise to the prosecution because they were there. And we've not been allowed to see what his prior sworn testimony was in the grand jury. So based on the motion previously filed, I'm renewing that and requesting that you make it available to us. It would not be perhaps most professional to argue this next case without the state having seen the case that we just got produced this afternoon, so we'll bring it up another time. I have argued to you at sidebar and with the objections done that all of this line of questioning, all these series.
You know what? I appreciate that that channel has it like, as you can see, it's like separated by different people. I find it a little bit confusing if they could have just said like which day, if you know what I'm saying. Like I would have found that a lot easier. So I am going to use a different video for Cindy Anthony's testimony, which happened on days 5 and 6. Let's go ahead and start it. And I checked, this guy no longer does videos because I asked him for permission. But
okay, good morning. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed. Who will be the state's first witness, Ms. Burdick?
I believe Mr. Lazaro is still on the stand.
Okay.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning. Okay, let's return to jury.
so is this what we just watched?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening.
No, he said weekend.
And
last
did you
night.
heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay. State may proceed.
Mr. Lazaro, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Lazaro, do you see something on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
All right. From that picture, do you know what that is? What that is a picture of?
Yes, it's an orientation sheet from Full Sail University.
All right. Can you blow it up a little bit? There you go. All right. Sir, on that photograph, it's a registration paper from where?
Full Sail University.
What was the purpose, or what would be the purpose of that piece of paper?
When you're first a student, to register for your first classes, get your badge, to get in and out of school, and just, I guess, introduction to the school.
Do you see some handwriting on that piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Do you see your name on that paper?
Yes, sir.
What other names do you see if you do?
Cameron.
Okay. At the top, there's
sorry.
some wording as well. Can you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
That is the current address. Well, not the current address, but the address that I was staying at with Cam.
Okay. Is that your handwriting?
No, sir.
Do you recognize that piece of paper though?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than it being kind of crumpled and a little dirty and torn, do you recognize, does that document with the wording and the handwriting appear to be in the same condition as when you saw it, the lettering anyway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. You can take that. So, well, the last you testified, you were in New York. I believe you testified that you left for New York on June 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you return?
July 5th.
While you were away, did you stay in contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Would that be on a every other day or a daily basis?
Daily basis.
Would it be more than one time a day?
You could say that. Yes.
Okay. And you returned on July 5th.
Yes, sir.
When you returned on July 5th, did you fly in?
Yes.
Who picked you up?
Casey did.
In whose car?
My car.
When you first were reunited with the defendant, was there any change in her demeanor from when you had left her?
Just happy to see me.
From July and from when she first picked you up at the airport, do you recall what you did?
Went back to my apartment.
Did you later go out that night?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
And what was the purpose of that?
I believe there was a UFC match, and she wanted me to meet her friends.
What kind of match?
UFC,
What is that?
Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Did you meet some of her friends?
Yes, sir.
From July 5th until July 15th, did she stay with you?
Yes, sir.
Did she stay with you every night?
Yes, sir.
Was there any change in her behavior from July 5th to the 15th? Was it any different then than it was since before you had left?
No, sir.
Overruled.
Ugh,
May?
guys, I hate to do this. I didn't write it out correctly on my sheet. We're gonna go back a day. We'll get here. We'll get here. Just burning out the mistakes to start. Here we go. We're gonna watch George. The reason why we're not watching it all is because we would never get done before January 14th, which is the date I need to be done with this trial. I'll make sure that we don't have to listen to that again when we get to it.
George A. Anthony, George, middle initial A, Anthony.
You may proceed, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to direct your attention to the middle of July of 2008. During that period of time, did you learn that the vehicle that we discussed earlier that you owned, your daughter drove, had been towed?
Yes.
Tell us how it is you first learned of that fact.
I had learned of that fact for getting a notice from the United States Postal Service that was placed on our front door.
Do you recall when, did you find the notice or did your wife find the notice?
My wife is the one that located the notice at the front door.
And when did she inform you of finding this notice?
I believe it's Sunday, the 13th of July. We had been outside working.
Now, you said you found it on your front door, or she found it. I'm going to ask you if you can find it. So she indicated where she found it.
Yes, at our front door.
Is the front door of your home the door that you normally use for ingress and egress, coming and going normally?
Absolutely not. We go through our garage.
Now, so it was found, you said, on, you believe, Sunday.
Yes.
Do you recall what the notice said?
On the upper right-hand corner, it said the sender's name was Johnson, and it was addressed to both of us. It was a yellow, just a normal United States Postal Service, and a notice that we had a certified letter at the post office. This was on Sunday. Could you go to the post office on Sunday and retrieve it? Oh, no. And at the time you saw it, did you have any idea of what it was or what the certified letter was? No, because I had looked at the name. I didn't recognize the name of anyone that I knew. And
all right. Now, so what did you do anything on Sunday in regards to this picking up this document?
No, I just mentioned to my wife that I would just go see what it was about on Monday.
I gotta
All
let
right, so
Pearl
Monday came
out.
along.
I'll
Did
be
you do
right
anything
back.
about it on Monday?
No, I could not because I just had started a new position with another company and had some work issues to go take care of. And I decided I'd go ahead and do it the next day.
Was this the job that you talked about going to the interview for on the 24th?
Yes, I had gotten
Got the job.
position.
All right. So you didn't go on Monday. On Tuesday, did you have a chance to go and follow up on this letter?
Right. That Tuesday morning, I awoke in. My wife had went to work. I had a couple errands to run, and I decided to go to the post office. And
overruled. All right. When you went to the post office, were you able to collect the certified letter?
Yes.
Pardon me. Approximately what time was it that you were able to collect the letter?
Sometime right about noontime.
Right. When you opened the letter, what was it?
Well, on the envelope itself, I saw Johnson's Towing Service, a local address addressed to my wife and I, and opened it up and noticed that there was a notice that our vehicle had been towed.
Do you remember whether the off the top of your head, whether the letter said where the vehicle had been towed from or when?
I do remember something about an address and being towed on the 30th of June, 2008.
All right, but you don't right now remember the address?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you get the letter. What goes through your mind when you get this letter saying that it was towed on the 27th? Or 30th, I'm sorry.
Being concerned because I I took a step back a second, thinking I was believing that this vehicle was at another location, was in my daughter's possession, and it just caught me a little bit off guard. Like, why didn't we hear about it prior to this?
Where did you think the vehicle should have been at the time when it was being towed from, whatever that location was?
The last I knew it was in my daughter's possession, and she was possibly in Jacksonville, Florida with it.
And was that something that you were told by your wife?
Yes.
All right. So you got the letter, read it. What did you do next?
Immediately I called my wife and I informed her where the vehicle was at. And I said I was on my way to that location to find out more about it.
And did you then travel to Johnson's?
Yes, I arrived at Johnson's Towing probably within just a few minutes because it's not that far away from the post office. And I inquired at the front reception area about our vehicle.
And what were you told?
That there was a normal procedure when a vehicle is towed. This letter gets sent out. I was a little upset about this charge of over $500. We live within a mile and a half of this location. I just asked a bunch of different questions, and I was a little bit upset because it didn't make any sense to me why we hadn't gotten a notice even quicker, or just a regular phone call like we have your car.
Was that because it had been, I guess, a little over 2 weeks that the car had been sitting at the wrecker service?
Right, and considering how close it is to our home, it just would seem like a courtesy.
All right. So what did you do next?
I reached out to my wife and explained to her how much it was. And she said that, okay, she says, I'll go ahead and stop at the bank. We'll get the money and we'll go and pick the vehicle up. I said, well, let me go home first. Why don't you come and pick me up and we'll go down and get the car.
Now, did they tell you that you had to bring any documentation with you to pick up, to reclaim the car?
Well, besides our driver's license for identification, we also had to bring a title or copy of title with us to show ownership.
And is that something that you had with you as you stood there on your first visit, or that's something you had to get?
I had to go back I had to go back home, wait for my wife, and we came back with that item.
Did you make any assumptions about why the car was left someplace? In other words, what could have happened to have had the car being left someplace?
Overall.
I mean, there's a lot of different things that ran through my mind is why I didn't get a phone call earlier about it, either from the tow yard or possibly even from my daughter. I was just, again, I was at a loss for words. Like,
my question was a little convoluted. Did you bring a gas can from home with you?
Just because in the past, I've had some experiences with having a vehicle towed or had to go pick a car up from a friend or whatever it might be. And it was always just a common thing to bring some gas along.
And did you bring some gas along on this occasion?
Yes.
All right. So you went home. Did your wife pick you up at your house?
Yes, I waited for my wife. She arrived within a short period of time, and I had the title and some gas, and we went to the tow yard.
And can you tell us what happened when you got to the tow yard?
Well, again, we met with the same receptionist at the front tow yard, the front Glasston area, and we were both asked again the same questions over. Why did it take so long to be noticed? Why was it so much money? Sure, we were both very agitated because money for anyone is a premium anytime, and that $500 some is just something we didn't understand how it could be so expensive.
Right. Did you stay there and talk to the people about the money, or did your wife do that? You did something else?
Both of us to a point did. I do remember a gentleman coming to the front glass area with the receptionist lady and basically was starting to handle the transaction with us. And I remember we came of some kind of agreement that we would pay a certain amount. It wasn't that exact amount that he had first requested to make us happy or just possibly just to get us out of there.
Would it be fair to say that Cindy was rather forceful with the folks that were there?
Well, I believe so. She took more of the conversation because I was, I think, probably more irritated at the inconvenience for both of us having to take time to be there. And it's just a bunch of different things to go through.
Now, so you said a gentleman came to the window. Did you at some point leave with him?
Yes, I'm not sure how long it was. We had the conversation, but I do know that after we had made the transaction to pay for the vehicle, I was escorted to the car.
Now, as you approached the car, and again, by the car, we're referring to, let me not assume, did the gentleman take you to the Pontiac Sunfire, the car your daughter drove?
Yes.
As you approached the vehicle, did you smell anything?
Within somewhere probably close to about a 3-foot area of the passenger side of the car, I did smell a pretty strong odor.
What thought did that odor place into your mind?
I was very concerned about the odor. I had smelled something like that some years prior, and I was concerned.
What thought went through your mind?
That particular smell, whenever you smell it, it's something you never forget. It's a very distinct odor.
But what was there a concern that came into your mind as you smelled that odor? To be more specific.
My mind did race somewhat to the point as because I hadn't seen my daughter or my granddaughter for some time. I did worry that I did worry about for my daughter or my granddaughter, or both at the same time.
Do you have a thought that they might be in the trunk or in the car, dead?
I was hoping that wasn't the case. I was hoping that everything was okay. I didn't want to believe what I was smelling to a point. I was trying to not think too much ahead. of myself.
The odor that you were testifying a moment ago that this reminded you of from your past, was that the odor of a human corpse?
Yes.
Now, when you got to the car, did you have keys?
Yes, we have, for each one of our vehicles, we have at least 2 or 3 different sets of keys that we keep for each vehicle. And yes, I did have a set with me.
Was that a spare set?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? All right. So when you got to the car, what did you do?
I had first made a quick look at the car and see if there's any damage to it. I didn't see anything towards the passenger side or walking around to the front of the vehicle. I did reach towards the driver's handle, and I knew the vehicle, I could see the vehicle was locked. And I did put the key into it and lock it, and just made a quick look in hoping that wasn't the case. I was hoping that everything was okay. I didn't want to believe what I was smelling to a point. I was trying to not think too much ahead of myself.
The odor that you were testifying a moment ago that this reminded you of from your past, was that the odor of a human corpse?
Yes.
Now, when you got to the car, did you have keys?
Yes, we have, for each one of our vehicles, we have at least 2 or 3 different sets of keys that we keep for each vehicle.
It's actually really smart.
Was that a spare set?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? All right. So when you got to the car, what did you do?
I had first made a quick look at the car and see if there's any damage to it. I didn't see anything towards the passenger side or walking around to the front of the vehicle. I did reach towards the driver's handle, and I knew I could see the vehicle was locked. And I did put the key into it and lock it, and just made a quick look inside the interior of the car, the front seats, the back seat.
When you opened the driver's side door, was the odor more intense?
Yes.
Now, looking inside the car, did you see any blood or any indication of anyone having been injured within the car?
No.
Did that make you feel better?
It relieved me a little bit to know that I could not see anything in there as far as my daughter or granddaughter inside. Yes.
Did you then, either you or the gentleman you were with, use the keys to open the trunk?
Before we even did that, if I might tell you what I did.
Sure,
prior to
go right
that,
ahead.
I did reach over to the passenger side window, and I did roll it down, and I did try to start the car almost immediately at that point, and it would turn over very quickly. And I do remember it was either myself or the gentleman in tow at the same time talking about the car turning over, and I said, well, looks like it's out of gas. I think he said it probably at the same time.
Okay. All right. And what did you do then?
Got out of the car, and I went back to the trunk of the car. As a matter of fact, as I'm walking back, I'm still looking for any kind of damage on the car at all. And I unlocked.
Sorry, getting
prior
the
to unlocking
dogs
the
food
trunk.
together is usually pretty loud.
I don't know if I said it
Why
in a
mute?
high whisper or just a real low tone voice, but I just said, please, God, don't let this be Casey or Kaylee.
By that you mean in the trunk?
Yes.
And when you opened the trunk, what did you find?
I opened the trunk, and towards the left side of the, like the rear tail light, and right there, I saw a white bag, and inside the bag I saw a pizza box. I observed maggots myself, a Arm & Hammer plastic container that's liquid for clothing, and there were some other items in there. I did not touch it.
Now, let me ask you a question. When the trunk was open, was the garbage bag open such that you could see these items without removing it or opening it?
Oh, slightly. I mean, it wasn't pulled exactly tight. I mean, probably, I don't know, probably within maybe 2 or 3 inches of circumference. I'm just going by what memory that I have
Sure.
of that.
Now, at some point, did someone remove the bag from the trunk and open it more to kind of look at what was inside?
All I remember is the tow operator, the gentleman who was with me, he stated to me, he said, well, this has got to be the smell of your car. And he reached inside, and he's the one who grabbed it and pulled it out.
Now, when you opened the trunk and there was no body in there and there was garbage there, how did you feel?
Relieved, looked up, thank God. I felt more relieved that what my senses were telling me wasn't true. I mean, it wasn't the worst that I was thinking.
You didn't find the body in the trunk that you were expecting?
No, I didn't find my granddaughter or my daughter there, so I was very thankful.
So at that point, the gentleman you said removed the bag of garbage. Now, you've given us a description of what was in the bag. You said there was a pizza box and an Arm & Hammer bottle, but how were you able to see that through a 2 or 3 inch opening?
Well, because the bag itself was like a white or vanilla color. It was almost transparent, and I could see the makings of a pizza box. In fact, I could see the Z and the A on pizza. Okay. And the Arm & Hammer is very distinctive because it's a yellow container. I think it's like a 64-ounce container or something. I've used that size before. I mean, I knew of that product.
You sort of see it through the translucent plastic?
Yes.
All right. So, no, but you did not actually pick up the bag, right?
I never touched the bag.
So you don't know how heavy it was or anything?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you recall what the gentleman did with the bag?
After he had reached in and made the comment again about this being the smell, or he believed that was the smell, he walked over towards a dumpster, and as far as I know, he tossed it in there. I wasn't really observing him about how far it was or anything like that. I know he's going to toss it away.
Now, after he, okay, so he tossed the trash out. What happens next?
I remember going back to our other vehicle we'd driven, that my wife and I driven in, and gotten gas. Came back, put gas in the car with the tow operator with us, or with me. Started the car, I remember it starting to rain that day. I kept the windows down a little bit and drove it to where my wife was at the front gates. And probably within a few minutes, we left.
Now, when you got in, put gas in the car, got back in and drove it, the garbage bag was already out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was the smell out?
No, the smell was still very strong.
Did you have to go to an extraordinary efforts to be able to drive the car and stand the smell?
I drove pretty much home, which, like I said, which is in a mile, maybe a mile and a half from our home, with the windows practically all the way down.
Could you have driven the car with the windows up because of the smell? Or?
Oh, absolutely not. No, there'd been no way.
All right. So as you were driving out, you said you met up with your wife at the gate?
Yes.
Did you comment to her about the smell at all? Do you recall?
I don't know if I commented at that point. All I remember is telling her, I says, we need to get this car home. I just want to get out of here. I just was in an emotional state at that time. I just wanted to get going. I just wanted to leave that area.
Now, let me ask you sort of a preface question. We talked about on the 24th that you indicated, I believe, that you weren't all that concerned about Kaylee being missing on the 24th. Was your emotion in terms of your concern about Kaylee and maybe Casey greater on the 15th when you were dealing with the car? Were you more worried?
If you're talking about me going back to the 24th of June till July 15th, oh yeah, my feelings got a little bit more strong because I had not seen Kaylee since the 16th of June. The last time I saw Casey was the 24th of June. And my concern, I had a lot more concern about not seeing them.
Do you recall when you were walking with the tow truck manager, the gentleman that escorted the car, commenting to him about, Kaylee or Casey or your concern? Do you recall if you did?
We probably had some conversation. I don't remember the exact extent of it. I probably did mention something about my daughter and granddaughter. I probably did. That conversation I do not exactly remember today.
You don't remember, that's fine. So when you got home, approximately what time of day was it?
I would say roughly maybe 2 o'clock or shortly thereafter.
So when you got home, what did you do?
Well, my wife followed me home. I immediately pulled into our garage and opened up the sunroof on the car, the windows, the hood, the trunk.
Why did you open all the windows and trunk and the sunroof?
To air the car out, to try to diffuse that, that smell. Plus it was raining outside. I couldn't leave the car outside in the rain.
Sure. All right. So you opened the car up to try and air out this smell.
Yes.
What else did you do?
Had some conversation with my wife about why the vehicle was there, why we haven't talked to Casey, worrying about Kaylee. There was just a bunch of different things that we talked about. Also being worried about going to my new job. I mean, it's just a bunch of different things that we conversed about. Now, at either the tow yard or when you got back to the house, did you notice before I ask, let me preface this. Did you have a role in maintaining your daughter's car traditionally? I was the one who washed all the cars and vacuumed them during, basically I usually did it on a weekend for all of our vehicles. Even when my son used to live with us, I did his car too. So would you regularly, prior to June 16th, obviously the last time you saw Casey, but prior to that, would you normally have maintained the car, vacuumed it, cleaned it, all that kind of thing? Oh yes, changed oil, rotated tires. That was my thing to do. That was dad stuff. Yes. Now, when either at the tow yard or when you got back to the house, did you notice a stain on the spare tire cover in the trunk that you had never seen before? I noticed a slight circular type stain about where the spare tire was at. I mean, it was slight, but I did notice something.
Hey guys, don't forget to like
Yes.
the video and
You said it
subscribe
was a
to
slight
the
stain.
channel, please.
How visible was it? Was it fairly subtle or?
It was somewhat subtle. I mean, it wasn't anything like it was black or anything like that in color. I mean, it was something subtle that I could see. It was just probably about the size of a basketball and just roughly guessing on size.
And if you can help us out, did it look like there had been some liquid spilled on it or fluid spilled on it, something like that kind of stain or like a, I didn't finish the question.
Really?
Mr. Anthony, before you
didn't finish
answer
it?
the question, don't answer it until I tell you to answer. Finish your question, Mr. Ashton.
The rest of the question was, or was it something that looked like something like powdery on the surface?
Bias, you have an objection?
Yes, I would object to leading.
Objection number 2, you may answer the question.
If you can, sir.
To me, it was just a circular motion. I mean, it was just almost like a circle size, like it's like basketball. As far as it being liquidy or powdery, no, that I couldn't really say for sure.
All right, fair enough. Now, the interior of the car, you told us you looked into it. You also drove it. Did the interior of the car appear to be in a normal condition?
Oh, absolutely not. The car was messy inside.
Maybe by your standards. Let me just show you a couple of photographs. If we could have, let me see if it's going to work here. Apparently my controller is not wanting to function.
Well,
okay, well, I think I've got it. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. All right, thank you. It is working now. If I could have states of different identification, I. Oh, did I switch it to? Thank you. Sir, can you see the photograph before you?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize what it's photograph of?
It appears to be the inside of our Pontiac Sunfire.
Is that and that appears to be the sort of through the passenger door, but the passenger seat and a few items on the
Yes.
seat. Does that fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the car when you picked it up at the tow yard, as far as what was in the car and its general state?
Yes.
This time you want to move to Evidence States Exhibit I for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It would be admitted into evidence. It states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
And it's being stubborn again. There we go. Now,
Boomer.
the items in this we see appear to be is that a CD case in the middle there of the seat?
Yes.
Looks like a pair of sunglasses.
Yes.
And what do you know what that brown thing is? Do you remember?
Looks like a brown belt.
All right. As far as the rest of the car goes, it's a level of cleanliness that is the way it appeared that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, please. Unpublished. Thank you. All right, we could go to State's Exhibit J. All right, sir, do you see State's Exhibit J on your screen?
Yes.
And you recognize this as a photograph of the back seat of the Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the back seat when you picked it up from Johnson's record?
Yes.
This time you want to move into Evidence State's Exhibit J for identification.
What says the defense?
Objections, Judge.
It would be admitted as states numbered.
And if, let me see if I can publish. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to do it. This is not cooperating. All right, so, sir, what we see here is appears to be a child's car seat.
Yes.
You recognize that as being the car seat that Kaylee would traditionally use when riding in her mother's car.
Yes.
And I believe there appear to be a pair of shoes or two back there. Is that what that is?
Looks like a pair of black high heel shoes.
Okay.
I keep
And again, in terms of relative
a
cleanliness,
in
that's
case
that's
of
how it appeared that day. Is that correct?
emergency outfit.
Now, in addition to the garbage bag that was in the trunk, do you recall
Tools.
either from your view at the tow yard or when you got home, if there were other things in the trunk?
I'll come back to
At this time, I can't remember what else might have been in the trunk. I really don't remember.
So when you got the car home, did you then go to work?
Probably within maybe a half hour to 40 minutes. I know my schedule generally started at 3 o'clock, and Cindy was concerned because of my new job. I was concerned too, and it was a sort of double-edged sword that day for me to go into work because I didn't want to leave, but at least wanted to make an appearance anyhow at work. So yes, I did go to work.
Did Cindy indicate that she was going to take any action based upon finding this car and all the facts that you told us? What was her plan of action, if she stated one, for the rest of that day?
No answer.
Yes.
What was that plan?
That she would try to get a hold of Casey.
No further questions at this time, subject to recall.
Mr. Anthony, you testified that you received the notice from the tow yard on what day?
It was found at our front door on July 13th.
Your Honor, may I have the witness stand down?
Yes.
Can you please mark for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the date and tow yard receipt?
If there are any brands out there that want to send me like a desk or a chair. Oh my God, I'm embarrassed to even show my setup. Maybe said it, I would be better off with
Now,
a
you heard Mr. Briggs
ironing
testify
board.
that the receipt was sent out.
Let him finish the question, Mr. Anthony. Before you answer the question, don't answer it unless I tell you to. You may finish the question.
Yes, I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Okay.
Mr. Anthony, you're aware that the letter was sent from the tow yard company around the 4th of July. Is that correct?
Question, sir.
I presume it was. I'll say yes.
Okay. So that would have arrived more or less at your home on July 7th.
Speculation, and I do have an additional objection at the bench.
As to the speculation, it'll be sustained.
You testified that the tow yard is 1.5 miles from your home.
Roughly, yes.
In your experience, sir, do you know how long the mail takes to get from 1.5 miles if someone sent you a letter? If you know, sir.
Why would he know
Overall,
that?
he can say how long it takes him to get mail.
I have no idea how long it would take. I can't answer that honestly. I don't know.
You have no idea. You can't assist the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in telling how long it takes to get a letter from 1.5 miles away?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Now, this was not noticed, and you testified that Cindy's the one that found the letter, or the notice, I should say.
Yes.
And where exactly was this notice placed?
The notice was placed at our front door.
So where exactly on the front door, if you can explain?
I didn't see her the exact location, but I'm thinking that it was placed possibly in the crease of our screen, our front glass door and our inner door.
In the entire week of July 6th through the 12th, you never used your front door?
No, sir, we do not use our front door that's not our main entrance.
And you also could never see that notice from the street?
No, sir.
Okay. And were there any other documents or papers on the door?
No.
Just that one piece of, I guess, orange piece of paper?
If I'm not mistaken, it's like a yellowish in color, real light vanilla yellowish in color. United Postal Service.
And it is you who usually gets the mail, right?
Yes, we have residential mail delivered down the street.
And Cindy works pretty early. She leaves the house early and comes home later in the early evening hours, correct?
5, 6 o'clock, I believe that was her general schedule.
And you're home all day and leave roughly around 3 in the afternoon?
No, about 2 or 2:15, right around in there.
Okay. You testified that your work was 10 minutes away?
At the time this started to occur, I just had finished up with one position and I started working for another new company.
And generally you pick up the mail?
The mails, if I might answer your question and just give you a little bit of information, that I have no control of what time the mail service is delivered. Sometimes it can be delivered in the early afternoon. It might not be till later in the afternoon. I have no control over that.
I didn't ask if you had control over it, sir. I asked you if you generally pick up the mail.
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever gotten one of these notices before?
Oh, numerous times over the years.
Okay. And have you ever had problems with the post office as to them failing to deliver things to you?
Not that I can remember. No.
And this entire week, after you weren't home, or were you home that week during the day? I should ask you that first.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe my wife was on vacation that week, or we had spent some additional time together away from work. As far as going to the front door.
As I'm trying to crack
You
my
spent the night
neck.
every night at 4937 Hope Spring Drive between July 6th and July 12th, correct?
I believe so. Yes, I'm sure we did.
And that entire week, if it had arrived earlier, well, let me strike that. That entire week, all you got is one notice.
I don't remember all the mail that we got for that week.
My question to you, sir, is that entire week, all you got was one notice that your car was towed.
Yes.
You didn't get a notice the
Yes.
second day saying, hey, you haven't picked up this. This is your second notice from the post office, did you?
Not in
Dumb.
evidence. The second notice was sent.
Sustained.
May I rephrase the question, Judge?
You may.
You never received a second notice from the post office.
Sustained.
Are you aware if a second notice ever arrived at your home?
No.
Are you aware if a third notice ever arrived at your home?
No.
Are you aware if you received something that said final notice?
In fact, not in evidence.
Sustained.
Are you aware if you got any other notices, sir?
Assumes the fact, not in evidence.
Overrule this to that question.
I'd like to ask me that again since there was.
Are you aware if you received any final notice at your home?
Are you aware if you got any other notices?
I'm sorry, Judge. Are you aware if you received any other notices at your home?
No.
So the only notice that was delivered, as far as you're aware, to your home that entire week was one notice.
Yes.
And you can clearly see the front door of your home from the street, can you not?
Yes.
It's not backed off in a corner or anything.
It's back off the road somewhat. I mean, we have almost like a U-shaped home, I guess, to a point, or C-shaped home. Our front door is back a little bit, set in.
You can see the front door if you're standing in your driveway, can you not?
Basically, yes.
Now, when you testified under direct, I didn't hear you say that you had actually called Amscott on that day. Did you, sir?
I wasn't asked that question.
I'm asking you now. Did you, sir?
I know I called Amscott later that afternoon after I got into my work. After I inquired about the car. I did.
After you got home, after you got to work, you said?
Yes, I think it was shortly in the early evening. I was curious about that.
And this was after you drove the car home and went to work?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call Mr. Birch afterwards to let him know that you called the Amscott?
No.
So there's no way Mr. Birch would have known that you called Amscott?
Correct.
And there's no way that Mr. Birch would know that you were aware that the car had been there for 3 days?
Not in evidence. Witness hasn't been asking you that.
Sustained.
Did you tell Mr. Birch that the car had been there for 3 days?
No.
Now, you testified that you went home and were waiting for Cindy to meet you to go to the tow yard, correct?
Yes.
And that you had taken gas cans because that's what you usually do.
A past experience told me to take some gas
Okay.
along with the other identification I would need for the car. Yes.
And what tow yard have you ever gone to pick up a car with gas cans?
I found a seat.
I've been to, I don't know how many tow yards in my life
Exorcist.
to pick up a car through their friend or through a family business. So, I mean, I'm very knowledgeable of what to do.
And you just had lucky thinking that the car was going to be out of gas?
Argumentative, move to strike.
Mr. Bias,
I don't think it's argumentative, Judge.
sustain,
Was it a lucky guess, sir? That the car-
Objection.
sustain,
it was a fortunate guess that the car was out of gas.
Objection, same question.
sustain.
I'll move on, Judge. Did the gas can that you took to the tow yard have duct tape on it?
I don't remember which gas can I took with me. I don't.
Did you take the round cylinder gas can that was 20 years old with you?
I don't remember which gas can I took, sir.
So because you don't remember that, you certainly don't remember if at that point in time you didn't, that gas can didn't have duct tape on it at that time.
Sir, I don't remember what gas can I took
My question to you,
that particular day. I don't
my
remember.
question to you, sir, is at that point in time, you have no recollection as to whether on June 15, 2008, that gas can, the round cylinder for 20 years that you've had duct tape on it.
Would you like to repeat the date that you just told me,
July
sir?
15, 2008,
Oh,
when
my
you went to the tow
goodness.
yard with the gas can. Do you know if the round cylinder gas can that you've had for 20 years had duct tape on it?
I don't remember what gas can I took with me, sir.
I'm not asking you which one you took with you, sir. I'm asking you, did the round cylinder gas can that you've had for 20 years have duct tape on it on July 15, 2008?
Ask and answer to the best of his ability.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I think the witness said he doesn't recall which gas cans he took. I'm asking him a
That's the
separate question.
precise problem. He said he doesn't know which one he took, and you asked him for a particularized gas can.
Correct. And I'm asking him at that
And
time.
he said he didn't know which one he took.
Now, you hadn't spoken to Casey since June 24th, correct?
Last time I saw Casey was June 24th, yes.
My question to you was, you hadn't spoken to Casey since June 24th, 2008.
To the best of my recollection, yes. I don't know if we would text or anything at that particular time. I don't know. I don't remember. But the last time I saw her was the 24th of June. I talked to her.
As far as you can remember, it had been three and a half weeks since you spoke to your daughter.
Yes.
And when you arrived at the tow yard, you were very concerned for your granddaughter,
Yes.
the most precious thing in your life,
Yes.
the two most precious things in your life.
Yes.
In fact, you were telling people about your missing granddaughter.
No.
You didn't tell
Oh,
anyone at the tow yard that your granddaughter was missing.
If I'm not mistaken, through maybe some small conversation or whatever I talked to the tow operator was, I hadn't seen my granddaughter or my daughter.
You
I
told,
did not know my granddaughter was missing, sir, at that time.
you told people at the tow yard that you were concerned for your granddaughter's well-being.
I believe, sir, that I've said is I hadn't seen my granddaughter or my daughter. Yeah, I'm concerned for them. Yeah, because I haven't seen them.
And you were concerned about their well-being.
Yes, sir.
And you were telling people this at the tow yard.
I can only think of one person that I told, and that was the tow gentleman, the manager that was there.
And that was before you ever got to the car.
If we had that conversation prior to that I don't remember. If we had some small talk going in there, I don't remember that conversation.
And this is after the July 3rd weekend, or 4th of July weekend, when your son Lee had gone to downtown to look for Casey.
What, the 15th of July? Yes, it's definitely after
cheer
the 4th of July.
fund.
So there were active participation on behalf of your wife and your son to find Casey.
Yes, sir.
Thank
At this
you,
point in
maybe.
your life, on this day, you're distraught,
Holy shit!
concerned.
I got
Concerned? Yes.
one.
In fact, you told Mr. Ashley
You.
that you were at an elevated state, of course, because as compared to the 24th.
I was a lot more concerned than I was on the 24th. Yes.
And
It's
when
like
you got into the car,
best day ever.
you smelled the smell of
I'm
human
sorry.
decomposition.
I'm smiling during this.
Yes.
A smell you never forget.
Correct. Yes.
A distinctive smell.
Yes.
One that you have smelled as a detective many times.
Yes.
And when you got in that car, you asked, before you opened the trunk, you asked Mr. Birch to walk around with you and open the trunk with you.
I did not ask him to come around to the back of the car, no, sir.
Do you recall giving a statement to law enforcement on July 24th, sir? Of 2008.
I've given statements, yes, to the sheriff's department before, yes.
Page 23, counsel. Lines 20 and 21.
This is just, I'm over the moon right now.
Did you make the statement, sir? Will you please walk around? I told the guy, will you please walk around to the back of the car?
Just a second. Mr. Ashton?
108, I asked the counsel read the entire paragraph of their statement.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will be more than happy to. Did you make the statement? You know that I smell, I'm like, oh God. I tried to start the car for a second time and I said, no, George, there's something wrong. You got to find out now. You can't take it away.
Yes.
May I begin again, Your Honor?
You ready? You ready? You may proceed.
You ready?
You know I've smelled like, you know, and I smell and I'm like, oh God. I tried to start the car for a second and I said, no, George, if there's something wrong, you need to find out now. You can't take it away. I told the guy, I said, will you please walk around to the back of the car and look inside this with me? You recall making that statement, sir?
That's probably what I said. I don't remember saying that, but if that's what I said to law enforcement at the time, probably was the truth.
And the reason you wanted him to walk around the back with you is because you wanted a witness.
I guess that could be a true statement.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
Objection argument.
Overruled.
You wanted to distance yourself from all of this.
I don't understand what you mean by distance myself, sir. I don't understand what you mean.
You didn't want to be associated with any evidence in this case, did you, sir?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
If I might answer your question a little bit in length.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay.
But please answer the question.
Okay, well, I did not know at that time that my granddaughter was missing or my daughter was not available to be found. I didn't know that, anything like that. As far as asking someone to go to the rear of a vehicle with me, if I did ask him that, then I must have asked him that. Was I trying to distance myself from something? No. If there was something wrong and I needed to get to the bottom of it, I would have been a stand-up guy and would have taken care of it. I would have not walked away or ran away from something if I really thought there was something really, really bad there. No, sir, that's not my makeup.
Because you're a stand-up guy.
I believe I am. I think I'm a pretty good guy.
And now, once you had your witness and your granddaughter's missing and you smell that smell that you never forget, the trunk is open.
Objection. Argument moves to strike counsel's editorial commentary.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You then open the trunk.
To help
Yes,
men
open
like you not
And you
fall
smell
for
the smell of
crazy
human
women
decomposition.
during peak mating season, Jake.
I already had the smell, sir, and I opened up the trunk with this gentleman alongside with me to see what was back there.
And you smelled a more pungent smell of human decomposition.
To be honest, at that point, all I found, sir, in the back of the trunk of the car was a bag full of garbage.
Let me go back for a moment. Prior to you opening that trunk, you said a silent prayer.
I probably did.
And you said under your breath, lightly audible, oh, please don't let this be my Casey or Kaylee.
Yes, I already said that. Yes, sir.
And then you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
Sir, I already had smelled it prior to getting into the car and inside the car.
My question to you, sir, is you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition at that point.
What are you referring to, sir? I'm trying to answer your question.
Once you opened the trunk, sir, you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
When I opened up the trunk, sir, I just answered your question. I'm answering it a second time.
It's true.
All I found in the back of the trunk of that car was a plastic bag with garbage inside of it. That's what I found, sir.
I'm not asking you what you found, sir. I asked you if when you opened the trunk, you smelled an even stronger smell of human decomposition.
No.
It got weaker.
Oh, he's pissed.
I'm sorry?
Sir, I've already answered your question. I don't know how many times I've answered in the most popular and polite way that I can. I'm not going to get upset over that, sir. If you're trying to trick me, you're not going to trick me. I know what's in the back of that car, and I know what the tow manager pulled out.
My question to you, sir, is
Answered you.
Is it your testimony that when you opened the trunk of that car, the smell of human decomposition was not stronger?
At that point, all I seen, the only thing I smelled, the only thing I saw at that time was a bag full of garbage.
I'm not asking you what you saw, sir. I'm asking you what you smelled.
Oh my
And
God.
if you,
Come on.
Mr. Ashton can't help you, sir.
Yes. Question. No.
You're
Question.
pandering.
It really
Did
calls
you
for a
hear
yes or no
that?
answer. When you opened the trunk of that car, did you smell a stronger smell of human? decomposition.
I'm going to answer again for the fourth time. No.
Okay. Now,
Sir,
you talked about how your experience as a detective allowed you to recognize the smell, correct?
You're the one who brought up my experience, sir, not me. All right.
Have you testified that as a police officer, you smelled that smell before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you testified under direct examination that you didn't touch the bag
I did not touch that garbage bag at all.
because you know better than to touch any potential evidence.
I didn't know it would be evidence at this time.
And at that point, when you have been telling Mr. Birch about your missing granddaughter, and you haven't seen your daughter in almost 3 weeks or spoken to her, and you smell that smell in that car, is that when you called 911?
I never called 911.
A young woman that you have, your child, is missing.
hey, Bullseye.
My daughter, I didn't know where my daughter was at on that date.
And you're smelling her car that smells like a dead body, and you don't call the police.
No, sir, I did not.
And you don't call your daughter to see if she's okay.
I didn't call my daughter at that time.
And you don't call your daughter to see if Kaylee's okay.
I didn't call my daughter to inquire about her or Kaylee at that time. I
What
didn't.
was that?
And as a detective, you know that if you smell a dead body in a car, that's a potential crime scene.
At the time, sir, I wasn't a detective. I'm just a father and a grandfather.
As a former detective, as a father, a grandfather, a human being, you're intelligent enough to know that if you smell human decomposition in a car and you have people in your life that are missing, you call the police, don't you, sir?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Asked and answered.
Overruled, we can answer the question.
Looking back, sir, there's a lot of things I wish I could have done and I didn't do. So that's on me.
You call the police, don't you, sir?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
You are familiar enough with evidence to know that if you move that car, that you may be destroying potential evidence, don't you, sir?
If that would have been viewed as evidence at that time, all I was thinking about was getting that car out of the tow yard. That was my objective at that time, and finding garbage in the backseat and in the rear, in the trunk area.
Did you understand my question, sir?
Yes, sir. I understand it.
Can you please answer it?
You'd like to rephrase it and ask me again? I'd be more than glad to answer it.
You, as a former police officer, know that if you move that car, you're destroying potential evidence.
If I would have thought it was evidence at the time, probably. I didn't believe it was evidence at the time.
And you are no longer concerned about your missing granddaughter.
I was always concerned about my granddaughter, her well-being, where she was at, and my daughter.
Do you
You
guys
then
hear
drive the
that?
car home.
Yes.
You air it out.
Yes.
And you go to work.
Yes.
And you don't call the police from your home.
I did not.
You don't go to work and call the police.
I did not.
You don't tell any of the other security officers at your job, you know, that car smelled like a dead body and I haven't seen my granddaughter in 30 days.
Answered. Argumentative.
Did I get like
Sustained.
money again?
You don't tell anyone about your granddaughter being missing at work, do you, sir?
Asked and answered. Argumentative.
I haven't asked that question.
Overruled.
I didn't mention anything about my personal life to anyone at work. I didn't at that point.
Now, on that same evening, the police arrived at your home.
Yes.
And that's as a result of your wife calling the police.
Seeks the scope of
Is it
correct.
Discord?
Sustained.
Since we're talking about the smell of the car, that evening you immediately told law enforcement of the smell, did you not?
Seeks the scope.
Sustained.
Judge, I would cite Louis State at this point. Did you have a conversation? Did you ever go after this day to law enforcement to have a private discussion with law enforcement about this car, about the smell of this car?
I don't know if I did or not. I know the car was at our home and towed from our home.
On July 24th, the same statement we had discussed previously. Did you go there and did not want your wife or your son to know you were meeting with law enforcement?
Seeks the scope of direct.
Overruled at this point.
Anything that I could do to find my granddaughter and or my daughter, I was reaching out any way I could and giving information or having information given back to me to find my granddaughter. I didn't see anything was wrong with that.
So the answer to my question is yes, sir. You did meet with them secretly?
I don't know if the word secretly or we contacted each other some way or whatever, but sure, I'd do anything I could to bring my granddaughter home.
You told them you didn't want your wife or your son to know you were there, didn't you?
The scope of direct.
Sustained.
When you went and met with them on this date, you told them about your experience in the smell, smelling that car.
I believe that was part of their investigation.
And do you remember exactly what you said to them, sir, about the smell and your experience in smelling that car?
No, I do not know exactly what we talked about at that time.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you the transcript, sir?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing the witness page 23, lines 2 through 4.
How do I get out of this?
You told them, sir, about your experience.
Not inconsistent.
Oh, excuse me. Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Sorry about that. I think it was
No, not right now.
Discord.
As far as what my experience would have been, I mean, in that short little section that showed me right there, sure, I believe I answered that. Yes, I had a smell like that outside in the woods, in a house, in a car. I mean, that's, sure, I agree.
And this is 6 months before your granddaughter's found in the woods.
Hearsay, can we approach?
Yes.
I have
Okay,
to
you may
talk,
proceed.
Lisa, or else I can get
Mr.
in
Anthony.
trouble.
The reason you drove that car home and didn't call the police and went to work is because you knew Kaylee was dead already, didn't you, sir?
He can answer that question.
No, I did not.
And you knew, sir, that if you distanced yourself and was at work, that you would be the last person questioned about the death of Kaylee, didn't you, sir?
No, sir.
You know, as a former detective, that the best way to not be questioned or to not make statements about a
Defense.
case is to be as far away removed as possible, didn't you, sir?
Sustain answer that question.
Judge, we will recall this witness at a later time.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. Ashton?
What date was that certified mail receipt placed on your door?
If I'm not mistaken, it had to have been before Sunday. So I really don't know. I'm presuming it should have been a few days prior to that. I don't know.
Now, I want to follow up on some of Mr. Bias' questions to you.
Commentary?
Overruled.
He asked you about distancing yourself from a piece of evidence.
He's pissed.
Remember that question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't hear Mr. Ashton.
I'll go back over. Mr. Bias asked you a question about distancing yourself from evidence in this case. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Well, let me tell you a hypothetical. If Kaylee Anthony drowned, and then you took her body out of that house and disposed of it in the field, then
Yes.
leading.
He hasn't finished asking the question. It's hypothetical. Mr. Anthony, before you answer the question, don't answer the question until I tell you to. And then at the conclusion of the question, you have an opportunity to object, Mr. Bias. Continue.
If you took that little girl's body and took it down and dumped it in the swamp, then there'd be no evidence in her car, would there?
Objection, Judge, outside the scope.
Overruled.
There wouldn't be, would there?
No, sir, there wouldn't be.
So it would be nothing for you to run away from, would there?
Judge, leading.
They're pissed now.
May the witness stand down. Mr. Bias? Yes, sir. What? Can he stand down? That was what I asked. Okay, Mr. Anthony, you may step down. State may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State at this time would recall Anthony Lazaro.
Anthony Lazaro, ANTHONY LAZZARO.
You may proceed, Mr. Joel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Lazaro.
Afternoon.
Does L7 tone mean anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is an AOL Instant Messenger name.
The L7 tone, is that a particular name?
7's a lucky number. L should be abbreviate my last name, and Tone is a DJ name.
All right. So is L7 tone you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever have instant messages with Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
And when you had those instant messages with her, what was her name?
Casey O'Marie.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Lazaro, I'm showing you what's been previously been marked for identification, LZ. Do you recognize what that is?
LZ, yes.
The documents the pages that you're holding, do you know what it is?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
There's a conversation between me and Casey.
All right. Can you,
Well,
between
multiple conversations.
okay, on various dates?
Yes, sir.
Have you had the opportunity to review those messages?
Yes, sir.
Are they a true and accurate copy of the actual instant messaging that you and the defendant had between April 29th of 2008
Actually, I'll do this one.
and
Stay safe, bullseye.
June 12th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what has been previously been marked for identification, LZ, into evidence as the state's next.
What says the defense?
We would object and ask to be heard on that.
She cannot hear you if the microphone is not on.
It's on, sir.
Okay, can you hear, Madam Court Reporter?
I'll just speak louder. Sorry. We would object and ask for, we have additional argument on the matter. These cover an extensive period of time. I think the court.
Approach the sidebar. Okay, Mr. George. I have some concerns about this whole thing.
What is the purpose of this exhibit LZ? One of the problems, as the defense is pointing out, is it starts with April 29, 2008. In it,
And the defense's objection and the court's concern, and if it will help alleviate the matter, the state would not seek to introduce the L7 tone messaging that relates to April 29th of 2008, May 5th of 2008. When we get to the instant messaging that is dated June 10th of 2008, which is
reflected on which page? So I won't have to hunt and pick.
the June 10th instant messaging, Your Honor, begins on page 2 of 8. Nearly
I do,
halfway down the
Nikki.
page, there's a date stamp for Tuesday. I'm sorry,
The Bates number of the documents you're referring to? Excuse me for interrupting.
it was provided on disk, Mr. Roth.
I'm sorry?
It was provided on disk. I don't believe there's a document stamp on it.
Okay, if you want to play it
Okay,
the
you're
hard
talking
way,
about
that's
June
fine.
10th,
6 days before
2008.
2008. This conversation reflects the portions that I would seek to publish have to do with Mr. Lazaro wishing to come over to Ms. Anthony's home.
Okay, starting Tuesday, June 10th. Starts off with Mr. Lazario at 10:13 p.m. Yo. Miss Anthony, yo. Mr. Lazario, don't copy me. Miss Anthony, haha. Mr. Lazario, suck A-D. Mr. Lazario, I. Mr. Lazario, C. Mr. Lazario, K. Miss Anthony, maybe. What does that have reference to, Mr. George?
But Your Honor, I believe what they're referring to is a sexual act.
Okay, and tell me, what does that tend to prove or disprove as to the elements of the crimes alleged, or something that portion sort of mystifies me?
As I stated, the state is attempting to introduce L7 tone, the conversations that occurred on June 10th, 2008 that appear on page 3, not the sexual.
Okay, you had first said page 2.
Your Honor, I referenced page 2 as
Okay.
to where June 10th started. I apologize.
Okay. All right, we're going over to page 3.
And if we go down to 10:37 p.m.
Okay, just a second. 10:38 to 7 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm Mr. Lazario. I'm coming over. Miss Anthony, are you? Yeah. Mr. Lazario, after lab, yeah. Miss Anthony, ha fuck. Mr. Lazario, to say hello. And in the next one, Miss Anthony, on a few more days, and you can bring your ass over here anytime you want and stay whenever you want. Mr. Lazario, well, I'm coming over tonight. Miss Anthony, you are trouble. You know that? Yep. That's the portion you're talking about?
Your Honor, the state wants to introduce or would seek to introduce 10:38:27 p.m. through the defendant's response at 10:39:42. It establishes the fact that Mr. Lazario would like to come over. It establishes Ms. Anthony's putting him off, saying he can't, and it helps establish the fact that the reason that she can't do what she would like to do and can't have him come over whenever he wants to come over is because the child and her parents are in the way.
All right.
Again, than it was
We get
before
it.
you left.
Thank you.
School and just, I guess, introduction to the school.
Do you see some handwriting on that piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Do you see your name on that paper?
Yes, sir.
What other names do you see if you do?
Cameron.
At the top, there's some wording as well. Can you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
That is the current address. Well, not the current address, but the address that I was staying at with Cam.
Is that your handwriting?
No, sir.
Do you recognize that piece of paper though?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than it being kind of crumpled and a little dirty and torn, do you recognize, does that document with the wording and the handwriting appear to be in the same condition as when you saw it, the lettering anyway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that in your apartment?
Yes, sir.
This is day 5.
You can take that.
We're going back to that.
So, well, the last you testified, you were in New York. I believe you testified that you left for New York on June 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
When did you return?
July 5th.
While you were away, did you stay in contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Would that be on a every other day or a daily basis?
Daily basis.
Would it be more than one time a day?
You can say that. Yes.
And you returned on July 5th.
Yes, sir.
When you returned on July 5th, did you fly in?
Yes.
Who picked you up?
Casey did.
In whose car?
My car.
When you first were reunited with the defendant, was there any change in her demeanor from when you had left her?
Just happy to see me.
From July, and from when she first picked you up at the airport, do you recall what you did?
Went back to my apartment.
Did you later go out that night?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Did you, and what was the purpose of that?
I believe there was a UFC match, and she wanted me to meet her friends.
What kind of match?
UFC,
What is that?
Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Did you meet some of her friends?
Yes, sir.
From July 5th until July 15th, did she stay with you?
Yes, sir.
Did she stay with you every night?
Yes, sir.
Was there any change in her behavior from July 5th to the 15th? Was it any different then than it was since before you left?
No, sir.
Overruled. You may.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification ME. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It is a receipt to Blockbuster.
Does your name appear anywhere on that?
Yes, sir.
Is there a date on there at the bottom?
Yes.
What date is that?
Date is, this is 6/18.
Let's say 16 or 18.
This is 6/18/08.
Okay. Is that your receipt, or was
Yes, sir.
that your receipt?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be in the same condition as when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Does it say on that receipt what you rented?
Jumper and entry.
There's a relevance and a 403 argument that needs to be heard, Judge.
Let me see the receipt. Approach the sidebar for a minute. You may. Court reporter gets set. You ready, Madam Court Reporter? Okay, Mr. George, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh.
Sir, you still are looking at what has been marked for identification ME?
Yes.
Again, sir, can you tell from that receipt when you went to Blockbuster?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gave you the due date before. 6/16.
Does that receipt also indicate what time those movies were rented?
1958.
1958 hours?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that translates to in a 12-hour clock?
Yes, sir. 7 o'clock, 7:58.
When you rented those movies, was the defendant with you?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lazaro, I want to address or direct your attention to the night of July 16th, 2008. Do you recall that night?
Yes, sir.
The early evening hours of July 16th, were you at home?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Myself and Nate.
What were you guys doing?
We were playing Xbox.
Was anybody else in the apartment?
Yes.
Who?
Casey.
Had the defendant been with you the entire day? Outside of school?
Yes.
Mr. George. I believe Mr. George is talking about the evening of July 15th.
I'm sorry. I misspoke. We were talking about June before. I meant July 5th, July of 2008.
Yes, sir.
All right. You, Nate, and the defendant are home.
Yes.
Was there anything going on that night?
Yes, the All-Star game.
Baseball?
Yes.
Are you a baseball fan?
Yes, sir.
All right. While you and Nate were playing Xbox, did anything happen?
Yes.
Did somebody come to your door?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
Playing Xbox. There's a knock at the door. I said, come in. Lady was at the door. Her name was Amy Huzenga, which is Casey's friend. And they looked at each other and they walked out.
Did you hear the defendant say anything before she walked out of the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
So they walked out. We went back to playing our video game. Shortly after, the door flung open. Casey came running in. Her mother was now standing at the door.
Let me stop you there. Had you ever met the defendant's mother before?
No, sir.
Okay.
I said, politely come in. She said,
Sustained.
Not stating what anybody else said. Did Casey say anything when she came back into the
I didn't know about
They were yelling at
that,
each other?
you guys,
What do you recall the
about the
defendant saying?
book. That's hilarious.
her mother said, get your stuff. You're saying?
Just Mr. Lazar, just want you
Sustained.
to testify as to what you heard the defendant say while inside your apartment that you could hear.
No, I'm coming back.
What did you do?
Sat there in shock.
How long were they in the apartment?
Not even a minute.
Other than the defendant saying, no, I'm coming back, did she say anything else in your presence at that time?
No, sir.
What happened then?
They left.
When they left, what was your reaction?
I guess someone's in trouble.
Did you attempt to immediately call the defendant?
No, I figured maybe it was something that they had to work out, and maybe I would hear from her.
Who was the next, or what was the next? Who did you next hear from?
Well, then I realized I called her phone. Then I waited a while, and I called her phone and realized that her phone was still at the apartment. So, and I don't have her house number. So I looked to see and call Amy because she showed up at the door, and she told me.
She's not going to
tell me. I'm not going to say.
Did you speak with Amy?
Yes, I did.
All right. Subsequent to that, did anybody come to your house, to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who first came to your apartment?
The deputy.
From the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
When the sheriff's deputy came, and again, without talking about what the deputy told you, did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
Did you give him anything when he came to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
What did you give him?
Her cell phone.
Did you give the deputy anything else?
No, sir.
That first time when the Orange County Sheriff's Office deputy came to your apartment, how long was he there?
As long as it took to give him the cell phone.
And then he left?
Yes, sir.
And after the deputy left, did you receive any phone calls from the defendant at that time?
No, sir.
After the deputy left, did anybody else come to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Well, deputy came back again.
How long after the first one? Was it the same deputy?
Yes.
How long after he had left the first time did he come back?
Not long after. Within the hour.
And again, without telling us what the deputy told you, did you say anything to the deputy, or did you give the deputy anything?
I allowed the deputy to search my apartment.
Was it just one deputy?
Yes, sir.
Did he search the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did he leave with anything at that time?
No, sir.
How long was he there?
Half hour.
He leaves.
Yes, sir.
He leaves. Did anyone else come to your apartment that night?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Lee Anthony.
When did Lee Anthony come in relation to when the last deputy left, approximately?
Anywhere between 9 to 12.
Again, without stating what Lee Anthony told you, can you tell the jury what his demeanor was?
I'd say concerned. Very concerned.
Did you give anything to Lee Anthony?
Yes.
Did you ask Lee Anthony what was going on?
Yes.
When he told you what was going on, what was your reaction?
Well, backtrack a little bit. He, before the deputy first came to get the phone, I received a phone call from Lee.
Right,
so I already knew at the point when the deputy came.
Okay. Did you have to give him directions on how to get to your place?
Sir?
Did you have to give him directions on how to get to your place?
No, I believe he got it from the police.
Okay. Did you give anything to Lee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
What did you give to Lee?
Bag of clothes of Casey's, and I believe a laptop.
Were these items that he had specifically asked for?
I believe so.
You say a bag of clothes. Are you talking a garbage bag? Did you pack that bag?
No, sir.
Did Lee pack that bag?
No, sir.
Was it just the way it was?
When the deputy came to search the apartment, he was looking for any kind of clues, and he grabbed the bag and brought it to my kitchen table.
Okay. Did the deputy pack the bag?
No, sir.
All right. Were there any other items that you took from the apartment and put in the bag?
No, sir.
And did you give or allow Lee to leave your apartment with that bag?
Yes, sir.
As well as the laptop?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction after Lee had left?
Wow. In light of everything that's happened within this couple hours, I was pretty taken back.
So you were surprised?
Yes, sir.
Right. After Lee left, did you have any other visitors to your apartment that night?
No, sir.
Did you continue to attempt to locate or at least contact the defendant?
No, sir.
At some point, let's move on to the 16th of July of 2008. Did you receive any contact from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How so?
Put these
Through a text message.
friggin' things back on.
You may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked for identification LY. If you want to take a moment and look through that briefly. You have a chance to look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit LY?
Excuse me?
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
What is it, sir?
It is a text message conversation between myself and Casey.
Oh,
Do you recognize
it went in.
do you recognize the defendant's phone number?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that conversation via text that you had with her on the morning of the 16th?
Yes, sir.
Never mind. They were talking about an AOL
The text messages that you have before you, are
The
they
other-
a fair and accurate
video.
recording, for lack of a better word, documentation of the conversation that you had with her?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification LY into evidence as the state's next in line.
What stands the defense?
No objections, Judge.
Be received in evidence as states number.
You know, the text is
Yeah.
a little fuzzy. I'm going to try to publish this to the jury at this time.
You may.
I have
All right,
some
is this
thoughts
the,
on that, about the AR. Like, and my thoughts are literally, it wasn't Kyle destroying his AR because he doesn't believe in it anymore. But think about how much pain it caused him and absolute turmoil. And not just him, anyone with his last name, anyone associated with him, loves him, is his friend. I don't blame him one bit. And you can absolutely buy another one. That's just my thoughts.
First text that you received.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the date there is July 16th at 6:40 a.m. Is that correct?
You could
Yes, sir.
have.
And what is the subject line there?
Subject line is, I'm going to read it back to you.
Yes.
I'm so sorry for not telling you.
Okay. Mario, can you go to the next?
Okay, let me make this bigger.
I'm trying to do half.
As if we can friggin' see that.
And what does she say to you here?
I'm so sorry for not telling you what happened. We obviously need to talk. I need you and I love you more than you know.
Did you, Mario, let's go to the next. Now, is this the first question you asked her?
Yes, sir.
Where's Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Oh, did that
And
like
her response said,
I honestly don't know.
FBI tell
And
him
what
to
did you
say
respond?
that?
I don't know. Pause. Are you serious? Question mark.
what was your mood at this time?
Upset.
Are you angry?
Very angry.
Are you also worried?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one. At the top there it says, I don't know, are you serious? When did you find out? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
And what did she say in response to that?
I've been filling reports all night.
Keep going.
Oh, sorry. I've been filling reports all night and driving around with multiple officers looking at old apartments I had taken her to. Everything, period. I'm the worst. Or read it verbatim.
Yes, sir.
I'm the worst fucking person in the entire world. I don't know what I'll do if something happens to her.
What's the next thing that it says there, sir? At 6:54 a.m.
She writes, too long. Let's just leave it at that.
What did you respond?
Why wouldn't you tell me of all people? I was your boyfriend that cares about you and your daughter. Doesn't make sense to me. Why would you lie to me thinking she was fine with your nanny?
And what was her response?
I lied to everyone. What was I supposed to say? I trust my daughter with some psycho. How does that look?
Let's go to the next one.
Where's my other gold? Oh.
Okay, at 7:02 a.m. You respond. What did you respond? What is IDK?
I don't know.
Oh, you want to go to 702? I don't know what to say. I just hope your daughter is okay. IDK means I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what to say. I just hope your daughter is okay. I'm gonna do whatever I can to help your family and the cops.
And after saying that to her, what is her first response back to
Do
you?
you guys want to
I was
watch
put in
the
handcuffs for almost
Rittenhouse?
10 minutes and sat in the back of a cop car. The best thing and the most important person in my life is missing, and God only knows if I'm ever going to see her again.
Just FYI, I'm a big believer in the right to bear arms. So if you say you want to watch it, beware.
You read what the next text message is at 7:02. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, I am the dumbest person and the worst mother.
Okay.
I honestly hate myself.
Now we go to a text at 7:03. What does she respond? Or what does she write to
Frank, you think I should cover
The most
the
important thing
Kyle
is
Rittenhouse?
getting Kaylee back. I
trial?
truly hope that you can forgive me. Granted, I will never be able to forgive myself, nor will my family.
He doesn't care.
Now, you have a question for her at 7:04. What did you ask her?
I said, who is this Zanny nanny person?
Prior to July 15th of 2008, you had testified that you had heard of a nanny. Is that correct?
Correct.
Had you ever heard the word Zanny?
Correct.
Had you?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard the word or the name Zanaya?
Yes.
So you asked her, who is this Zanny nanny person, and what was her response?
Someone I had met through a
Okay.
mutual friend almost 4 years ago. She used to be my buddy Jeff's nanny before she became mine.
At 7:09, she texts you what?
I'm scared.
And you ask, are you home?
Correct.
Is that correct? Go ahead, Mario.
Oh
All right. What does she respond?
Yeah, I'm almost 12 hours of stuff. Finally getting a shower. I feel like hell.
Now, are you trying to ask some questions here? Are you trying to find out what's going on?
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you ask her?
Where did you drop off Kaylee last time you saw her?
And her response?
At her apartment at the bottom of the stairs.
And you asked, I'm sorry, let's move on a little bit. You asked specifically where. What did she say?
Sawgrass Apartments.
Okay. And she goes on to say at 7:19 what?
Have told and showed the police the apartment.
Okay. What else? What's next at 7:20?
So told them and drove out there with 2 different officers. I just got back from the second drive.
So the next one.
If they don't find her, guess who gets blamed and spends eternity in jail?
And you responded 7:23. How?
Yeah, no shit. This is serious. Why would you say something sooner about this to anyone?
Did she respond to that?
No.
7:24, what do you say?
Oh, and why are you texting me and not calling?
Let's keep moving on. July 16th at 7:24, what does the defendant text to you?
I talked to 2 people that have been directly connected to Zanny. How can I sit there and be so blind and stupid? It's my fault.
And later on at 7:25, she sends you a text. What is it?
I was scared to admit it. I was scared that something was going to happen to my baby.
After the exchange of those text messages, did you speak on the phone with Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Was it immediately after those text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you call her or did she call you?
I called her.
When you called her, what did you say to her?
Where's Kaylee?
Was that the first question?
Yes, sir.
What was her response?
I don't know.
What was your attitude? What was your demeanor?
Angry.
Why were you angry?
Lied to, betrayed. It's hard to explain everything at once.
Kind of came out all at the same time.
Yes, sir.
When she said she didn't know, what did you say to her, if you recall?
What's that?
What did you say to her after she told you, I don't know?
How do you not know? How do you not know where your daughter is?
What'd you say?
I just don't know. It's basically a conversation that just wasn't going anywhere.
Were you getting more?
At that point, I was very irritated.
Did you have class that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her any more times about Kaylee?
I had to go after a while of asking and going nowhere.
When you say going nowhere, what do you mean by that?
Not getting an answer, just getting, I don't know every time.
After a while, did you just get frustrated?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do?
I decided to go to class and I hung up the phone.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing else.
Cross-examination.
The police board, Mr. George. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Lazaro.
Morning.
This conversation is pretty bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
It's almost as if it's a slap in the face on reality.
Yes, sir.
Your reality.
Yes, sir.
And Casey's reality.
Yes, sir.
And in these text messages, she acts as if Casey's still alive.
Excuse me?
She acts as if Kaylee's still alive.
Yes, sir.
And she blames herself for this.
Yes, sir.
She feels bad for hurting you.
Yes, sir.
And despite everything, she shows concern for her family.
Yes.
She shows she loves, despite everything, her mother and father.
At this point, this is speculation.
Sustained. Any last question?
As far as you're aware, sir.
As far as I was aware.
The objection was sustained, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. And in these text messages, you basically don't know what's real and what's not.
Yes, sir.
I can't believe this is
What
at
happened and what
1.5 times
What happened and what
speed.
didn't.
Yes, I didn't know anything was going on.
And I guess the last question I have for you is the very first page that you were shown, I guess that was the full sale receipt.
Correct.
That was from garbage, right? That was placed in the garbage?
Yes.
And I'm not sure if I had asked you this previously, but the dumpster at your complex is located in the front exit, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And you live further back in the complex.
Yes, sir.
Or lived.
Right.
And in order to take the trash, you would have to either walk from the front of your apartment all the way to the front exit, or of course, if you're driving, put it in your car.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Redirect. May the witness stand down. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. State may call the next witness.
Cindy Anthony. May the witness for the bottle of water.
Yes, she may.
Cynthia M. Anthony, C-Y-N-T-H-I-A-M, Anthony, A-N-T-H-O-N-Y.
Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
The monitor kind of blocks our view of each other a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be better.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll go this way.
Well,
Okay.
you go that way.
There are things I'm going to be showing her on the monitor, but
Yeah, I can see the monitor.
Okay.
Please tell us your address.
4937 Hope Spring, it's one word, H-O-P-E-S-P-R-I-N-G, Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32829.
That address is within the confines of Orange County, Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived there?
Since October of 1989.
Have you lived there with anyone since 1989?
Yes.
Who
My
would that
husband,
be?
I'm sorry, my husband, George, my son, Lee, and my daughter, Casey.
In 1989, when you moved into that residence, had you lived somewhere else in Florida, or did you come from a different state?
We moved from where I was born. We moved from Ohio.
Hey.
And prior to 1989, had you lived in Ohio your entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
When you moved from Ohio, how old was your son Lee that you mentioned?
I believe he was almost 7. I think it was before his 7th birthday.
And you also mentioned your daughter Casey. How old was she at that time?
She had turned 3 in March of that year, so about 3.5.
When you moved from Ohio, were you immediately employed?
I didn't realize I had to wait a month for my temporary license for Florida. I had my Ohio nursing license. So for the first month, I applied immediately, but it took a month before I could get my Florida permit. So I started working around November.
Did you have family in Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was already here?
My parents had just retired to Florida previously in 1989. And then my in-laws, George's parents, had moved, or they were actually called snowbirds. They were in Florida, and I have a brother that lives in Florida.
I'm trying my hardest to become a snowbird.
Did your
I'll tell you
children
right now
go to school in the area where your home is?
When we first moved, we enrolled Lee into first grade.
And at that point, was Casey too young for
Yes, ma'am.
school?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there an elementary school in your neighborhood currently?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that elementary school?
Hidden Oaks Elementary School.
Did either of your children attend Hidden Oaks Elementary School?
Hidden Oaks was actually completed the year that Casey started kindergarten. Lee had previously attended Rio Pinar, which is not too far away, but we had to drive him there. And so when Hidden Oaks opened, when Casey started kindergarten, I believe Lee was in 3rd grade. I'm sorry, it was about 3rd grade when they started at Hidden Oaks, which was right in our subdivision.
How far is Hidden Oaks from your house?
It's, if you go down to the end of our street on Hope Spring, it comes to Suburban, and then Suburban dead ends at the school. So it's just right around the corner from our home. As far as miles, I don't know. I've never measured it.
Did your children either walk or take their bikes to that school?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're walking from your home to Hidden Oaks Elementary School, how long of a walk is it, even if you don't know the exact distance?
Maybe about 5 minutes.
In 2005, were you blessed with a grandchild?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who was that?
Keely Murray.
What's her birth date?
August the 9th, 2005.
Kaylee's mother is?
My daughter, Casey.
How long before Kaylee's birth did you know Casey was pregnant?
I found out on June 30th that Casey was pregnant of 2005.
And how did you find this out?
I was working, and it was almost close to my quitting time, and Casey had come up to my work, and she told me she had something very important to tell me, and she didn't want to tell me. At that time, I didn't have an office. It was more like cubicles where I worked, and there's just partitions. So she wanted to talk to me in private. So I had the luxury of, being able to step outside whenever I wanted to. So Casey and I actually went and sat in the car and spoke.
Now, prior to this discussion that you had on June 30th of 2005, had you been to a wedding?
Yes, ma'am. My brother, the youngest of my 3 brothers, was getting married. This was his 2nd marriage, and we had planned a trip to Myrtle Beach for his wedding, and he got married, I believe, on June 8th of 2005.
You attended the wedding with Casey?
Yes, we did.
Now, at that time, did you have any suspicion that she was pregnant?
At that time, my suspicion was not, I really wasn't suspicious of her being pregnant up until the day of the wedding. Casey was having some female issues.
Is this something that she told you?
Actually, she had always had issues with her periods.
Okay. So in the months preceding June of 2005, did you and Casey have some discussion about her menstrual cycle?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what that was?
Casey and I were pretty much on the same cycle, and we would always compare bloating, headaches, all the typical, female conditions associated with it.
But I don't want to know.
Bloating was huge
this
with
is
me
up
and
there.
Casey, and sometimes we would actually joke about it, talking about whether or not we looked like we were pregnant.
Are you talking about having a little belly as a result of whatever these premenstrual symptoms were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did it become more obvious to you that any belly that she had was something other than bloating.
Casey started putting on a little bit of weight. Her face started filling out, but she was sedentary at that time because she had just taken, a few months prior to the wedding, she had taken a job in human resources at Universal, and she was sedentary. She was not up walking as much. And, you know, so with Casey had issues before where if she wasn't active, she would put on a little bit of weight, and she's so short, she just kind of fills out. So I just thought she was filling out. I really didn't think about her being pregnant.
Are you talking about 5 or 10 pounds?
Yes.
Causes somebody who's short.
Absolutely. It's very noticeable on someone of her size.
Sounds good.
Do you have knowledge as to how much weight she gained during the pregnancy in the first place?
As far as when Kaylee was born, I don't think she gained more than 18 pounds, or I think it was even closer to 15. She did not gain very much. I think she was pretty much all baby.
Was this a situation that you were trying to hide from people, her being pregnant?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Once you found out about it, what did you do?
I started planning a shower. We notified the entire family. I mean, we called, I think after we came home and told George, we called Lee and Mallory and called my mom and his parents, and we just told everybody.
Sure, it was a huge family.
Did you indicate in some fashion to Casey that you or your husband would continue to care for her and the child?
Absolutely.
Sounds good. Everyone.
Did you make some preparation for Kaylee's arrival?
Oh, absolutely. I believe the day that we found out, it was, I think June 30th was towards the end of the week, because June 30th, I remember, it was my parents' anniversary. So June 30th is a very special day, and I remember, and we wrote it in Kaylee's baby books and things. So, I mean, it was something well documented. But I think it took her shopping for maternity clothes, and I think we started picking out paint color. We turned our computer room into Kaylee's nursery. I think we had it finished within 2 weeks. I mean, we were looking for baby furniture and everything, because when Casey found out that she was pregnant, at that time, I think she was 7 months, or the end of her 6th month.
Was a theme picked out for Kaylee's nursery?
Yes, Casey had already had Winnie the Pooh. When she was 16, she had a Winnie the Pooh room. We had a lot of Winnie the Pooh stuff, and Casey was always a fan of Winnie the Pooh. So it was just kind of like a no-brainer to do Winnie the Pooh.
All right. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as BC identification. With the court's permission, of course. Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize it to be?
Kaylee's bed.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Kaylee's bed?
Yes, I mean, there's a few things that's normally on it, not there in the sheets, not on her pillow, but I mean, pillowcases and on the pillow, but yes, that's Kaylee's bed. I'm sorry.
Ms. Anthony, slow it down a little bit.
Oh, thank you. Do you need me to repeat it? There are a few things that's normally on her bed, and the pillow is missing a pillowcase, but that's Kaylee's bed.
There is a stuffed animal on the left side of the photograph. Is that one of Kaylee's bears?
Yes, that's one of her bears.
Does that bear have any significance over any other bears?
No, that one's just one of her bears.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BC for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
It will be received in evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish 37 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may. Should be published then.
Was this poo theme repeated elsewhere in the room besides Kaylee's bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have Winnie the Pooh curtains?
Yes, ma'am.
Sheets?
Yes, ma'am.
Baby blankets?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can go to the next.
Now, you said that you all turned a computer room, or what was a former computer room, into Kaylee's nursery.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey guys, we're kind of low in viewers right now. If you want to share the stream or make sure you've liked it, that would help us a lot. Thank you. Because this is actually really good testimony.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture of our house layout.
All right. I want you to take a look at that for a second and tell me if it fairly and accurately depicts the layout of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe this has already been introduced as states 11.
Yes.
So may I have permission to publish it during the witness's testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Anthony, if you touch the screen, you will be able to indicate where certain items are. The room that we've been talking about, is it appropriately designated on the diagram?
Yes.
Can you point out to the jurors where that is? Right below it is another room right here. What kind of a room is that in your home?
Well, when we did Kaylee's room, that was Lee's bedroom.
All right. Lee, your son lived in the house at the time of Kaylee's birth?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? What is the function of that room now?
Now it's just a spare bedroom and we put our computer things in there.
How about the next room labeled Casey's room? Is that appropriately labeled?
Yes, ma'am.
This area right here, what would that be considered?
To the left is our living, and then to the right is our dining room.
Okay. That's an all-in-one great
It's
room.
like an L shape.
What is the room off of the dining room?
Our kitchen.
Across the living room, is this appropriately marked as the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a patio designated to the back. How do you get to the patio from the interior of the house?
Either through the master bedroom or through the living room.
Right. Can you mark on the diagram where you would make that sort of entry?
The master, right here, there's sliding glass doors, and right here, there's sliding glass doors in the living room.
All right. Is there any other way to get to the backyard aside from going through the patio?
Yes.
Where else would that be?
From inside the house?
Yes, ma'am.
From the kitchen, there's sliding glass doors right here.
Are there any door or window bars on the sliding glass doors to prevent intruders from coming in or out?
We just have the lock on the sliding glass doors.
Also noted in the diagram is the garage right here. Where is the front door in relationship to all of these items?
The front door to our home is right here. It goes right into our living room.
Do you normally use your front door to come in and out of the house?
No, because we keep it dead bolted all the time. There's 2 locks on the front door, and then we have a glass entry door that has a triple turn lock on it. So unless someone would come to our front door, we do not go in and out of that door.
What do you normally use as your means of entry into the home?
Through the garage.
If I can show you what's been marked as BU for identification. Do you see the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what is shown in the photograph?
Yes, it's an aerial view of my home in between our 2 neighbors' home.
Does I don't know, have you ever had this vantage point as it relates to your home?
Not prior to July 15th.
Hell, do you want to be a part of this?
Right. Do you recognize this as a fair and accurate photograph of your home from the air?
As it is today.
Okay. What changes have been made since 2008?
Well, we have no grass in the front yard, but we actually extended our patio from 2008. We placed, in fact, last fall, I re-patioed, re-added more. We took the grass completely out of the backyard. Since 2008, we've been unable to grow grass in the back. So we put pavers here, mulched this area, and my husband extended the patio from here down with a walkway to the shed, a cement walkway to the shed.
It's okay, Pearl.
Aside from those changes, cosmetic changes, would you call them?
Out of frustration of George and I,
Okay.
it was cosmetic changes.
Okay. No changes to the actual structure of the home or the placement of items in the backyard, like the pools and the shed?
Absolutely not.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BU for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
You received the state's numbered.
Permission to publish this item, Your Honor? Now, as it's published, there are the annotations that you made while you were talking about the photograph. Right there where I put the red dot, what is it that you described as being different from 2008? Just briefly.
In 2008, we had grass, and now we have pavers. We have a paver patio.
Okay. And then this X that you made, where I made the second
I'm
red dot?
trying to get Pearl.
We had grass, and we put
she wants to jump
bark
up here,
chips
but
and stepping stones.
All right. Just to limit the amount of maintenance that you have to do with that grass?
Yes, and also for an area for our 2 dogs to relieve themselves.
Okay. And then you have a line heading to a structure on the side of the house. Was that, is that concrete?
Yes, it is now. It used to be lava rock and bark chips. We did that because George used to keep his, at that time, George was keeping his lawn equipment in that shed, and he had to pull it through the mulch, through the chips, and became difficult. So that was something we had intended to do in 2008 and never had a chance. So he went ahead and concreted it last year.
All right. There are 3 sheds on your property.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury from this aerial view where those are?
Our main shed, well, actually, we use them all now as main sheds because they all serve a different function, but this one's our largest shed, and then this one and this one are the same size.
Okay. Is your entire side and backyard fenced?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So the only way to get to your backyard from the front of the house would be how?
Through this gate right here, because this gate right here is locked and totally blocked. There's the shed is right up against it, and we did that on purpose so we wouldn't have anybody, come in that way. So there is a lock gate right here.
Right. How do you lock it?
On the inside of the gate, there's a latch, and then we have a padlock on it.
Bonjour. Bonjour.
What is this item on the
Bibi.
right side of your yard?
This item right here with the green roof is Kaylee's playhouse.
Okay. And this item, can you
that's
just
our-
describe for the record?
That is our above ground swimming pool.
How long have you had the above ground swimming?
Since 2002.
If I may have AN. AN is a Nancy for identification of the unpublished. Do you see AN?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of our house in 2008.
Your Honor, this has previously been introduced as states 1 in evidence, if I may publish it. While she
You may.
discusses it. All right, you said this was the front of your house in 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Looks like every other Florida house.
The item that I put a red square around, is that the front door that you described?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we get unpublished, and if I could have AO for identification. Do you recognize what is depicted in AO?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That would be, if I'm facing my home, it would be the left-hand side of my house, facing the only gated entranceway to my backyard, and that was taken in 2008.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the condition of the home in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AO for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may.
What is this item that I've placed an X on?
That is our garage door.
If I could unpublish that one and have AP for identification. Do you see AP for identification on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that depicts?
Yes, if you come through the gate, that is a pathway to our backyard.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the condition of that portion of your yard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AP for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may.
What are these 2 items that I've marked with a red line on the right side of the photograph?
Those are our other 2 sheds.
All right, I put an arrow on a structure beyond the sheds.
That's
Can you see
pretty.
what that is in the photograph?
Yes, behind the plant is our swimming pool.
How high is what I will call the lip of the pool, the top edge of the pool off of the ground?
Somewhere, it's a little bit over 4 feet. It's under 5 foot.
All right, how tall are you?
5'4".
Okay. If you are standing next to it, how high up on your person is that lip of that pool?
It depends on where I'm at in the yard because our yard slopes. So if I'm on level ground right next to it,
Oh,
probably
flooding.
just above my breast area, above my chest.
Chest high?
Yes.
What would be the lowest point on your person where the lip of the pool would be depending on the slope of your yard?
Probably chin level.
Oh, okay, that would be the
Below
highest.
chin. The lowest, if I'm standing on the lowest part of our yard,
Right, you said it's
then it
sloped.
would be higher on me.
Oh, all right.
So it would be just below my chin. It just, yeah, just below my chin. The reason being is because beyond the pool,
Mhm.
there's almost a foot difference, a step down. Once you get around the corner, there's a step down. We stop the pool at the edge because when we put the pool in, our yard sloped. So we only leveled it out as far as to the pool, and then we have a patio off of that or a cement slab off of that. So it's down. So it might even be a little bit higher on me. It's probably about maybe a foot difference.
All right, you're talking about as you come
On-
around the pool. All right,
If
let me see if I can fix our discussions and look at the aerial, which is 38 in evidence. Went back to the aerial. You were trying to describe something related to the pool using the aerial photograph. Can you tell us what you were
Yes, ma'am.
indicating?
When I was talking about it being like mid-sternum, it would be from this area or this area around the pool. But right on the pool's edge, if you were on the outside of the pool, you would be standing on a concrete patio. And that is approximately a foot down from the level of the pool, from the bottom of the pool. We made a retention wall there. So this area right here is a cement patio. So if I'm standing on that patio and you're asking me where the pool level is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably be up to my nose. There's a difference.
An hour.
Let me switch then to AR.
I have to believe that this is important
Yes, ma'am.
for some
What is it
reason.
depicting?
If you would, as soon as you would step out of our screen patio is here, there's a door that's off of here. If you step out, this is pavers.
Okay, let me.
It's actually our backyard.
All right. Does it fairly? We got to get it
I understand.
in before we can really talk about it. Does it fairly and accurately depict the condition of your backyard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor,
Okay,
seeking to
all right,
use
all
AR
right,
identification
all right.
as evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
You received the evidence as
Does AT fairly and accurately depict a
Yes, ma'am.
section of the yard
Yes,
in
ma'am.
July of 2008?
Yes,
Your Honor,
ma'am.
at this point, I would seek to introduce AT for identification into evidence.
any objections from the defense?
She's the one that
received the
my
evidence as
ex-boyfriend's dad took
Motion
to
to publish this one,
prom.
Your Honor.
May.
Make that connection.
Mrs. Anthony, the playhouse, what kind of a floor is on that?
Oh, it's patio stones. It's the square patio stones. We made like a 4. We didn't want her to be on grass when she was sitting in there playing. So we didn't pour concrete because we didn't know if we'd ever move it. So we just put patio stones down.
How long had that been in your yard?
We bought it like a month before her second birthday, for her birthday. And we wanted her to have it for her party because she had another little playmate coming over, and we thought it might be something that they could do and play. And plus, it was something we wanted her to have.
All right. When you talk about we, who are you referring to?
George and Casey. And
Shut up.
Did you all purchase that?
Actually, Lee and I went and actually purchased it, but we had looked at it and talked about it because it was quite expensive, and we wanted to fit it in our budget. It was an expensive little house.
All right. All of the landscaping around the house, did you do that?
George and I did that.
The mailbox, did you buy that?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my ex's name.
If we could unpublish that item and have AU for identification. Okay, do you see AU?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's our living room. You can see part of our dining room, and you can see at the back is our screen patio.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict that portion of your house as it appeared in mid-July of
Oh,
2008?
come on, Cindy. Let's get it together,
At this point, I
ma'am.
would seek to introduce AU for identification.
Respectfully.
Okay, you may continue.
Mrs. Anthony, when we broke, we were talking about the sliding glass doors in your home, and you had put an annotation on the photograph that I removed. We were talking about this area of the door is some sort of lock.
Yes, ma'am. It's on the handle.
And how would you describe how that lock works?
It's just you flip it up and down.
Now, do all of your sliding glass doors have a screen door behind them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this photograph, the screen is open.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the normal position that you keep those parts of the door in open when the glass is closed?
It depends on the time of year and the time of day, and if we're going in and out a lot or whatever. It just depends. If it's in the summer and the air conditioning's running, we leave the sliding glass door closed while we're coming and going in through the patio. But if we're out in the yard and we're going back and forth, instead of having the screen thing, we just would leave it open instead of having opening two doors. I mean, it just made sense.
All right. So if you're already outside on the other side of the door, you leave the screen open. Otherwise,
Yes.
your practice is to keep it closed.
Right, unless it was a cool day and we weren't worried about the air conditioning and the heat coming in the house.
Samesies.
We would probably just leave the sliding glass door open and the screen door closed.
All right. Is this the handle to the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there
Oh
one
my
on that as well?
God.
There is, but I don't think we've ever used it.
Now, once you're out onto this patio, are you immediately able to get into the backyard, or are there?
Does anyone not have a screen door that looks like this? Can we all relate? Can I move forward? We understand the process. Like we need to move forward. Oh, they have cool days in Florida. It snowed last year.
The normal toddler things.
Now,
Oh,
in
that
June
seems
of
kind of important.
what steps did you take to childproof your home since you had a toddler in there?
Casey went out and purchased doorknob devices where you place over the doorknobs that you would have to squeeze and turn. I had a difficult time with them. We put them on all the doors that led out of the house and into the other bedrooms and places, and we put the outlet protectors in, and rearranged where things were kept as far as items under cupboards and things like that. So we did locks on bathroom, and things that we could do, just tried to, the normal toddler things.
Now, in June of 2008, Kaylee was how many months old? 34? Sound accurate?
Yes.
And I imagine at that age, she's pretty mobile, obviously.
Yes.
Where did she sleep?
Almost all the time in Casey's room. Occasionally she would take a nap in her room. It just depended on, at that time, it was all in Casey's room, or an occasional nap in her room.
Was she verbal?
Absolutely.
Just a few words, complete sentences? How would you describe her ability to communicate?
Depending on what she wanted to tell you, she could do a paragraph. She could tell you a story.
Was her language easy to understand? Sometimes you don't get kids that anyone can understand, but they're close relatives.
Once in a great while, I might have to ask her what she was talking about, but you learn your child's speech, and being around Kaylee all the time, I pretty much knew what she was going to say, or what she said, I'm sorry.
Now, Kaylee lived with you from the time she was born.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You had mentioned when she was born that Lee was in the house for a period of time.
Yes, ma'am.
Did Casey also live with you her entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To include the entire time that Kaylee was with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever a time after Kaylee's birth, but before mid-June of 2008, that Kaylee was away from the home for overnight, 2 nights, 3 nights, any extended period of time?
I can't wear my glasses and do this.
No, I would always see her. I saw her just about every day. She might spend the night, but I would see her the next day or prior in that day. I don't think I ever went more than 24 hours without seeing Kaylee.
Your birthday is at the beginning part of June.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? In June of 2008, your birthday, did you take vacation that week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the dates?
I'm not sure if we left Monday or Tuesday of that week. And if I saw a calendar, I could give you the date. I know my brother's wedding was, I think, Thursday or Friday, whatever the 8th of June was. We left a few days prior.
I've moved to 2008, June of 2008, not 2005.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of 2005.
Okay.
Yes, in 2008. I usually would take my birthday week off, and I was off.
However those dates fell. The week.
Yeah, I think my birthday was like on a Thursday, so I finished the Friday normal business hours Friday before my birthday, so I had the entire week of my birthday off.
I don't understand people.
Did you
that
spend
are
it with Kayla?
obsessed with their birthdays now?
Not as much as I wanted to, but for the most part, I did.
By the time of Father's Day, which was June 15th of 2008, did you have Kaylee with you
As far as
on Father's Day of 2008?
yes.
Okay. What were your plans that day?
For Father's Day, George had to work and he was going to go in early, I believe, and the kids had plans. So I just decided to take Kaylee up to see my father in Mount Dora, visit him in the nursing home.
Now, when you're talking about your kids having plans, you're referring to Lee Anthony
Yes.
and Casey Anthony.
Yes.
Did you think that either one of them were working that day?
I believe that Casey was working that day and Lee had already moved out and he and Mallory probably had something to do.
All right. Since he's not in your home, you didn't keep tabs on his day-to-day.
No, we weren't
business.
planning. No, I'm sorry. No.
You indicated that George, your husband, had to work that day. Was it his regular 3 to 11 shift?
Yes, ma'am.
So you went to Mount Dora with Kaylee.
Yes.
Do you remember the time frame that you were there?
Mid-morning to if you probably 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Between that time frame, that's about a 50 to 55 minute drive to Mount Dora, and I believe we arrived in Mount Dora just before noon, 11:30 or so, and then we left my mom's home somewhere around 2:30, I believe, somewhere around in there.
All right. While you were at the nursing home visiting your father for Father's Day, did you take photographs and video of Kaylee?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. If I could have LK for identification, please. Can you see LK for identification?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What do you recognize that photograph to be?
That's our Kaylee.
When was that taken?
That was taken on the 15th of June, 2008.
At the nursing facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Kaylee Marie Anthony on June 15th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce LK for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objection.
It'll be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
I will show you, Carrie,
The items that are
on
in
the
front of Kaylee there, these
screen.
are
Why?
items you brought with you.
Yes, ma'am.
There.
Now we talked about Kaylee being 34 months old. How tall was she?
She was over 3 feet tall. She was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches. She was over, above my
I'm
waist.
sorry.
I'm sorry. She was over 3 feet tall. She was somewhere above my waist level.
The top of her head,
Yes.
just above your waist
Yeah,
level?
I think she was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches.
And how much do you believe she weighed at that point in time?
I can't remember. Maybe 30, somewhere in the range of maybe 30 pounds.
Still light enough for you to carry her?
If I had to.
Once you left the nursing home, where did you all go?
We went to visit my mom. We went to have lunch with my mother at her home.
And did you ultimately return back to your home on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
When do you think that was?
Somewhere, I think we left my mom's house more like 3:30. I believe we got to our house sometime around 4:30ish. I know it was before 5 o'clock, but it was between 4 and 5. I'm pretty sure we got home.
Was it just the two of you at that point, or had your daughter Casey arrived?
It was just Kaylee and myself.
So what did the two of you do?
We got home, we put her things away, and she wanted to go swimming. And I told her she had to get something to eat first. So because she didn't eat very well at my mom's. So we went ahead and I can't remember what I fixed her, but we went out in the kitchen and I fixed her something to eat. And then I know we got our bathing suits on, and at some point we went out and went in the pool and, was playing in the pool.
All right. Since you have an above ground pool, how do you access it?
There is a ladder that attaches to the pool that you put on the pool, and then you're able to climb into the pool with the ladder.
All right. Is this something that has to be done every time you use the pool? You have to put a ladder on it, or is it a permanent fixture on the pool?
Part of the ladder is permanently attached with bolts. The part where the top of the ladder, where the platform is bolted into the top of the lip of the pool, and then the steps inside the pool is attached to that. That's all one piece. And then there's this detachable exterior ladder. Prior to Kaylee becoming a toddler, we just usually left it attached, except when we didn't swim, during the months where we didn't swim, we took it off and we took the whole ladder out just to kind of, it would be easier to clean that way. But during the season that we would use the pool, we would have it, attached. But once Kaylee became a toddler, then we took the exterior ladder off and we just set it beside the pool.
All right. Is that where it would be stored every time the removable exterior portion was taken off?
Yeah, we just set it right next to the pool, laid it on its side. There was a spot there that we just set it down, laid it there. So it'd be convenient to put it back on when we wanted to have access to the pool.
All right. That section of the pool where you would affix the ladder, how high up on you is the lip?
Again, the lip is about mid-sternum.
Chest area. All right. So if you are standing right at the area where the ladder is, you can see the surface of the pool. Yes, at your height.
Yes, ma'am.
The ladder, how big is it? The removable part of it. How big is it?
Well, it would probably be a little bit taller than me, because it's on a slant to walk up, and I think there's 3 or 4 steps before you get to the platform on the ladder. I think there's 3 rungs. 3 or 4 rungs.
Okay. Is that ladder cumbersome?
No,
Heavy?
it's heavy enough that a small child couldn't pick up. But it's not something that I had difficulty putting on and off.
All right. So on June 15th, when you and Kaylee decide that you're going to go swimming in the early evening, did you take the ladder from its position and put it onto the pool?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Does Kaylee have to wait patiently?
Yes, ma'am.
Until you complete that process?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you get into the pool first?
No.
I'm going to show you guys what reasonable doubt looks like. And the state is the one doing it right now. I'm just saying this person is the reason why Casey is walking today. It's called a reasonable doubt.
At that time, because of her age, she was able to climb the steps. So I would stand behind her and hold her as she climbed each step. And then when she reached the top, I would make her sit down on the platform, and I was climbing behind her. And with one hand, I would hold on to her while she's holding on to the bars on that. And then I would go around her and get into the pool. And then she usually would wait and then jump into the pool into my arms.
Why did you have to hold her?
I probably didn't have to hold her. That was just something I did because I didn't want her to fall. If she would have fallen, she would have hit her head on either the retention or one of the bushes or something there, and it would be a distance. So it's like when you're helping an older person, you just are kind of right there. If they're walking down a step, it's just something you
Or
do.
me.
With her, it was just something I did, like holding her hand when you're walking in a store. So it was just a natural thing. I guess I didn't even, it's not something you consciously think about, or I guess you do, you don't want them to fall. But I mean, it's my nature to do that.
Right. To provide that support.
Right. To
while
protect
she
her.
climbed.
To protect her.
Did you spend a lot of time in the pool?
That afternoon we did. We were in there probably hour and a half, somewhere, at least an hour. I know we were in the pool.
Did she wear the floaties on her arms, or do you have some other suit that she would put on that would help keep her buoyed?
At that age, she had an actual life jacket that we put on over her bathing suit, and she was wearing her life jacket.
While you were swimming in the pool, did
Why
your daughter
did they
Casey come
not
home?
get this
Yes,
poor
she did.
girl
Did she get into
lessons?
the pool with you?
No, she did not.
At that
ISR,
point,
infant
did you all decide to
survival.
take Kaylee into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did Kaylee get out of the pool?
I told Casey that it was time to take Kaylee, and Casey had inquired about coming into the pool herself, and it was getting cold, and I knew Kaylee had been in there a while. So I told Casey that Kaylee had had enough. I mean, I felt that Kaylee had enough, and that I asked her to go get Kaylee ready for her shower. So Casey came out with a towel, and she received Kaylee as she was coming down the ladder. I had taken I think I took Kaylee's bathing suit off in the pool, her life jacket, and her bathing suit off in the pool. It was kind of like a fun thing to do for Kaylee, to be naked in the pool for a minute, and then
Yeah.
her mom received her with a towel and then took her in the house.
You got out at that time, I imagine.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do with the removable portion of the ladder?
I took it off as usual and placed it on the side, and gathered Kaylee's bathing suit and life jacket and grabbed my towel and proceeded to go inside the house.
Anything else happened that evening?
Yeah, that evening was a very emotional and a very special evening. So I recall it.
Why?
I recall it like it happened yesterday.
What is it that you're referring to?
She's so
Part of the reason that I wanted to take Kaylee to see my father that day is the week prior we had they had called hospice in, and my dad was not doing very well. And I usually would take my camera to, whenever I went to see him anyway, especially when Kaylee was there. But I wanted to document that day because at that time I didn't know if it would be the last time Kaylee would see her great grandfather, and I wanted to document that time. So after Kaylee's bath, I had told Casey about the videos that I had taken and the pictures, and I told her about our day, and I was excited to show Casey. So the three of us sat in Lee's old room at the computer, and we watched the videos, and Casey and I cried, and Kaylee was with us, and she didn't really understand why we were crying, but it was a very special moment that the three of us had shared.
So what you're telling us is that the video and photographs, including the one that we saw displayed of Kaylee, were placed on the computer from the actual camera and video camera.
My camera is a video camera. My camera takes video, so it was just one camera. But yes, the still pictures and the video, we plugged it into the computer.
And transferred it onto the.
I'm not sure if I'm sure we probably did transfer at that time. I don't know if Casey ended up saving it or whatever. That part didn't stick out in my, that wasn't something that I recall exactly how that was, but I know there's a cable, and I believe she probably did save those pictures on the computer at that time.
Eventually, your husband returned home?
Yes, that was later that evening after Casey and Kaylee and I went to bed, because I had to get up early the next morning. So I believe I was in bed when he came home that night.
All right. The next day being Monday,
Not
you had
quite.
to go to work?
Yeah, I had to go to work early. Mondays are very busy for us at work, and we switch off early weeks, and I was the early supervisor that day that had to be in. So I like to get there normally a half hour prior to my normal time, which is anywhere between 8 and 8:30 is when I would start work. But that day I knew I had a lot of stuff going on, so I wanted to be
For
there around
you,
7:30.
time architecture.
So I left about 7 that morning.
After June 15th of 2008, did you see your granddaughter Kaylee again?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you left for work in the morning on June 16th of 2008, did you believe Kaylee to be in your house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
On that day, did you believe that your daughter had a job?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you believe her job to be?
She was an event coordinator at Universal Studios.
And what did you believe
That would
she
be
did
so much
as an event coordinator for Universal Studios?
If Universal was doing Mardi Gras or had celebrities come in or whatever was going on, there's always different things going on at Universal. She worked kind of behind the scenes helping set up a specific event, and her hours would be different. Sometimes she worked during the day, sometimes she worked evening, and quite often I believe she worked in the evenings.
And you believed this? Or did you believe this because that's what she told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any other evidence of her working at Universal Studios that led you to believe that it was true?
Yes, I mean, there was her lanyard that she would wear.
I'm sorry, did you say lanyard?
Yes, her lanyard. And I had seen text messages from her boss and emails from her employer to her.
All right, the lanyard that you're talking about is something to wear around the neck, has an identification attached to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have her picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And anything else? Did it say Universal Studios on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she have and continue to wear a name tag?
She had it attached to her, on her lanyard. She had it at that time. She had a shamrock necklace type thing that she had her lanyard attached, and her name tag occasionally would be on that. And sometimes there would be a different name on the name tag.
Other than Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask about that?
Yes, ma'am. She said it was common for the employees to switch names occasionally. She said it was just something that they did.
Just being funny?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with the fact that Universal employees would always have their name displayed on whatever uniform they were wearing?
Yes, ma'am. I had been to Universal before, and I saw Casey at work before, and I had seen pictures of her at work before with her ID and her badge. So and I've been to the park several times. So yes, I'm aware of that.
All right. Those photographs that you mentioned of Casey at work and the times that you went there, or time that you went there and she was working, were those before Kaylee was born?
Yes, ma'am.
After Kaylee arrived, did you believe that your daughter went back to work at Universal Studios?
After Kaylee was born?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, she did.
And you believe this because of the lanyard?
No, I believe it because she did go back to work after. She went back to work 3 months after Kaylee was born, back to Human Resources, and she was still employed at Universal Studios at that time.
Okay. And you believe that that continued all the way through July 15th of 2008, correct?
No, there was a period of time when Casey said that she had had, I guess in her position, there was like 3 reprimands and then you'd have to leave. And I remember her telling me that her boss didn't want to let her go. And I had spoken to her boss. I had met her bosses there. And so there was a period of time that I knew she wasn't employed, but then a few months later, I was under the impression she was able to go back.
You said that you saw emails from bosses or managers regarding events that Casey was supposed to work?
Actually, that was the emails I saw, I believe, were from Hard Rock Cafe. I guess there was some relationship that she had with them and coordinating the events at Universal, and it was specifically from a supervisor that she had through Hard Rock Cafe.
All right. This was an email that Casey printed and showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this in 2008?
I believe so.
After printing and showing you these emails, she left the residence as directed in the email, and you thought she went to work?
Well, yes, and the emails were telling her what was going to happen and kind of what they were going to do. And during the spring of 2008, it's just an email telling her about an event that was happening, and it was to her and several other people. And yeah, she normally went to work.
Okay. Would you watch Kaylee?
Yes.
Okay. How about when you were unavailable, would Kaylee be watched by her grandfather, George?
It depended on what day of the week it was and what her hours were. If I was off or the weekend or in the evenings, I would generally be the babysitter. If George was not working, then she would often leave Kaylee with George. Or if Casey and I wanted to spend the day together, one time we went to Universal Studios for Halloween Horror Nights and stuff. And, a lot of times we'd go shop and just have a girl day. And George naturally volunteered to watch Kaylee.
It would be
But if I
so
was
fun to
working
live there.
Or George was working, if it was during the day, then she made arrangements for someone else.
Okay. On June 16th of 2008, did you believe that your daughter Casey had a babysitter for her daughter Kaylee?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did you believe that babysitter to be?
At that time, on June 16th, I believed it was Zanny.
Who's that?
Zanny, Casey, she was a friend of Casey's, and she would refer to her once in a while as a nanny. And she was one of the primary people that Casey would leave Kaylee with. That was my impression.
All right. Did you have a full name at that point?
No, I did
beginning
not.
to mid-June of 2008?
No, I did not.
How long had Casey been talking about Zanny?
Real quick, just real quick. I would have had a background report done and I would have known their driving history. And I'm not trying to throw shade at a victim in this situation. But my husband, when he leaves the house, I know he's leaving the house. What? I'm just saying, there was a lot of dysfunction going on that me in my 38-year-old self is looking at like, even I have it together in that area. Just saying.
I believe it was in the spring of 2006. Casey was still engaged to Mr. Grund, and I remember Casey talking about one of her friends that worked at Universal as an IT person, and she said that Zanny was his girlfriend, and she watched his child. And he had offered his girlfriend to, if Casey ever needed a fill-in, if either Jesse or his family or Casey's best friend Lauren at the time was outside the family, the primary care, primary babysitter for Casey, as a fill-in, if she ever needed anybody, that could be somebody that she might be able to use as a babysitter.
All right. The coworker that you're referring to is whom?
Jeff Hopkins.
Okay. So sometime in the spring of 2006 is when you first heard of Zanny being a possible babysitter for Kaylee.
Yes, ma'am.
And that there was an association between
But she
Zanny and
did
Jeffrey
work
Hopkins.
there,
Yes, ma'am.
Fox, at one point. That isn't a lie.
Can I ask you for a
Can you-
favor?
At one point.
Can you turn
Only
this,
the judge can give favors.
sir? Can I have her take the screen down? I can't
Yes.
look at my granddaughter
I'm
without
sorry.
getting upset, and
Can
I'm
we-
trying very hard not to cry. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
It's hard to keep it out of my peripheral.
That tracks.
All right. You had mentioned another individual by the name of Lauren.
Yes, ma'am.
Respectfully.
Who is that?
The person I was referring to in that statement was Lauren Gibbs, one of Casey's best friends at that time.
This is somebody that you know,
Yes,
that you've met,
yes,
that you would recognize were you to see her again,
yes,
that you could describe for anyone if necessary.
yes, ma'am.
Did you know where this Lauren lived?
At that time, yes.
All right. When you refer to Zanny, is this a person that you ever met?
No, ma'am.
Is this a person that you've ever seen a picture of?
No, ma'am.
Would you be able to describe Zanny from your own independent observation to anyone who asked?
I never had an observation, so I couldn't describe it.
Probably have like 35
Did you know
to 40
where this
minutes left.
Zanny was supposed to have lived back in 2006, 7, and 8?
There were different places that Zanny had resided. When I first heard about her, she was supposed to be living on one of the
You're right.
student living quarters or apartments close to UCF, in the same complex that Jeffrey Hopkins lived. So I'm not sure exactly which apartment complex at that time, but that's where she said she lived.
She, being your daughter, told
Yes,
you?
that's where Casey told me that Zanny lived. It's off of Alavia, close to the University of Central Florida.
Okay. And it was your understanding, based on what your daughter told you, that this Zanny moved around?
Yes, quite frequently.
But you never had the opportunity to go pick up Kaylee from Zanny's or to drop her off at Zanny's?
No,
correct?
the opportunity never arose where I had to do that.
Did you request or require your daughter Casey to contribute in any way to the maintenance of the home?
Not financially, but I expected Casey to help around the house with laundry, cleaning, cooking, especially taking care of her room, Kaylee's room, bathrooms, just normal things. And she used to help, George with yard work, and Casey pitched in. I mean, it was, I didn't really have to ask her to, but that was the requirement for the kids, period. So yes.
All right. If you were going to have either of your kids as adults living in your home, you wouldn't ask them for money, but you wanted them to pitch in.
Yes, I was more lenient with Lee than Casey.
Would Casey get, aside from wearing a lanyard, would she get dressed and appear to go to work?
Depends on the days. I mean, there were times that she would come to my office and she'd be fully dressed, or she said she had clothes with her. Or if I got home, she always had extra clothes with her, either in her possession walking out, or I know in her car.
Go figure.
And,
An Ohio
most of the
mom
time she was dressed as if she was ready to go to work.
giving preference
This
to her
Zanny
son
individual that we
first.
discussed, did you ever find her?
No.
Were you looking for her?
Yes.
Until when?
Well, before I answer, can you qualify the time that I'm talking about?
Up till today? Are you still looking
where
for
are we
Zanny?
talking from the 15th of July? Because I never looked for her prior to the 15th of July.
All right, of 2008.
Yes.
After the 15th of July, you looked for this Zanny person.
Yes, ma'am.
Until when?
Until about 6 weeks ago.
You testified earlier that you left for work on June 16th of 2008 and worked a normal shift? A little earlier than normal, but till-
normal for a Monday, yes.
Okay. Did you talk to your daughter Casey at all on June 16th of 2008?
Yes, throughout the day, I either left her messages or she left messages. As far as speaking with her, I think we had like a brief conversation late in the afternoon, sometime 4-ish, maybe lasted a few seconds.
Did that conversation include a discussion of her plans for that day?
Yes, she was going to
What?
spend the night at Zanny's, and she knew that she couldn't drop Kaylee off early at my work. She said she had to, she knew that at that time she had to go into work early, and typically Kaylee could spend time with me for the last half hour, but on Mondays are difficult because I have a staff meeting Monday afternoons. And she told me that, she was going to take Kaylee to Zanny's, and she would probably just crash at Zanny's when she got off of work because she had an early morning the next day at work. So it would make more sense for her just to go back and spend the night with Zanny and Kaylee than to bring Kaylee back home. And it kind of made sense to me because Monday is a very late night. I mean, could potentially be a late night for me at work. Sometimes I could work even 7, 8 o'clock, depending on what was going on at work. But typically I would be out of there by 6 on Mondays.
Okay. Did you understand that your husband, George, had to work that Monday?
Yes, ma'am.
And what shift would he have worked on that Monday? We talked about him working 3 to 11 on Sunday. Would that be true on Monday that week as well?
Yeah, that was his normal day to work.
So with George working from 3 to 11 and the possibility that you would be working late on that day because it was a Monday, neither one of you could have watched Kaylee.
I could have watched her later in the evening, but it just made more sense. Later in the evening, you'd be settling her down for bedtime, and I would have preferred to have her for those few hours, but then for her to get up early, it made sense to me that day to let her stay that night with Zanny and Casey.
Were you expecting that Kaylee and Casey would return to the home on Tuesday, June 17th?
Yes.
Did they?
No, they did not.
Did you have any communication with your daughter about her whereabouts or Kaylee's whereabouts on Tuesday, the 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you told?
That they were in negotiations or some kind of a lot of meetings. That was the reason why she had to be there early the next morning too. And she said the negotiations were going to be very lengthy. And she just said that, she didn't know when she would get done. And so she was going to stay and keep Kaylee there with Zanny. And Zanny had offered to, let her stay.
All right. On that Tuesday?
Yes.
So Tuesday night, when Kaylee and Casey weren't there, at that point, you had an explanation.
Yes, ma'am.
That satisfied you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. Were you expecting them to return on Wednesday, June 18th?
At part of the day I thought they would, and then I heard from Casey and she said that I believe they were headed, I think the negotiations from Hard Rock local Orlando was going to Tampa. And she said, well, she said it would be fun to take Kaylee with her to Tampa so that Kaylee, and we had not had an opportunity to take Kaylee over to Busch Gardens and see the animals and to the park and things. So Casey said that Zanny was free and was willing to go with her. And one of Casey's coworkers that she had, talked about was going to go ahead and bring her little girl too, so that Kaylee would have a playmate.
Did this coworker have a name?
Yes.
Who was that?
Her name was Juliet Lewis.
And did Juliet have a child, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Named?
Annabelle.
So after being told this, did you have some expectation as to when Kaylee and Casey would next be home?
She thought they might wrap up Friday night with their meetings and then spend the day Saturday and come home Saturday evening. So I expected to see them Saturday evening.
Okay. So that would be Saturday, June 21st. Does that make sense?
Is there anything at Universal for like little kids?
Did you talk to Casey on those intervening days between the 18th and the 21st?
Yes, I talk to her every day at some point. I can't remember the actual, I'm sure once during the day and then in the evenings. I mean, that was our normal thing anyway.
I can't stop laughing about this.
We always had our entire lives. We've always checked in with each other.
Did Kaylee like to talk on the phone?
Yes, she did.
All right. During that week, were you asking to speak to Kaylee on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to?
No.
Why not?
There was always a reason that Casey wasn't with Kaylee. I would be catching Casey at the meeting and Kaylee was with Zanny and Annabelle, or in the evenings, Kaylee was already in bed or something. There was always a reason why I missed her.
So you waited until Saturday, the 21st to maybe get to see them?
Yes, that's what I was anticipating.
Okay. And what happened?
I mean, I've
Casey
never
told me sometime, I can't
seen
remember if it was
an entire family need a mass dosage of Xanax like I've seen the Anthony family. After the suicide attempt, I'm sure that George got put on medication, but I don't know if it was the right one. And I am being more than fair and gracious with my words right now. I recognize, I'm not saying I know their pain. I recognize it. Uh but she is a mess. She is like crawling out of her skin a mess. And baby doll, you can't fight a chemical imbalance in your brain. That's just science. You just can't do it. No matter how much you think you can mentally push through it, like it doesn't work that way. That's how I feel.
During the early morning or mid-afternoon that they did not finish on Friday. And they were going to be meeting on Saturday a little bit too. So their time where her and Juliet actually got to spend with the girls at the park, they did not get to enjoy the park with them. So Juliet and Annabelle and Casey and Kaylee and Zanny, and by that time, I believe one of Zanny's friends was supposed to have met them over there as well. So all of them were supposed to just have a day at the park on Sunday and return home either Sunday night or Monday morning.
All right, so if Saturday was June 21st, Sunday, Monday is the 22nd and 23rd. So having been given that explanation, you did not have any expectation that you would see Casey or Kaylee until at least the 23rd, Monday the 23rd?
I believe so.
Okay. Did that happen?
No.
Why not?
I remember Monday waiting all day at work to hear from Casey because the last conversation I had with her was to call me as soon as she got home because I wanted to make sure her and Kaylee had come home safely from Tampa. And it was nearly 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was getting quite concerned. I remember calling and leaving messages for Casey, hey, are you home yet?
Shut up.
And I was concerned enough to even talk to one of my coworkers about, I was wondering if something had happened. And then later that late afternoon, early evening, I heard from Casey.
Okay. Did she tell you she was home?
No, she did not.
Where did she say she was?
She told me not to panic, but she said that there was a car accident and that I
I'm a
believe
huge believer
Casey
in pharmaceutical
and Kaylee
assistance.
and Juliet and Annabelle were in Casey's car following Zanny and
I suffer
I'm
from
not sure, I think it was
depression.
Raquel Farrell that was with Zanny back from Tampa. And right as they were getting on, I think from 75 or whatever, before they got to I-4, Casey said that Zanny was ahead of her and witnessed Zanny get into a car accident.
Oh,
a pretty
dear.
serious car accident. And so therefore, she had been all day at the hospital. And that was her first chance to call me and let me know. But she assured me that she and Kaylee were perfectly fine.
Did you ask for an opportunity at that point to speak with Kaylee? Do you remember?
Yes, but Casey told me she was at the hospital, that Casey was at the hospital and Kaylee was, Kaylee was that day, Kaylee was either back at the hotel because she said they had to turn around.
Casey,
No,
come
at that point, I
on.
think they were all at the hospital and someone had taken Kaylee and Annabelle to walk around. You know, they couldn't come up. Casey, I think, was still in the emergency room. And Casey, I believe, was calling me from the emergency room area and they didn't have the girls,
Ooh,
the
shit.
toddlers around the emergency area. So one of the other girls, either Juliet or Raquel, had the girl somewhere
Side
else. So she wasn't in
effects.
proximity for me to talk to Kaylee on the phone.
All right, so you believe that was bad timing.
That's probably an SSRI. You want to look into the other kind. Just saying. Just saying.
Again.
Yes.
Or the opposite
On
way
June
around.
24th, do you remember an incident involving a shed at your home?
But I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor.
Yes.
I don't pretend to play one on TV, and neither does
Were you made
Pearl.
aware that your husband had contacted the Orange County Sheriff's Office regarding a
Say
break-in
hello.
of the shed?
Yes.
Pearl.
What time do you think
We
he
were
gave you that
taking
information?
notes.
Right after it happened, I think he called me right around the same time he called the police to report it. I heard in the morning, it was probably between 10 and 10:30, 11. It was in the morning. I remember it was before noon.
Did you share that information at any point in time on June 24th with your daughter Casey?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember when?
Shortly after I spoke with George, I spoke with Casey to find out what their plans were and how Zanny was and, you know, what was going on. And just in casual conversation of what was going on, I said, well, do you want to hear something that happened to Dad today? And I said someone broke into the shed and, you know, had stolen his gas cans. And I chuckled and I can't remember Casey's response or anything, but I remember telling her the story because I thought it was something that would lighten the day for her, but something that was going on in our lives, just to kind of break the conversation up.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that your husband had seen Casey at the house in the afternoon on June 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she call you about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Who did?
George did.
People on the horizontal
Did you try to contact her
frame can see
after
Pearl
learning
right now.
that she was at the house and saying, I thought you were in the hospital in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How'd that conversation go?
I asked her, I said, Casey, what were you doing home? I thought you were in Tampa. And
You guys can have Pearl Cam for a
Mom,
moment.
I think they're going to admit Zanny. She has no identification. She didn't have her insurance information or she had her identification, but she didn't have her insurance information with her. And Casey had volunteered to drive to Zanny's apartment to pick up. She had made arrangements with Zanny's mother, sister, brother, a family member, or someone. It could have even been another roommate. I know she made arrangements with someone to get into the apartment and to get Zanny's insurance information. And she told me that she stopped home to get some things because she was headed back. And she didn't know at that point when they would be home. And I said, well, why didn't you bring Kaylee back? Because I would take off work to watch her, and then you wouldn't have to worry about Kaylee. And she said it didn't occur to her. She wasn't thinking she was at the hospital and Kaylee wasn't with her and they needed it. So she just said she just drove home and got it. And she said that she had seen her father, and she told me that she had given him back the gas cans. She explained that she had taken them with her when they were driving to Tampa, when she knew she had to go to Tampa, that she had taken them with her because she thought, just in case, because she said there was something wrong, she thought with her gas gauge, and that sometimes it wouldn't read that it was on empty. And she explained that occasionally she would have to take the can to go get gas, or if she had run out of gas a few times, I guess. So that's the explanation.
Now, did you get that explanation on June 24th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, was it your belief that she had not been at the house since June 16th?
Correct.
Did you ask her when it was that she got the gas cans that she took as a precaution?
I didn't think about it because I didn't think it was anything of significance. I did not, at that time, I wasn't thinking about why, I mean, it had no significance to me.
Okay. On June 24th, were you given any indication as to when Casey and Kaylee might be returning from Tampa?
Yeah, I asked her why she was doing all this and not a family member of Zanny. I said, it's really not your responsibility to stay there and take care of Zanny. I think your responsibility is to bring Kaylee home, because the longer Kaylee would stay away in this environment, I didn't think it was a good idea. So I was asking her why, and she said, Mom, Zanny's mother is very ill and she's not able to leave. And I believe she said Zanny's brother was taking, between Zanny's brother and Zanny's sister, between their working and their jobs or whatever, it was their responsibility to care for Zanny's mom. So she really didn't have anything. And her roommate, Raquel, had been hurt. She said she had either fractured or dislocated her shoulder. And Raquel's mom was coming from Jacksonville to pick up Raquel and take her. So Casey felt obliged to Zanny to stay with her. And she kind of wanted Kaylee close to her. She just felt like she needed Kaylee. So.
Now, by this time, were you missing your granddaughter?
Oh, I started missing Kaylee June 16th. So yes, I miss Kaylee every day when I went to work, those hours I was at work. So yes, I was missing Kaylee very much at that time.
Did you start sleeping with some of Kaylee's items?
Yes, I think about that time, or a few days before that, I went and grabbed Kaylee's favorite teddy bear. We call him Teddy. And I had Teddy, I would cuddle with at night because I was used to cuddling with Kaylee and or Casey, or the three of us would usually cuddle at night if she was home. If not, it would be me and Kaylee before I went to bed.
Bertie, we'll take a 10-minute stretch break at this time. Okay, members of the jury, we'll take a 10-minute stretch break. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let's return Ms. Anthony to the stand. All right, let's return the jury.
Miss Anthony is back on
Yes,
the
ma'am.
stand,
You
and
may
Pearl is such a good girl.
Mrs. Anthony, when we took the break, we were talking about you were sleeping with a teddy bear. Does that sound
Yes,
right?
yes.
At some point in time, did you discover that the teddy bear was missing?
Yeah, a few days later, or at some point. I mean, I started sleeping with Teddy probably that weekend, and then after 4 or 5 nights, then I noticed it was missing.
All right. Did you advise your daughter that you were sleeping with Teddy?
Yes. I think. At some point I did. I don't know if I did during that time. It might have been later. I know I advised her, but I don't think I did during that time. I think it was after all of this.
All right, we'll get back to that. Let's talk to the time frame of the end of the week that included the events of June 24th. On June 25th, 6th, or 7th, that would have been Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that second week since they had been gone. Did you see them?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Were you expecting a return after the situation with Zanny at the hospital had resolved?
It didn't get resolved until I believe late Thursday, I think. They were going to release Zanny, and Casey had said that she had a concussion and there was maybe some internal bleeding, and they wanted to watch her. Yes. And they wanted to keep her for observation, make sure she didn't, have a hemorrhage and die. So, Casey stayed up there with her, going back and forth. They were planning on, Zanny got released sometime late Thursday, and I believe they just, instead of driving back late Thursday night, they brought Zanny back to their hotel at the Hard Rock Hotel in Tampa, and was going to come home Friday.
Were you expecting Casey and Kaylee to
Please
show up
do
then
not
at your
eat your
home
foot.
on Friday, June
You need
27th?
that foot.
I was hoping she'd surprise me at work and just come right to my work and see, bring Kaylee up. She would always bring Kaylee up to work, and everybody loved to see Kaylee too. And it was, my environment, you can bring a child in periodically. We didn't have patients or anything where I work, so.
Okay. Did that happen?
No.
Do you know why?
Good girl.
I believe sometime in the early afternoon, Casey told me that they had gotten back. She thought she was going to be off,
Friggin' arthritis.
that evening or that afternoon, but she gotten back and she was called into work. And so she wasn't going to be, she had to go in for a couple hours, I guess, to be debriefed or whatever on what happened and everything. So she had to go into work for a few hours. So I was supposed to see them at home. When I got home later that evening, they were supposed to be home.
Did you see them?
That's
No,
a
I did not.
bold statement, Cotton.
That evening, Casey called and said that her friend Jeffrey at that time had moved out of state. And in 2008, at that time, I was under the impression that Casey and Jeffrey had dated the period of time. So they were, Casey still, liked Jeff a lot, and she hadn't seen him for a while. And Jeff was in town and staying in Orlando, and he had heard about Zanny and wanted to see how she was. So she wanted to go see Jeff. And Zachary was Jeff's little son, who was a year older than Kaylee. And Kaylee and Zachary were close friends, and Casey thought it would be fun for Kaylee to see Zach. So I'm just the grandma.
You're referring to Jeffrey Hopkins, the person that you had discussed in earlier testimony that had actually, to your understanding, introduced Casey to Zanny.
Yes, Jeffrey was very close to Zanny. Yes, he was the one that introduced.
All right. And you also just testified that you believe that Jeffrey was a suitor.
Yes.
Of Casey's at some point. Is this someone that you've
A
met?
suitor.
Jeff Hopkins?
A suitor.
No, I never met Jeff. There was numerous times when we were supposed to meet Jeff and Zachary over, I would say probably from the, fall of 2006 through 2007 and up until probably November, December of 2007, Casey and Jeff were, close. At times, they started out as a very good friendship, and then it grew into actually, she described that he could be potentially someone that down the road she might want to settle down with. So there was always dates that we were going to do. We were going to go to SeaWorld with the kids and meet him. And in fact, Christmas of 2007, Casey and Kaylee and I went to Fashion Square Mall to get pictures of Casey with Santa.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to meet with Jeff's mom, who I wanted to meet, and she was going to bring Zachary. And we were going to have a day at the mall, have lunch, and get pictures taken with Santa Claus. So, up through that period of time, I heard,
From what you're saying, that event with Santa Claus didn't occur?
Did not. I mean, it occurred, but
For
not
you.
with them. It occurred with Casey and Kaylee and myself. We waited for a while and something happened. I was told that Zachary had an asked.
I'm aware that my mic is louder, but with the equipment that I have right now, how do I say this without sounding like a total grifter? I will need like PBS style support from the community, not like millions of dollars. Just I can't afford a better sound system, and I have it on an equalizer as of right now. There's just nothing else I can do. So if you are interested in this and my coverage of other trials, please feel free to help support the mission.
Attack and could not come. So we went ahead and had our pictures with Santa and then did our lunch and had a girls' day.
So since Jeff Hopkins and Zachary were in town, Kaylee and Casey were where, supposedly?
I can't remember what hotel in town. I'm somewhere close to Universal. I can't remember for sure if it was Hard Rock, associated with Hard Rock or whatever. But since Jeff had also worked there too, had connections or whatever, but he was staying at a hotel down by the park,
maybe,
and that's where
maybe
they were going to meet up. They were going to have dinner, and then Casey was supposed to come home later that night, late that night with Kaylee.
Friday the 27th?
Yes.
Okay. Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Do you know why?
I guess Jeff had a rather large, my impression of Jeffrey was that he was independently, he had a trust fund and he was pretty well off. He didn't have to work unless he wanted to. So he had a suite or something, and he invited Zanny and Casey and Kaylee to stay with them that night. And then the next day it would be fun again to take the kids to Universal, and just kind of, they were getting reacquainted, and Casey was jumping at the chance to have Jeff. And Jeff seemed like someone that was very stable from her description of him. And Casey had a very good relationship is what she said, or the way it was described. And,
kids the same age.
Yes, kids the same age. And I thought, who am I to interfere with that? I mean, Casey's, a grown woman. She was living in my home, but she was an independent person. I mean, it wasn't like she was a kid. It was,
So you weren't ordering her home.
No, I
you
never
were just
did.
trying to find out where they were.
I never had control of Casey, once she was 21, as far as her comings and goings. There was an understanding that we had. We just wanted to know, just out of love, where everybody was at. But it wasn't a mandatory thing that I had to know her every whereabouts. And same way with Kaylee. This is her daughter. She could do whatever. I would just love to spend time with them. So naturally, I'd always inquired and would like to spend time with them when they were available. But, she's a young woman that needs to move on with her life, and I'm not going to interfere with that. So, yes.
Okay. Now, that Friday, the 27th, was that the last day that you worked for a period of time?
Yes, actually, that was the start of my vacation. I had another vacation. At that point in my time, I think I had 5 or 6 weeks of vacation, and you have to use your vacation. You can't carry it over from year to year where I worked at.
Use it or lose it.
You took another one?
Yeah, I took another one.
Shortly after the one you had in June?
Yes.
All right. So you were off of work the entire week, beginning June 30th?
Yes, ma'am.
Through the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you scheduled to return to work whatever the Monday was after the 4th of July weekend?
I just show what I want.
All right, that weekend before your vacation started, where you
was in the restroom,
learned about the party suite at the Hard Rock and all this, were you expecting that they would be there for an extended period of time?
I would expect that she would have at least come home at some point during that time to get new clothes and to do whatever, but that never happened. And George and I, weekends were our time. I mean, with him working, and we spent whatever time together we had. So, I mean, we had other
Didn't you
plans
just
too.
hear my PSA about my
I can't
mic?
remember if it was that weekend that George and I went to the beach or the following weekend. Sometimes that was our time to go to the beach, or me to visit my parents. So we had plans. So it wasn't, I mean, I'm not sitting home during all this time, and that's all I'm doing is waiting for my daughter and granddaughter to come home. I had other things to do in my life too.
Did you have daily communication as that weekend and then the week that you were off progressed? Did you have daily communication with Casey?
Yes, I don't think there's ever a time where I didn't have communication with Casey, at least once a day during that time, either by a phone call, voicemail, text messages. I had communicated with her at all times. So I thought I knew where she was.
So as we get into the week of June 30th, July 1st, and you are off, did you find out whether or not they were still at the Hard Rock Hotel in Orlando?
Oh, I'm trying to think where. I mean, at that point, I believe she was headed back to work on Monday, and Zanny was going to watch Kaylee Monday. I don't know. I'm sorry if I can collect my thoughts for a moment. I know I was expecting to watch Kaylee, from on my vacation, and I can't remember what excuse or where she said she was at that point, if they were still hanging with Jeffrey or not.
Okay. Now, since you were off, you thought if Casey's working, no need to have Zanny, who was just in some sort of accident, watching Kaylee, that you wanted to do that for your daughter.
Right.
Did you express that to her?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you able to do that? To watch
No.
Kaylee that week that you were off?
No.
Why not?
My memory serves me, Casey was working on an event. Now it's starting to come back to me. Casey was working on an event that had to do with, there was set up for kids. Sometimes she would work with Make-A-Wish Foundation and things like that and different things. And there was a,
cool.
like a pool party event that they were having for children on site. And she said that it would be a fun event for Kaylee to be at. And I'm not sure if Zach was there with Jeffrey or not, but Annabelle was going to be there with Juliet. And it was a day at the park where the kids could play in the pool and see characters and different things. So I asked if I could come, and she said no. It was kind of just like a reservation, and she said she hadn't planned it because of Kaylee being hers. I couldn't get in. I couldn't, because I had said, well, I would love to go and watch Kaylee and, you know, be a part of that and take pictures and stuff. But she said no. And I asked her who was watching Kaylee if she was working, and she said that it was an organized group, and that, you know, there would be people that she trusted that would watch the children during this. And then she was able to come down periodically through the day, and she would be able to check in with Kaylee, you know. So I just did things that I needed to get done during that time.
All right. So as you approach the July 4th weekend, you thought Kaylee was being entertained at a pool party on Universal property.
Yes, ma'am.
How far is Universal Studios from your home on Hope Spring?
Depends on traffic. Anywhere from a 20-minute to a 30-minute, if it's normal traffic, 30-minute drive.
All right. At some point in time, did you decide that you were going to drive out to Universal Studios?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
I believe it was July 3rd.
All right. And what prompted that?
Earlier that day, I had some issues, and I really wanted
That
to
was
talk to Casey
LEO.
about those issues, and
Former.
I really wanted to see Kaylee, and I couldn't see. I wanted to spend at least one day with her, and I hadn't seen her for so long. So I talked to Casey earlier, and Casey said she was, you know, at Universal. So
Let me just stop you there. The issues that you said that you had, were those money issues that involving Casey that you wanted to talk to her about?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you talked to her on the phone.
Yes, ma'am. It was.
Did that resolve the money issues?
No, I talked to her on the phone to find out where she was. I didn't want to discuss the issues on the phone with her. I wanted to do that face to face. So I decided when I left the bank to go ahead, since she said she was at Universal, I figured I'm just going to go ahead and drive to Universal Studios. So I went ahead and drove to Universal Studios and parked and walked into the park and went to guest services. I didn't buy a ticket. I figured she would just meet me down at guest services, and then I would be able to talk to her and then be able to pick up
Ruh-roh.
Kaylee from that point. I didn't tell her I was coming.
Okay. So once you arrive at guest services, do you see Kaylee and Casey?
No, because what I did when I got to guest services is I called Casey. She didn't know I was going there. So when I got to guest services, I called Casey from my cell phone, and I just waited there and told her that I was there. And I said, you know, can I talk to you? And she told me that she was not there.
At Universal in Orlando.
Right. She was not at Universal Studios.
Okay. Where was she?
She told me that she was actually in Jacksonville, Florida, which came as a complete shock to me. And I said, what are you doing in Jacksonville? And she said that her and Case, she took Kaylee with Jeff. She followed Jeff back to his condo in Jacksonville. That was where he was residing, and was going to try to rekindle their more than their friendship, because it had gone very well those days that he was in town. And she didn't want to, you know, she didn't want me to know beforehand that she had left town without me seeing her and Kaylee. So it was a shock, and I was upset.
So is this mid-afternoon on the
upset is
during
a
July?
Yes, it was
understatement.
sometime around 3 o'clock.
Did you think she was in Jacksonville?
I had no idea. I had no idea. When she told me that she was in Jacksonville, I didn't know what to think, because I had realized that she had lied to me for the last couple days, that she was at work and then she was really in Jacksonville. And I didn't know what to make of it. It was just all just came to me really quick. And I believe she was in Jacksonville, but I didn't believe she was in Jacksonville. I had my reservations. Had my doubts that she was in Jacksonville.
At some point then on the day of July 3rd, did you enlist the help of your son, Lee, in locating your daughter, Casey?
Yes, I had actually asked Lee. Prior to that, I reached out to one of her friends that I knew was in Jacksonville to see if he had spoken to Casey and if he was aware, because I knew that one of her very best friends lived in Jacksonville. So I thought if she was headed there, she might alert him. And
Who
then
would that be?
Ryan Pasley. So I thought maybe he could confirm that she had been there for the last few days. So I was actually at Universal Studios still when I reached out to Ryan.
All right. Was Ryan able to confirm for you that Casey was in Jacksonville?
No, but Ryan thought she was coming because he had spoken to her, Casey, either that morning or the next day, and Casey was arranging to see him. So that kind of put me back to she probably is in Jacksonville, because Ryan said that she had contacted him, that they needed to get together, that she was coming up to Jacksonville during that time frame. He had not seen her yet by the time we had spoken.
Okay.
So at that time, then I started shifting back my thoughts that she probably is in Jacksonville.
Did you call Lee?
I can't remember if I called him or if it was just something. I think I reached out to Lee and just asked him if he had any idea if Casey had talked to him and, confided in him where she was, and he hadn't spoken to her for a few days.
All right. After 8 o'clock in the evening on July 3rd of 2008, did you create your own MySpace account regarding your current situation?
Yes, I'd never been on MySpace before, and Lee told me when I was speaking to my son, if he had talked to Casey or whatever, his impression that Casey was not in Jacksonville because of the chatter on MySpace or Facebook, that there was some stuff going on downtown, which I took it to be Church Street because that's where downtown the action is. And he thought that at one point, one of his friends or one of Casey's friends, Casey and Lee had a lot of mutual friends, that at some point Casey had mentioned to one of the friends that she might be downtown during the 4th of July time frame. And when I'd spoken to Lee earlier, he said he would do some research and contact some of their mutual friends to see, or some of Casey's friends to see if he could find out for sure if Casey was actually in Orlando or in Jacksonville. So when they got back to me and told me the possibility that she could be in town, then my mind was just all over the place. And I was just really angry, upset, felt betrayed that I didn't know exactly, because I thought I knew what was going on. So I was just venting. Plus I knew Lee had told me that he had seen new photos of Casey on her MySpace. So I thought if I posted it and asked Casey to be my friend, that she would be the only one that read it. I really didn't know when I created that how MySpace worked.
Right.
So it was a way I had written to Casey, and I was describing in my MySpace to her how she made me feel during that time. And I was hoping that she would contact me through MySpace. And just.
So you created
Yes,
a MySpace
I
account.
wanted, right. It was my way of venting without yelling at her and getting on the phone and being upset. And I figured in writing, she would understand my feelings from that day, how I felt being betrayed.
All right. If I may approach the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit MG for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that item, and exclusive of the exhibit number on it, does it fairly accurately represent the text of the message that you posted on a MySpace account?
Exclusive of the photo?
We can talk about photo in a second, but the
Yes.
text itself
Yes.
accurately reflects what you put on a posting.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the date and time that are affixed there also accurately reflect the date and time that you would have made the posting?
The date is the time. I would have guessed it might have been a little bit later, but I mean, I knew it was sometime, in the evening that I did. So that day seemed like a very long day for me.
The photograph that you said is on that exhibit, is that one that you affixed or you believe was placed there later?
It was definitely placed there later because I never posted a photograph. Number one, I didn't know how to.
But the text, the date and time are accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce State's MG for identification and evidence as the State's next number.
What says the defense?
We would object and ask for further argument on that.
Well, let me see it. Short basis of objection. Relevancy, materiality, short form.
403 or 4.5.
Just a second. Approach the sidebar. Objection sustained.
All right, Mrs. Anthony, after you posted that message on MySpace, did you talk to Casey about it?
Not that day.
How soon after?
I think it was a couple days before she realized that I had sent.
Oh, no,
I think it was a few days
no.
before she realized that I had created the MySpace. I never got a response back from her. And I asked her why she didn't, respond back. And she thought that I was being hard on her writing that. And she,
Relevance.
Overrule at this point.
she had told me she just didn't want to, go on MySpace. I didn't know MySpace was everybody's space. I thought it was secure and it was just between her and I.
I'm
And she
sorry. I'm
explained to me that,
sorry.
you know, anybody could get on there or whatever and stuff. I don't know how that all works, even as of today.
So she acknowledged that she read your posting.
Yes.
Did you discuss with her specifically the things that you had posted?
Briefly, you know, I told her that I felt.
In reference to the court's rule.
Approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately 5 minutes to the hour 1. We will recess for the day and reconvene on Tuesday morning. I know that you had wanted to work. We had cleared a number of hurdles, including open facility, but there were some other hurdles we just could not clear.
That sucks.
There will be a number of things, hopefully, to keep you busy and entertained. And I think, well, you know what you have planned for this weekend, and I'm not going to venture with that. Please remember my previous admonitions not to discuss this case with anyone. Don't read, watch, or listen to any news accounts of this particular case.
All right, guys. And with that, we are ending the stream, but I have you redirecting somewhere else. I hope that you have a lovely weekend. If I don't see you before Tuesday, that'll be weird, but Tuesday is a definitive yes. I might do a members only stream. And by might, I mean I'm most likely going to do a members only stream. But I will let y'all know when I go live. So it's important when you are subscribing to my channel to press the bell. That way you get notified when I'm going to go live. So please make sure to do that. Thank you so much for being a part of today's live stream. If you haven't done so already, make sure that you have liked the video and that you are subscribed to the channel. I appreciate everyone's support. And with that, I'm going to send you over to my friend Shizzy's stream. Have a great night and a great weekend, and I will see you soon. Bye, y'all.